If you find what are apparently pieces of Space Shuttle Columbia, don't touch it. Peter, let's turn to John Logsdon, director of the Space Policy Institute at the George Washington University. Space Shuttle Columbia apparently has been lost. 7 astronauts apparently dead. Certainly no sign of any survival. John, what's so dangerous about that re-entry point about an hour and a quarter before what should have been the landing?
Well, you're coming back from the vacuum and cold temperatures of orbit into the atmosphere at a very high speed, so there's lots of heating, lots of pressure on the shuttle orbiter, and that's why you have the tile systems on the bottom is to make sure that heat doesn't damage the orbiter, and in certain even very high temperature areas like the fronts of the wings, you have carbon-carbon composites. So you're going through a very stressful environment as you re-enter the atmosphere after, in this case, 16 days outside.
Is it a matter of heat or more a matter of the incredible pressure as the shuttle is re-entering the atmosphere?
It's more a matter of heat in the sense that the bottom of the shuttle, the tiles, get heated to several thousand degrees, I believe. I'm not a technical person, so I may be wrong, but they get very hot anyway, and they're there to protect the aluminum body of the shuttle. So if, for example, a tile somehow had been damaged by this piece of debris on ascent over 2 weeks ago and was missing, you could have had a burn through in the fuselage. So I think it's the heat is the major problem. But then if the airframe loses some of its integrity, then the pressure would cause it, I think, to kind of unravel.
John Logsdon, maybe not a technical expert, but yes, an expert on space policy. What is this going to do to the space program? The second shuttlecraft lost. Challenger many years ago, Columbia today.
Yeah, second in 17 years. I think we take a deep breath and recommit ourselves to doing human spaceflight safely. We've got 3 people permanently in orbit aboard the International Space Station. We have plans for the use of that facility for years to come, and shuttle is essential to that use. So I think there'll be a searching re-examination, but I think a recommitment to moving forward.
Well, all that's kind of philosophical, but John Logsdon, would you agree the loss of Space Shuttle Columbia today is at the least going to cause a long delay in the shuttle program? No launches for a while.
Well, and until we find out what happened, of course, you're not going to launch another shuttle. So if that can be done quickly and remedied, let's hope so. After Challenger, we were down, I believe, 28 months or 29 months, and it would be a very tricky situation having to supply the shuttle and station and assemble the station if for some reason we were down for that period of time.
The International Space Station is up there, as you say, 3 Earthlings permanently on board. That's a joint project of the United States and Russia and others. Now, let's just recap for listeners just joining us. This is live CBS News coverage of a tragedy, certainly a disaster for the space program. Apparently all 7 astronauts aboard Space Shuttle Columbia have been killed in an accident that's visible. People in the Dallas-Fort Worth area looking up can see contrails, pieces of the Space Shuttle coming in.
Let's listen in. To secure all information and data that may be pertinent to today's descent by the Space Shuttle Columbia. Communications were lost with the Space Shuttle Columbia at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time as it flew at an altitude of 200,000 feet and a speed of approximately 12,500 miles per hour toward a planned landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Touchdown for Columbia was scheduled for 8:16 a.m. Central Time in Florida.
All right, Dan.
Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth vicinity in portions of East Texas and other pertinent areas have been alerted to the Space Shuttle contingency. Any debris that may be located that may be related to the Space Shuttle's contingency should be avoided and may be hazardous due to the toxic nature of propellants used on board the Space Shuttle. Its location should be immediately reported to local law enforcement agencies. Further information will be released as it becomes available. This is Mission Control, Houston.
Well, Dan, that's pretty much what we've been hearing from NASA ever since just after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern Time. That's an hour, 41 minutes or so ago. that there is been no communication with the shuttle since 9 this morning Eastern Time, that the search and rescue teams are out looking for debris, warning people, asking people in the Dallas-Fort Worth area where Columbia is believed to have broken up, asking them not to touch any of the debris should they come across it, not to do anything other than to call somebody, whether it be police, NASA, whatever. And I imagine that much in the way the NTSB sends out crash teams when an airliner goes down, they're doing the same thing right now in Texas, looking for what remains of Shuttle Columbia, Dan.
CBS News correspondent Peter King reporting live from the Kennedy Space Center. A sense of tragedy in the space program, and as word spreads across the nation, very much a sense of tragedy from coast to coast, people waking up to this horrible news. A White House official says that President Bush has been briefed on what's known so far about Space Shuttle Columbia. Mr. Bush is at Camp David in Maryland, though there are indications that he'll be returning to the White House to monitor more closely what happened to Space Shuttle Columbia, to say something about it. That's what we'd expect sometime today. Other presidential aides are scrambling to come into work at the White House and at other government agencies as well. I would imagine that there is even some impact on the brand new Department of Homeland Security. It's not quite up and running. Tom Ridge is the new secretary, but, well, even because of speculation, the curiosity as to whether there possibly could have been sabotage, that gets investigated quickly by the FBI, by U.S. intelligence agencies. Homeland Security a factor as well. Again, the sad, miserable, but maybe realistic assumption that the 7 astronauts have been lost. Space Shuttle Columbia appears to have broken up over Texas about an hour and 15 minutes before it was supposed to land at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. People in the Dallas and Fort Worth area looked up.
Dan, can I interrupt you just for a second, Dan?
Yes.
We've just learned that there's going to be a news conference here at the Kennedy Space Center coming up at about 11:30 Eastern Time. That's about 45 minutes from now. Don't know who's going to be here to talk to us, but it will be here at the Cape in about 45 minutes, and we may learn more then. The same thing was done, you may recall, after Challenger some 16 years ago, a news conference held just a few feet from where I am here at the Cape to talk about what happened, what they knew, what they didn't know. And of course, at that stage of the game, they didn't know a whole lot in Challenger, only that it was a catastrophic breakup in flight. They didn't know exactly what caused it, but again, we should be able to find out at least a little bit more in about 45 minutes when they do that briefing here at the Cape.
Peter, what people in parts of Texas are seeing when they look up, incredibly clear blue skies, but white lines of things coming down, debris apparently coming down, lines of steam, cloud, smoke, well, you know, the vapor of debris coming down, apparently Space Shuttle Columbia that broke up. And CBS News reporter Rob Milford is, in fact, in that Dallas-Fort Worth area. Rob, what are you seeing up above and on the ground? Anything yet?
Dan, let me paint the picture for you. You come southeast of Dallas on Interstate 45, about 40 to 50 miles. I'm near the town of Corsicana. And as I'm driving south, we'd had reports of smoking wreckage out here. And quite frankly, I turned and looked across a big open plowed field, and there, in fact, is a piece of smoking wreckage. It is in the middle of a bunch of dirt. It's not a hay bale on fire or anything like that, and it is it's just terrifying to look at that. We don't know. We're waiting to get. I'm trying to figure out a way to get on down there and put an eyeball on it, but it is distinctive, and we're getting reports on the CBS local radio station here in Dallas, KRLD, and other media outlets that there are reports of wreckage as far as the north side of Dallas, a town called Plano, a suburb. They're reporting a piece of wreckage came through an apartment roof and started a fire there, and that's in the town of Plano, Texas. That's a northern Dallas suburb. So again, I'm headed to get right on this piece of wreckage, and we'll be back with you in just a few minutes. Dan?
CBS News reporter Rob Milford in Texas, one of the first people to see what's apparently a piece of Space Shuttle Columbia. Peter King, correspondent, joining us at the Kennedy Space Center. Peter?
Dan, we should mention that Rob mentioned to us a while ago and even called into our newsroom a little bit after 9 o'clock this morning Eastern, 8 o'clock his time in Dallas, that he had heard an explosion above Dallas, but he thought that it was the sonic booms. Again, the sonic booms that we have talked so much about. But of course, it looks like it was not. It looks like it was the sound of Columbia breaking up some 38 miles or so above Texas.
Peter King there at the Kennedy Space Center. Our CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood's been speaking with CBS television anchor Russ Mitchell.
Well, I'm just reconfirming Mission Control says the shuttle was at an altitude of 200,000 feet roughly when they lost communications with it. You can certainly see a shuttle at that altitude. You can see it when it's in orbit, when the lighting is right. As a matter of fact, a lot of us go out and watch it fly over quite frequently. And during entry, when it has a hot contrail behind it, that plasma trail as it comes through the atmosphere, it's very visible at that altitude. We don't know that that's where it broke up. It could have been lower than that. That's simply where the communications were lost from it. The contingency procedures are still in effect, and obviously they're still warning people to stay away from any debris. At this point, there's no way to know where debris would have actually fallen, given the altitude and how fast it was going at that moment.
There, as we heard earlier, the folks at NASA have alerted emergency crews in the Dallas-Fort Worth area to be aware of any debris there. Specifically, what, short of finding any debris, what is NASA waiting on before making some sort of official announcement here?
Well, I think, like anything, you'd like to be able to know where it came down before you declared something, even though nobody thinks the shuttle survived. And I don't see how a crew could have gotten out of a breakup at that altitude. They have pressure suits on, but those are SR-71 spy plane type pressure suits. They're only good from, under 100,000 feet. At that altitude, I don't think they would save anyone, even if you could get out. And certainly at that speed, they're not designed to exit a spacecraft going at Mach 12, which is what I believe they said, 12 times the speed of sound, or 12,000 miles an hour, I believe they said. So I don't think they could have gotten out. I think NASA just wants to make absolutely sure where it came down, but they've declared a contingency, which means that there has been an emergency, and that's in a shuttle with a glider. We're now 58 minutes past when it would have landed. It's definitely on the ground somewhere.
That was recorded a little while ago. The landing time should have been an hour and a half ago, and of course Space Shuttle Columbia did not land. It apparently broke up over Texas. I think we have tape of a police dispatcher in St. Augustine, Texas. Her name is Linda Lout, on people finding debris. Can we hear that?
We have found an arm and a hand, and there's debris scattered from St. Augustine to Nacogdoches to Jasper County and Sabine. We've got debris everywhere.
Well, that's just a horrible thing to hear. People in Texas, apparently in eastern Texas, near the Louisiana border, have come up with not just debris, they believe to be body parts as well.
Dan, if I can interrupt just for a second, there was all kinds of debris from the Challenger accident that washed up on shore after that happened some 16 years and a few days ago, and even as recently as 1997, if I'm recalling correctly, we had reports that that pieces of the Challenger, which exploded not far from me over the Kennedy Space Center, were still washing up. So you don't know how long this could take. The big difference, of course, is that was over water for the most part. This happened over land, which may make finding remains and pieces of the orbiter a lot easier for the search crews.
At the Kennedy Space Center, that's CBS News correspondent Peter King. Part of our live and continuous coverage from CBS News of what's just terrible news this morning. We'll continue to have exclusive reporting also from just south of Dallas, where parts of the space shuttle have come down and are burning. I'm Dan Raviv. Let's get a recap.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. Space Shuttle Columbia apparently disintegrated in flames as it was returning to land just about 2 hours ago. It was 200,000 feet over Texas at the time. Dallas resident David Garcia.
It sounded loud. I know that the floor kind of vibrated beneath me.
Frank Watley was watching with binoculars in the town of Northeast Texas.
It was going behind the shuttle. I mean, you could definitely see it was falling. And then once I quit watching it, I went back to the shuttle again, and it was almost out of sight, and you could see just tons of little fireballs coming off.
CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood says if the shuttle did break up, the crew wouldn't have a chance.
The flight control team in Houston, Russ, obviously believes the spacecraft is broken up, in which case the survival of the crew is not at issue here.
NASA has declared an emergency, warning people about going near potentially toxic debris.
Search and rescue teams have been mobilized to the Dallas-Fort Worth area.
And some of the debris has been found along the Texas-Louisiana border.
We have found an arm and a hand, and there's debris scattered from St. Augustine to Nacogdoches to Jasper County and Sabine. We've got debris everywhere.
Police dispatcher Linda Loud in Jasper County, Texas. 7 astronauts were aboard Columbia, including the first Israeli astronaut. President Bush is being kept abreast of developments. He's expected to return to the White House from Camp David. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
And I'm Dan Raviv, continuing our coverage of what is a disaster. NASA, the space agency, declares an emergency. NASA calls it a Space Shuttle contingency. Something unexpected happened. Something awful happened about an hour and 15 before the space shuttle was supposed to land at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. There will be more details from NASA in the first news briefing that the space agency has scheduled. Officials say it should begin at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. That's 38 minutes from now. Of course, we'll bring it to you live here from CBS News. In addition, a lot of news coming in, and some of it at the White House. CBS News correspondent Mark Knoller is there. Keep in mind that President Bush isn't, though he is on his way.
President Bush is at Camp David this morning. He went there last evening after his meetings with Prime Minister Tony Blair. We're told that the president has been briefed on the space shuttle situation. He was briefed by Chief of Staff Andrew Card. We're told there are indications that the president will be returning to the White House to more closely monitor the shuttle situation and respond to events. It hasn't been officially announced yet, although maintenance workers at the White House have been given the indication that the president would be returning within the next couple of hours. In addition, a spokesman for the Department of Homeland Security, Gordon Gendreau, says that there is no indication at this time that any foul play or terrorism was involved in the shuttle situation, and that also has been passed on to the president at Camp David, where he is monitoring the situation.
CBS News White House correspondent Mark Knoller. One other bit of information. I don't know if in any way you can find it reassuring when apparently all 7 astronauts aboard the space shuttle have perished. A U.S. official says that where the shuttle was at the time that communication was lost, 38 miles high. That's an altitude of 200,000 feet. It was beyond the range of, say, a surface-to-air missile. Don't start thinking that the space shuttle was shot down. Let's go to Kennedy Space Center. CBS News correspondent Peter King. At times like these, when you hear there'll be a briefing at 11:30 in 35 minutes, I mean, first of all, it may not start on time. NASA officials must be scurrying to get whatever information they can, Peter.
As it always is now with these things, it's a case of hurry up and wait. So in the business, we call it a hard start. So who knows if we'll have a hard start at 11:30 or what. Dan, I'm struck by the references. Of course, we've had the Challenger because that was the other shuttle disaster that we have had. That was on January 28th, 1986. We've also had the Apollo fire in which 3 astronauts were killed. Gus Grissom, the Mercury and Gemini veteran, Ed White, the first American to walk in space, and Roger Chaffee, who died on, I believe it was Launch Pad 34. That was actually at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, not far from where I am at the Cape. And that was a fire, and they actually died of asphyxiation, not the actual fire. And that set back the Apollo program for a good year and a half as they redesigned that spaceship for safety, top to bottom. But there have been other accidents as well, notably in the Russian space program. None of our accidents with our program have happened during reentry, but the Russians have had 2 major failures. The first one was in April 1967. Vladimir Komarov, who was one of the early cosmonauts, was flying in his Soyuz 1 ship. That it was the maiden voyage for the ship that now is attached as the lifeboat to the International Space Station. And what happened while he was in orbit was basically problems from minute number 1. Control problems. The ship was tumbling out of control. There were stories later on that a second Soyuz was to join him in space, but because of the problems, they brought him back early, and on the way in, he tried valiantly to control the ship.
This is Mission Control, Houston. Flight controllers here in Mission Control continue through contingency procedures to secure information and data regarding the Space Shuttle Columbia's descent from orbit this morning. Communications were lost with Columbia at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time, as the space shuttle was at an altitude of 200,000 feet above north central Texas, traveling at a speed of approximately 12,500 miles per hour.
This is mission control we're hearing, yes.
A space shuttle contingency has been declared in mission control. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth vicinity have been alerted, as well as along other portions of Columbia's planned route toward Florida.
This is pretty much what we have heard from Mission Control all along since...
Any debris that is located in the area that may be related to the space shuttle contingency should be avoided and may be hazardous as a result of toxic propellants used aboard the space shuttle. The location of any possible debris should immediately be reported to local authorities.
Dan, I was talking briefly about...
Information will be released as it becomes available.
I was talking briefly about other space accidents. And just to wrap up the story that I was telling before, Vladimir Komarov, who flew that first Soyuz, was unable to control his ship during re-entry. It tumbled, the parachutes came out of control, and the parachute lines were tangled, the ship was out of control, and it subsequently crashed. The second was a set of 3 Soviet cosmonauts in 1971 who spent about a month on the first space station, the Salyut, and the mission went beautifully, but on the way home a leak developed in their Soyuz ship, and that's when they opened the hatches. Once that Soyuz was down on the ground, they found that all 3 cosmonauts were dead. But certainly nothing like this, where we're watching the video of what apparently is the breakup of Shuttle Columbia over north central Texas, and certainly nothing like the Challenger, which was a very, very public accident, a very, very public tragedy that happened on live TV. Dan?
Peter, I do have the same feeling as that horrible day, January 28th of 1986. You're right, a big crowd had gathered at Kennedy Space Center that day for the launch, and it goes up, and for almost 2 minutes everything's fine, and then Challenger explodes. Today, a routine event, a landing. Now, we think of it as routine, but the fact is that it's dangerous, and an hour and 15 minutes before the planned landing there at Kennedy Space Center, instead it exploded. It's not routine. It's a high-stress time, even a landing.
No, Dan, that was actually 15 minutes. I think we've got to kind of keep our time frame
Thank you. Only 15 minutes. You're right. Only 15 minutes before it should have landed.
Yeah.
Instead, over Texas, pieces of the space shuttle were seen across a clear blue sky, Peter.
And
so
you're right about...
It's never routine.
You're right about it not being routine. The shuttle is coming back. It is slowing down from some 17,500 miles an hour to an eventual landing speed of about 230 miles an hour when it touches down on the runway here at the Cape. And remember, it is slamming through the atmosphere so fast, the heat, the friction outside the shuttle builds up to some 3,000 degrees. That's why you have all those white tiles that you see, the white and black tiles all over the shuttle to protect it on the way in, much in the way that the heat shields did during our early spacecraft. And those heat-resistant tiles have always done the job. But don't ever get fooled into thinking that there's anything routine about space flight. Re-entry can be dangerous. Launch, of course, is considered by the experts to be the most dangerous phase of space flight. Dan?
It's Peter King live at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. It's a tragic day. We'll hear details of it in just a few seconds on the CBS News on the Hour. This is part of our live coverage from CBS News. President Bush is expected to return to the White House from Camp David, Maryland. He may speak today. NASA has scheduled a news conference starting in about half an hour. We'll be bringing that to you live. All part of our coverage here from CBS News. In just a few moments, it'll be 11 a.m. Eastern Time. Here's the news.
CBS News, I'm Steve Knight. Tragedy in space. The Space Shuttle Columbia apparently broke apart in the sky over Texas. There were 7 astronauts on board. CBS News reporter Rob Milford in Dallas heard something was wrong.
At about 3 minutes past the hour, I heard the single sonic boom of the shuttle passing over my house. Having lived in Orlando, I know what that sound is like. Then, moments later, they show a loss of data.
NASA warned people to stay away from any debris that might be found. Not long after that, people reported finding human remains near the Texas-Louisiana border. Police dispatcher Linda Lout from Jasper County, Texas.
We have found an arm and a hand, and there's debris scattered from St. Augustine to Nacogdoches to Jasper County and Sabine.
President Bush has been briefed on this. CBS News correspondent Mark Knoller is at the White House.
We're told there are indications that the president will be returning to the White House to more closely monitor the shuttle situation and respond to events. It hasn't been officially announced yet, although maintenance workers at the White House have been given the indication indication that the president would be returning within the next couple of hours.
In 42 years of spaceflight, NASA has never lost a space crew during landing or the ride back to orbit. NASA has a briefing scheduled about 30 minutes from now. Spy tapes might show that Iraq has been lying to UN weapons inspectors. Newsweek magazine says Secretary of State Colin Powell will take the tapes to the UN next week. Senior editor Michael Hirsch says intelligence officials say the tapes are close to a smoking gun.
The Iraqi officials saying things like, move that, or don't be reporting that, or can you believe they missed that? That's how it was relayed to us by someone who has been privy to the transcript.
UN weapons inspectors say they have not found evidence of banned weapons in Iraq, which Iraq denies having, but which the U.S. insists Iraq does have. The U.S. military commander in the Pacific is asking for 2,000 additional troops to back up the 37,000 already stationed in South Korea. CBS News national security correspondent David Martin says the request comes as satellite photos show North Korea could be about to start reprocessing spent uranium fuel rods into weapons-grade plutonium.
Officials caution Secretary Rumsfeld has not yet approved the request and no military action is imminent. But the request for forces is a clear sign the Bush administration is no longer counting on diplomacy alone to handle the building crisis with North Korea.
U.S. intelligence estimates that North Korea has enough uranium on hand to make about 6 nuclear weapons. The nation's top high school basketball player can't play for his team anymore. LeBron James from Akron, Ohio's St. Vincent St. Mary was declared ineligible by the State Athletic Association because he accepted 2 jerseys free from a clothing store. Commissioner Claire Muscaro says wrong is wrong. Even if James doesn't play another high school game, the ruling is unlikely to prevent him from being the #1 selection in June's NBA draft. This is CBS News.
And we're continuing our coverage of the Space Shuttle disaster. That was Steve Knight at CBS News, and I'm Dan Raviv. What's happened is that the Space Shuttle, just about 15 minutes before it was supposed to land in Florida, instead broke up. That was 2 hours ago. Communications were lost at about 9 a.m. Eastern Time, according to the space agency NASA. It's presumed that all 7 astronauts on board are dead. 4 American men, 2 American women, and an Israeli man, the first Israeli astronaut. This mission was coming back from 16 days in orbit. It was supposed to land at 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time. That's usually routine, but not. We're joined by CBS News correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center. First, lay out for me something about, if you will, news coverage, Peter. When there's going to be a landing, reporters kind of have a choice, right? You can stay at your usual base or you can go out to the landing strip. What was happening around that time when the bad news came in?
Well, you're right about that, and the physical layout for those of us at the networks, whether it be CBS, ABC, CNN, whatever, have buildings that are pretty much permanent fixtures here. That's where our broadcast facilities are, and it's necessitated by, of course, the complexities of television. So some of us are here at the press site, while other reporters who perhaps don't have to be live on the air, or the local TVs that are just using microwave trucks to get their signals back to Orlando. Their reporters pretty much are out at the landing strip. That's what the physical layout is like. The landing strip is about 3 miles away from the press site, and also at the landing facility, the shuttle landing facility as it's officially called, a couple of other sections. The NASA people, of course, the team that processes the shuttle once it gets back down on the ground. You've seen, I'm sure, the pictures of all the trucks that surround the shuttle, that kind of thing. And there's also a contingent of VIPs out there. Usually for launch, Dan, we get a list of the VIPs who are here. That doesn't usually happen for landing, just for the simple reason that, let's face it, landing is not as spectacular an event as a launch is, so we get fewer visitors. But the people who usually are here, Dan, they're certainly important. It's usually the families and close friends of the people who were on a particular shuttle flight, and I'm sure there's no doubt that that families and friends were here at the Cape today awaiting news of what happened, and are just frankly, like most of us.
It's such a tragedy.
Yeah, and if I can just add an editorial comment. This is just, in the years that I've covered this program, and I don't go back as far as Challenger, but in the years that I've been a reporter, I think this is possibly my worst day as a reporter. You don't like to see things like this happen, yet we have to report them as we do, the good, the bad, and be objective. But, you know, people here at the Space Center, you know that these people were their friends, that these people were their family, and the astronauts always come back here and make sure to spend time with the people who get the orbiter in the air, who get it up there, just to be able to say, thank you for keeping us safe. Thank you for getting us up there. Thank you for getting us back down. And now that's not going to happen here.
Indeed. Well, it is 10:06 in the morning here on WBBM AM Chicago. And again, you're listening to News Radio 780, the ongoing coverage of the apparent disaster of the Space Shuttle Columbia. And again, we say apparent because we have not received a specific and official word from NASA yet. That's expected to come at about 24 minutes at 10:30 our time, when NASA may make a statement about the fate of the Shuttle Columbia. But again, here in Chicago, there is reaction to the apparent disaster this morning. Joining us on the news line is Freddie Atkins, the head of the Education Department at Adler Planetarium. And Fred, it deals with children who have been in contact with the shuttle throughout its flight. As Fred, I guess you do often when there's a shuttle up, when there are astronauts on board the space station, you use this as part of your educational programs to make sure that school children are fully aware of what we are doing out there in outer space, correct?
Oh, absolutely. We're just devastated here this morning at the Adler. I've been covering this since early this morning. I've been following all the coverage. We have a special gallery here. It's called our Cyberspace Gallery. And what that is a completely electronic gallery where we have been following this entire mission and every mission that basically goes up. We follow it from the launch, and we follow it throughout its entire mission, and we follow it into the landing. And this morning I came here to set up all the screens and everything to get it ready for the landing. And you can see where we stand now. We're pretty devastated.
Well, you know, we do have word, again, this being a Saturday, you may not have so many school children around, but we are getting word that people are beginning to show up at the Adler to perhaps show their sympathy or certainly concern with what's happening so far this morning.
Absolutely. There's it's really hard to explain. There was a hush over the gallery, and a lot of the workers here were coming up, and a lot of our visitors were actually coming in and getting the news as they came in. And we're featuring it. We have 3 big screens that's actually showing NASA's Mission Control Center. And like I said, we were featuring this mission, so we have many presentations in that gallery with the pictures and the bios of these astronauts. And as you guys are all aware of, pretty much, that this is a scientific mission, and we were following that along. And as I heard you just speaking a few minutes ago on the topic, we did make a connection with the ISS space station, and we talked to astronaut Bowersox a few weeks back, and the area children were able to actually talk to him live as the space station went over us here in Chicago. And if you would have seen the faces of these kids just being able to talk to that astronaut, and how much of a thrill that was. So I'm sure that many people are faced with the devastation as much as we are here at the Adler.
Yeah, Fred, 2 other points. I guess one would be, when you talk to these school children, do you explain the potential for danger in this endeavor?
Oh, absolutely. The takeoff and landing, as a matter of fact, are the 2 most dangerous parts of the entire mission. And the children are quite aware as they sit in their seats and watch the Space Shuttle launch, which we show here. As they see that, they realize the potential of dangerous action being taken care of with that. But they also know that what accomplishments the astronauts have done and how important it is to continue the space mission.
I guess the other point would be just that. Now your school kids who may be coming through your doors in the coming weeks need to know, A, about our astronauts that are still up on a space station up there waiting for rescue.
Right. There's 3 up there right now that will, like I was explaining to other people here, yes, we will be sending another launch to get them and get them down safely. We will be doing that. We're not going to abandon them up on the ISS.
Yeah, and probably sooner rather than later, unlike the 86 Challenger disaster, of course, where that grounded the program for quite some time.
Yeah, that's correct. I don't think you'll be seeing that this time.
Well, Fred, very good. Again, keep us up to date with activities outside the Adler Planetarium, if you will. We count on you for this link.
Absolutely. We're here. We're open till 5 o'clock, and we have complete coverage all day long here, and we'll be happy to give any information that is needed.
That's Fred Atkins. He is the head of the Education Department at the Adler Planetarium. Again, imagine if this had been during a weekday where school children from the Chicago area might have been there as they were watching this unfold before their very eyes. Again, early in the morning, as we run down the chronology of events. Again, this happened about 8:16 this morning Chicago time. Roughly 8 o'clock Chicago time is when NASA announced that they lost touch with the Space Shuttle Columbia as it was somewhere over North Texas, doing quite a bit of speed at quite a bit of altitude. Again, as we know now, there have been some eyewitness reports, or ear witness reports perhaps we should say, of some kind of sonic boom or a boom, and then of course pictures of different kinds of streaks of light with debris going down. The NASA began to announce its contingency plans, a very ominous precursor to the fact that they knew something tragic had happened to the Space Shuttle Columbia. We have not had the official announcement. We are waiting for a media briefing that should be coming up soon, probably 10:30 or so our time. We can tell you this, families of the Space Shuttle astronauts have gathered down in Florida, a separate place too, as they wait official word, and maybe they've received official word on the fate of their loved ones. We also should point out, we do have reports that there have been some body parts found in Texas in a debris field. That from a Texas authority north of Dallas, southwest of Dallas as well, during a debris field. And this late development that NASA has lowered its flags to half staff around its complexes, both in Houston and of course in Florida as well. Stay tuned to News Radio 780. Let's go back to the network now for ongoing coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster.
For a moment, you go there as a reporter, you hope for some information, because certainly there in Southern California, that is one of the facilities that represents the space program. And what do you find? It's sort of the JPL employees are hunkered down. They're hard at work, and you get this word that they must be depressed by a tragedy, Jonathan.
Absolutely, and I talked to the security guards when I arrived, and I said, what happened? And he said, we were watching this on TV in our guard pack, and we're just in utter disbelief. And then an immediate page went out to all the employees, and right now it's just a stream of cars arriving here at JPL. Obviously, the employees are avoiding the media, but as he said, when the tragedy was first discovered by NASA, immediately a call-out went to all the employees, and now they are arriving here to work.
Jonathan Chance of KNX, thanks so much, reporting live from Pasadena, California. Let's stay with the Kennedy Space Center and CBS News correspondent Peter King. The Space Shuttle Columbia has been lost. We can see that, but it's not been officially confirmed. Even the White House says President Bush is being kept abreast of developments with the Space Shuttle. When are we likely to get official word, for instance, that the astronauts are assumed dead?
Well, Dan, I would imagine that could very well happen in the briefing that's going to happen about 16 or 17 minutes from now, just a few hundred feet from my location here at Kennedy Space Center. I don't know that they're going to say that the crew is dead. I don't recall that they actually said that after Challenger, although certainly judging from the video that you and I have seen, judging from the reports that we have heard, it certainly doesn't look like it was anything survivable. I think if they've got anything to say, it's going to happen just a few minutes from now, and they're not going to do it over the normal mission control circuit that you and I listen to during a space shuttle flight, Dan.
Thanks, Peter King. And as you heard, the space agency does plan to have a news briefing in about 15 minutes at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. These things tend to get delayed. What do we know? Well, we know that Columbia certainly didn't land as scheduled 2 hours ago in Florida. And, well, we know that there's a sense of tragedy in the space agency. Flags at half-mast only in the last few minutes at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, certainly at another facility in California. And Mission Control in Houston keeps putting out these terse announcements that there's an emergency, a space shuttle contingency, but also telling members of the public in Texas that if they should see any pieces of debris, keep your distance, because some of the fuel that's used in the space shuttle can be dangerous. Some of the chemicals that are on board shouldn't be approached, so just tell the police. So this is something that people around Dallas and Fort Worth know, but also off to the east. Let's listen to Mission Control.
In Mission Control, flight controllers are securing all information and data pertinent to the Space Shuttle Columbia's descent from orbit this morning. Communications were lost with the Space Shuttle Columbia as it flew above north central Texas en route to a planned landing at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida at 8:16 a.m. Central Time for touchdown. Communications were lost at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time this morning, as Columbia was at an altitude of approximately 200,000 feet, traveling at a speed of about 12,500 miles per hour. Search and rescue teams in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and along other portions of the route of Columbia have been alerted. Any reports of debris that may be associated with the Space Shuttle's contingency should be made to local law enforcement authorities. The debris should be avoided as it may be hazardous due to toxic propellants used on board the Space Shuttle. Local law enforcement authorities are in touch with NASA search teams, and reports of debris should be directed to those authorities.
That's the voice of Mission Control, James Hartsfield.
Will be released as it becomes available. This is Mission Control, Houston.
As you're hearing, it's that usual terse tone that NASA has, just the facts. They're unhappy facts. See if we can get a little bit more from reporter Aaron Katersky of CBS Radio affiliate KTRH. You're at the Johnson Space Center there in Houston. In addition to what Mission Control says, what's the mood like around there, Aaron?
It is hectic and it is tense. There is a fair amount of security around here anyway, Dan, and as you can imagine on a day like this where there is just a steady stream of Johnson Space Center employees coming in, the security officers are terse, they are short, they are abrupt, but as NASA often is, they are methodical and they are handling the situation as best they can, keeping a grim but a game face on. But you can see in their eyes and in the employees here who have gone through this before 17 years ago with Space Shuttle Challenger that there is something horribly wrong, Dan.
NASA is an agency where they love to keep to schedules. They have precise times that a spacecraft will enter orbit, of course, a precise time for a landing. And when just a little something goes wrong, that means something big has gone wrong. No question about it, Aaron. I guess we've lost Aaron.
I've been saying they are a methodical agency, and they do plan and plan and plan, and so you can see now that there is something amiss. We are watching Mission Control. There is just a flurry of activity at times, and we are expecting answers somewhat soon. We know, according to officials here, that members of Johnson Space Center's team have been huddling with folks from the Kennedy Space Center and from Washington. That meeting beginning about a half an hour ago, and we do expect a briefing a little bit later on this morning.
Aaron Katersky of CBS Radio affiliate KTRH at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. We hope that we will be hearing more from the space agency. A news briefing's been scheduled about 12 minutes from now at 11:30. CBS News correspondent Peter King, you're at the Cape. You're at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. This briefing, is it going to be there, or would it be at Mission Control in Houston?
My understanding that it is going to be here, but there may be participation from Mission Control from people in Houston, because that's where the flight team is. That is where the control of every space shuttle goes to Houston right after the shuttle clears the tower. So I'm not sure if we've got people here who are going to be talking. I'm not sure if we've got people there who are going to be talking. I think we'll find out together. And I want to mention one thing that you talked about meticulous planning and that sort of thing. NASA engineers, I mean, they're a crack flight team that tracks and writes down everything almost to the millisecond that it is supposed to happen. So they knew something was up, not seconds, but maybe even milliseconds after they never heard from Shuttle Columbia again, or after perhaps it suddenly disappeared off radar screens.
I see, Peter. Not just a matter of voice communications, but if the telemetry, the data isn't coming down, something's wrong.
Exactly right.
CBS News correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And he's been with us, live coverage ever since the tragedy occurred. It's been clear now for more than 2 hours that Space Shuttle Columbia has been lost. Bush administration officials say there's no sign terrorism was involved, but throughout the government there's a sense of tragedy, flags being lowered to half-mast. I'm Dan Raviv. More continuous coverage from CBS. Here's a recap.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. 17 years after Challenger, Columbia. Space Shuttle Columbia, the oldest in the shuttle fleet, apparently broke up in flames just minutes before it was due to land in Florida.
Communications was lost with Columbia around 8 a.m. as the orbiter was re-entering the atmosphere over Texas.
NASA's Mike Curry says the shuttle was 200,000 feet over Texas at the time, almost 2.5 hours ago. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood.
If the shuttle broke apart or suffered a catastrophic failure at an altitude of 200,000 feet, which is when they lost communications, the bailout system they have for getting away would not have saved their lives.
Witnesses tell of a loud bang, of rumbling, and seeing debris fall.
I got off the side of the highway and watched it disintegrate a lot of different colors. It looked like a firework going off.
Debris has been reported from north of Dallas to the Texas border with Louisiana. Body parts found as well. 7 crew members were aboard Shuttle Columbia, including the first Israeli astronaut. There was heavy security because of that. But a U.S. official says no threats were made or there's no indication terrorism was involved. NASA has lowered its flag next to the countdown clock to half staff. It was 17 years ago when Shuttle Challenger exploded 73 seconds after liftoff. CBS News Update, I'm Steve Kathan.
I'm Dan Raviv with continuous coverage from CBS News. We're trying to find out why this happened. Space Shuttle Columbia has been lost, and NASA says it will have more details at a news briefing that should begin in about 8 or 9 minutes, but sometimes these things do slip. What the space agency said was that a news briefing would take place at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's now just a few seconds before 11:22. CBS News correspondent Peter King at the Cape. The security around the launch 16 days ago was very tight because there was an Israeli astronaut, because we have a war on terrorism, because there could be action against Iraq soon. We're not even sure why, but how visible was it?
Well, and actually, it's not just this flight, but security has been very, very tight around here ever since the 9/11 attacks. I'll come back to that in just a moment, but there was some visibility. There was a lot that we did not see, but we knew was happening. I mean, reports of ground-to-air missile batteries, that kind of thing that was generally hidden from our view, but were generally assumed and known to be around the area. Extra guards, a lot of extra law enforcement people, not just the NASA security people, but I think 12 local agencies were involved, along with the various government agencies, whether it be NASA, the FBI, and other agencies down here. Nobody, of course, would give out any numbers and tell us how many because they don't want to tip their hand. Extra air patrols, we had the F-15s in the air, but we have had those in the air ever since after 9/11 on launch day. I think the biggest difference I noticed was more guards with automatic weapons at the security checkpoints on the way in. And yeah, some cars were searched and that sort of thing. Nothing more that we were going to do. We're at a high level of security already. And so if they were going to ratchet it up, as they like to say, they certainly weren't going to tell us. But yeah, there were some obvious signs and probably a lot of things that we didn't see.
That's CBS News correspondent Peter King live at the Kennedy Space Center from Florida to Jerusalem. In Israel, there's a sense of tragedy because the first Israeli astronaut has apparently perished. It is assumed that all 7 astronauts aboard Space Shuttle Columbia are dead. One of them, Ilan Ramon, is an Israeli. CBS News correspondent Robert Berger in Jerusalem. What Israeli reaction?
Disbelief, Dan, shock. You know, this was like a fairy tale. The Israelis cheered at the launch. It was a big story. Ilan Ramon was a national hero. And, of course, there was a lot of tension at the launch. People were concerned back then that, well, maybe there would be a terrorist attack. Maybe something would go wrong. Today, it was the Sabbath. It was very low-key. Nothing's gone wrong before on a landing, so people weren't worried. And then when this happened, I was watching the Israeli coverage. They had a clock showing when the shuttle was supposed to land, and suddenly the correspondent stood there. The clock reached 0, and there was no shuttle. And so... then the story proceeded, and we all know what happened. But people just can't believe that this happened, and it had such a promising beginning, such good news after 2 years of violence, war, and terror, and now such a bad ending.
Well, what will Israel do in any way with the investigation? I mean, if there were even suspicion of terrorism, and I must say U.S. officials are discounting that. CBS News just reached an Israeli retired intelligence official who says, nah, there's no way it could be terrorism. But still, the Israeli government likes to find out that sort of thing. One of its Air Force pilots has apparently died today.
Right. I think it's also being discounted here as far as the question of terrorism. But no doubt, Israeli officials will be going to the U.S. and be talking with NASA officials to try and find out what happened to the aircraft, even if it wasn't terrorism.
CBS News correspondent Robert Berger in Jerusalem. We'll hear from you as this day goes on, of course. Now, at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, CBS News correspondent Peter King, the word is that NASA will tell us more. Officially, there's no word that the 7 astronauts are dead. There's no word officially that Space Shuttle Columbia has been destroyed. It's kind of obvious to us. So how's that going to be handled, do you think?
Well, I think they will just come out and tell us what they know, or maybe I should say what they want us to know, just to put it simply. There's a lot that doesn't get told to us, and that's why reporters are here, and I'm sure that we will have a lot of tough, pointed questions asking specifics, but I'm going to assume that they're going to tell us what they know, what they want us to know, and we'll see what happens when we get to questions and answers. I don't think anybody's deliberately trying to hide anything, but I think everybody's trying to be a little bit cautious, which is why some 2.5 hours after this all began, nobody has officially said, as you mentioned, that the crew is dead, that the shuttle broke up, that the shuttle exploded. They always seem to err on the side of caution in that way.
President Bush is returning to the White House from Camp David, Maryland, where he'd gone yesterday after his talks about Iraq with the British Prime Minister Tony Blair. Blair, by the way, returned to London yesterday. He was in Washington for less than 24 hours. Perhaps the most frightening thing we've heard today is what a police dispatcher in Jasper County, Texas, well to the east of the Dallas-Fort Worth area, has told CBS News about what people say they're finding.
We have found an arm and a hand, and there's debris scattered from St. Augustine to Nacogdoches to Jasper County and Sabine.
Referring to eastern Texas. Now, some of these finds are not absolutely confirmed sometimes, and we've even heard about it today. People in the Dallas-Fort Worth area quickly drove to where they saw something on fire, and it turned out to be something else. But that sense of looking for debris, because up in the sky, it's a blue sky, it's great weather, and you have these straight white vapor trails going across the sky because, well, it turns out to be pieces of Space Shuttle Columbia. So no confirmation, as far as I'm concerned, that pieces of the aircraft or of the 7 people who were on board have been found, but some of the police, at least in eastern Texas, think they have found it. We're waiting for a briefing from NASA, the space agency, which tends to be a very, very cautious agency. Here's what's been said so far. An emergency, a space shuttle contingency, which means that everything that was scheduled did not take place as scheduled. Communications lost with Space Shuttle Columbia. At 8 a.m. Central Time. That's the Central Time is used by the Johnson Space Center Mission Control in Houston. So 2.5 hours ago, give or take, communications lost with Space Shuttle Columbia, meaning not only voice communications, no longer were they talking to the mission commander, Rick Husband, but also the data, the telemetry wasn't coming down anymore, apparently without any warning. Space Shuttle Columbia fell apart when these things have happened in airplane crashes. If there's no word at all from the pilot, nothing about an emergency or the gauges going crazy or whatever, there's no warning. Something exploded, something fell apart. These are some of the questions, and we're not going to get all the answers, but we're going to find out, we hope in a few minutes, what NASA, the space agency, knows. CBS News correspondent Peter King, when it comes when it comes to the mood there, those of you who work covering the space program and those who work in the space program and kind of have to handle you in the media, boy, the mood changes. Everything's usually kind of light and lively on a day of a landing. The landing should have been about 2.25 hours ago, and just before that, it turned to tragedy, Peter.
Dan, we should have all almost been to lunch by now, and just talking about griping and moaning about how early we all had to wake up to come on out here to make sure we were here for the landing. I mean, that's just the general nature of reporters, as you well know. But what you have to remember is that, yes, we cover this as reporters and have to have that skeptical bone in us in order to sometimes get the stories that we want, but we're also reminded that we're covering human beings. These are real live people, very much like you and me, from a lot of different backgrounds in the States, around the world, and that's the part that just hits me right now. The 7 people that we saw leave here just over 2 weeks ago, 16 days ago, and we were so looking forward to seeing come back. We're not going to see that. I do want to mention one thing.
Let's get a recap, please, Peter.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. Space Shuttle Columbia broke into pieces descending toward a Florida landing. It's presumed that all 7 astronauts on board are dead. NASA's scheduled to start a briefing any moment. This announcement earlier this morning from James Hartsfield in Mission Control.
This morning at approximately 8 a.m. Central Time, as Columbia was descending toward a landing in Florida. At the time, Columbia was at an altitude of approximately 200,000 feet above north central Texas. No communications or tracking from Columbia has been received by Mission Control since that time.
Television cameras caught the shuttle breaking up as it fell from the sky, and witnesses watched in horror as well.
It started breaking off in pieces, and you could see big hunks of bluish stuff.
Linda Lout in the sheriff's office in St. Augustine, Texas, says it's obvious what happened from what people are seeing on the ground.
We have found an arm and a hand, and there's debris scattered from St. Augustine to Nacogdoches to Jasper County and Sabine.
Besides the 6 Americans, the first Israeli astronaut was on board, Colonel Ilan Ramon. Terrorism expert Alon Ben Meir of New York University has been in touch with Israeli intelligence sources who are all but ruling out any sort of a terrorist attack.
They feel that because the way it happened, the altitude and the speed, that there is no possibility that any kind of missile, any kind of vehicle, or that could actually cause something like this.
Correspondent Mark Knoller says President Bush is driving back to Washington right now.
The president left Camp David by motorcade just a little bit after 11 a.m. Eastern Time. It takes about an hour and 15 minutes for the president to get back to the White House. The reason he is motorcading instead of flying by Marine One is that the weather is inclement.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
And you're listening to coverage of the apparent Space Shuttle Columbia disaster here on News Radio 780 WBBM Chicago.
Almost any minute. More than a half hour ago, NASA said it would have a briefing at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time. It's now 11:33. As you've heard, reports from Texas, from eastern Texas, say debris has been found, maybe body parts. Sometimes those initial reports turn out to be wrong. We can't be absolutely sure. But people, especially police, are searching. CBS News reporter Rob Milford, you're based in Dallas. I guess you've gone out on the search, Rob.
Dan, I am in the vicinity of Palestine, Texas right now, and the media reports we're getting from just everywhere are saying that Palestine, and then just further to the southeast, the town of Nacogdoches, Texas, that could well be ground zero when it comes to this incident. That's Nacogdoches in the neighborhood of about 150 miles due southeast of Dallas. That would be right along the flight track. Again, I heard the shuttle reentry, the sonic boom, just a minute or two after 8 o'clock Central Time, and rushed in to call the desk in New York to let it know that it had passed over. And did not see the vapor trails, did not see the pictures that we have seen so many times now on television. I just chatted with 2 state troopers here. They're getting various reports of debris, but again, further to our east towards Palestine and Nacogdoches, and we are headed that way and probably still a half hour to 45 minutes away. Dan?
Is the public being told in clear ways? Radio stations, for instance, say don't go near this debris if it's come down?
Yeah, especially in these small towns in East Texas. I mean, these are good American small towns. Everybody knows everybody, and they're calling the police at home and waking them up saying, hey, something just hit my house, or there's something in the front yard. One of the radio stations in Nacogdoches is using the term that debris showered on that small town, and they have National Guardsmen. Apparently they had a weekend drill scheduled anyway. The National Guardsmen pressed into service to guard various pieces of debris. One guy at the radio station says, I've got 2 National Guardsmen standing guard in my front yard over a piece of wreckage. And I'll be putting an eyeball on that, as I say, in about 45 minutes. But when you think about that term, showered with debris, that says it all too very well.
CBS News reporter Rob Milford travels safely. Please, we'll be hearing from you later. We can go to the White House now. I first want to say NASA has apparently delayed its intended briefing that should have taken place about now.
Dan?
The delay, probably the space agency gathering more information. We're going to go to the White House, but first, very briefly, to correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center. Go ahead, Peter.
Dan, this briefing is off possibly for an hour, maybe a little bit less, but I just talked with somebody in the press building next door. We have had the release of a statement from NASA, but I'm looking at this right now, and it pretty much looks like everything that they have been saying so far that we have heard this morning from Mission Control. And on the NASA television channel that any self-respectable space geek would have on cable or satellite, there is a graphic up that reads, "Shuttle contingency information will be released as it becomes available." And boy, I'm not sure how long it's been since we've heard any audio coming over from Mission Control. We're looking at a picture of the Mission Control room now with flight controllers looking like they're examining their data and just taking a look at what happened. Again, that briefing, we don't expect that to happen for a few minutes, possibly not until after noon Eastern time, and we'll keep our eyes and ears on it, Dan.
CBS News correspondent Peter King live at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. There is information at the White House where CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer is standing by. Peter?
Dan, we've just spoken with a senior administration official here who says that NASA has taken the lead in the investigation. This is a strong indication, once again, as we've heard, that they do not suspect terrorism, any type of foul play. Otherwise, the FBI or other law enforcement agencies would have been called into the case. President Bush, again, on his way back to the White House from Camp David. We don't have an estimated time of arrival on the presidential motorcade. He's unable to chopper because of heavy fog here in the Washington area. The president has spoken personally with the NASA director, Sean O'Keefe, for the very latest. The president was informed just moments after NASA itself learned of this. Here at the White House, National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice has arrived ahead of the president from Camp David. Rice and Homeland Security Chief Tom Ridge here at the White House. They've been in touch with the Secretary of Defense, of course, with Vice President Cheney and members of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. The phone call from the president to Sean O'Keefe, the head of NASA, came just over 1 hour ago. Now, Tom Ridge, the Homeland Security Secretary, has been in touch with Governor Perry of Texas, also with authorities in Arizona, Louisiana, and New Mexico to talk to them about what is shaping up to be a very widespread and potentially dangerous debris field, Dan. And also, the government has been in contact with Israeli officials at a lower level. The president has not been in touch with the Prime Minister or the Foreign Minister of Israel yet on the loss of Israel's first astronaut, along with the American space travelers today in this tragedy over Texas, Dan.
CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer. Think back, please, to previous presidents you've covered. Moments like these, are there shining moments? Certainly Ronald Reagan and what he would say after national tragedies, including the loss of Space Shuttle Challenger in January of 1986. It's one of those moments that White House speechwriters must be recommending words to President Bush. He'll speak today for sure, wouldn't you say?
Absolutely. We don't have a time on it yet, Dan. As I said, we don't even have a time on when the president will be arriving because of the traffic and so forth in what is a very dismal day, both weather-wise and emotionally here in Washington. But yes, I think back to the day that President Reagan stirred the nation and the world with his words about the Challenger. I think back to the president's own father after a naval accident. I was covering the first President Bush, and of course he was a Navy veteran himself who was shot down in the Pacific in World War II and was very emotional about the loss of Navy lives, and he started recalling one of his crewmates who had been lost in World War II and broke down and cried at a military base that day. But the president will be looked to by the nation and the world
for some sort of comfort. People always turn to the leader. Outside of the White House today, as is always the case, Dan, in a tragedy like this, crowds are starting to gather. They're looking inside, just trying to look for something. And it's always difficult to know exactly what it is that people seek when they gravitate to the White House at a time of tragedy like this.
Across the nation, people are waking up to this bad news. That's CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer. U.S. officials say there is no indication, none at all, of terrorism. And as Peter Mayer just reported, the lead agency in the investigation is NASA, the space agency. If terrorism were really suspected, it would be the FBI and the CIA would be involved. Now, don't get me wrong. Those law enforcement and intelligence agencies, I'm sure, are looking into everything, any possible clue of possible sabotage, anything like that. But officials are saying no, they don't think it was that. They don't know what went wrong, but 7 astronauts have perished. That's not officially said. It's not confirmed. But NASA flags have been lowered to half-mast. The 7 astronauts, 4 American men, 2 American women, and an Israeli man. And we think about the people who died and keep in mind that they are heroes, people who were willing to take a really big risk to advance the interests of the United States in space. This particular mission was for the sake of science experiments. It didn't even dock with the International Space Station, that joint project with Russia and Europe and other countries that's going around the Earth consistently, and it's always manned, by the way. In fact, my colleague, CBS News correspondent Dan Rather, spoke to our space consultant Bill Harwood about this space station. There are still 3 people on board. Let's listen.
Phil, is there any indication that the astronauts aboard the space station know what happened this morning?
I'm sure they do by now, Dan. They live according to GMT, you know, the kind of time they have in London. They're about 5 hours ahead of us. It's late afternoon to them, but I'm sure Mission Control has told them. The Space Station Mission Control Center is literally just down the hall from where the shuttle controllers sit, and I'm quite certain they know what's happened at this point.
Well, for clarity, there are 3 astronauts in the space station. They're due to come back by another shuttle flight, shuttle flight in March.
Correct.
But if for any reason, if for any reason it's determined that the shuttle flight shouldn't go up to get them, they could come back with that Soyuz emergency vehicle that's attached to the space station.
Absolutely, Dan, and they also have quite a few supplies. They always leave the space station with enough supplies on board to last a crew long enough to get past any reasonable shuttle launch delay. So I'm sure they're good as they are today, well into the spring before you would have to start entertaining the possibility of coming home on a Soyuz.
That's Bill Harwood, CBS News space consultant, telling Dan Rather that the 3 astronauts aboard the International Space Station, they're not stuck. They're supposed to be there anyway for a few more months. They can come back to Earth aboard a Russian spacecraft. You have to see that it's definite that the Space Shuttle program will be delayed as an investigation takes place into what happened today. And what happened seems to be the loss of Space Shuttle Columbia. 7 astronauts aboard, 6 Americans, 1 Israeli. And it was visible above parts of Texas and Louisiana. We're getting reports, police believe that some debris, maybe even some body parts, have been found in eastern Texas near the Louisiana border. Rob Perillo is the meteorologist at KLFY in Lafayette, Louisiana. And he took out his video camera and actually saw those vapor trails arcing across the blue sky. Rob Perillo spoke with CBS News correspondent Russ Mitchell.
As we await your video, what can we expect to see on that? What did you see through the lens?
Well, you know, it's unfortunately, I'm an amateur videographer, so it wasn't the best video in the world, but nonetheless, it did indicate a singular plume and then multiple plumes and, of course, fireballs heading in different directions. And, in fact, I did see a little bit of a turn to the northeast on the plume, and I did hear one viewer talk about that as well. A viewer from northeast Texas also described that. So some of it seemed to take a sharp left turn off or turn to the north and east right at the end of when we saw this thing breaking up. A little bit past this point, this is where I picked up watching it, and then as we got in a little bit closer, this is what I saw, and that turn again a little bit off to the east-northeast. There again you see on the National Weather Service radars. In fact, we've confirmed this on not only the Lake Charles radar, but also Shreveport, Fort Polk, and Dallas, the same plume.
That's Rob Perillo, a meteorologist with KLFY in Lafayette, Louisiana. The plume, a plume actually visible on the weather radar. Think about that. You tune into your TV station and you see clouds and rain systems. The plume, as he calls it, part of the debris, apparently, of Space Shuttle Columbia picked up on that radar. At the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, CBS News correspondent Peter King. NASA has apparently delayed its press briefing, but put out a written statement. Peter?
Right. NASA delayed that briefing. It was originally supposed to be about 15 minutes or so ago, but it has been delayed, and I'm understanding at least a couple of hours. They have released a statement, and Dan, I can read through it if you want, but it's pretty much what we've been hearing from Mission Control all morning long, that a Space Shuttle contingency has been declared, that communication was lost with Shuttle Columbia just after, or just about 9 o'clock Eastern Time this morning as it headed toward landing here. It was scheduled, of course, to be here at 9:16. Communication and tracking of the shuttle was lost at 9 at an altitude of about 203,000 feet in the area above north central Texas. The shuttle traveling at about 12,500 miles per hour, Mach 18. That is 18 times the speed of sound, Dan. No communication, tracking information were received after that. Search and rescue teams, of course, added in the Dallas-Fort Worth area and in portions of East Texas. They are under alert. And, of course, people in that area, as we've mentioned, have been told that if they find any debris not to touch it, it may be related to something poisonous or toxic because of the propellants, the fuel that is used aboard the space shuttle. And they are asking that people report any finds to local authorities. And, of course, the contingency, Dan, means all the computer data, everything else has been locked down at Mission Control. And I'm looking at a video image from Houston, the Johnson Space Center of the Mission Control Center, and seeing people just looking at their screens and presumably trying to analyze some of the data. I can't... their backs are to the camera, so we can only presume to know how they must be feeling and the gut-wrenching feeling that they must have. But we also know that they know they have jobs to do, and that job is to try to find out what happened to the 7 astronauts, what happened to Shuttle Columbia. The astronauts were all friends of theirs. They're people that they know, see, train with, rehearse with for months, and in this case, really a good 2.5 years since this mission was assigned. So that's what they're doing now.
CBS News correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center. CBS News reporter Stephen Kaufman, you're in Spokane, Washington, relevant to this story because of the 7 astronauts who died. One of the 6 Americans, payload commander Michael Anderson. Spokane was his hometown. Stephen?
Major Anderson always considered Spokane his home. He graduated from nearby Cheney High School in 1977. Later went on to attend the University of Washington. Anderson often returned to his hometown to speak with school kids about the space program and to share his experiences in space. He was selected for the program by NASA in December of '94, assigned to his first mission about 4 years later.
Stephen, anytime a hometown hears about the loss of a local hero, you start having just waves, really, of information. People come out, family members, people who remembered him in school. So even as a reporter there, you'd expect that, too, about Mike Anderson.
Well, first off, Spokane is not a major city. It's a medium-sized city, very tightly knit. Eastern Washington people are very generous. They're very outgoing. And it's believed his parents, Anderson's parents, still live in the Cheney area. So I'm sure there's going to be a great outpouring of emotion and sympathy here. I mean, this is just the way people are in Eastern Washington.
CBS News reporter Stephen Kaufman, thanks. In Spokane, we'll be hearing from him throughout the day, part of our continuous coverage here from CBS News. Michael Anderson, an Air Force lieutenant colonel, age 43. He's apparently been lost on Space Shuttle Columbia. Mission Commander Rick Husband, the pilot William McCool, should remember these names, Kalpana Chawla, who was an emigre to the United States from India about 15 years ago. David Brown, a Navy man. Laurel Clark, a Navy doctor, that's what she was. And an Israeli named Ilan Ramon, first time that Israel got to send an astronaut up into space, part of cooperation between Israel and the U.S. doing science experiments aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. Again, that space shuttle has apparently been lost. It broke apart about 15 minutes before it was supposed to land. I'm Dan Raviv. We'll have more coverage throughout the day on CBS. Let's get a recap.
CBS News Update.
Again, you're joining News Radio 780 and WBBM. Let's catch
Shuttle Columbia zoom in for a Florida landing. Couldn't believe what they saw.
It started breaking up, and then really it looked to us like it just completely dissolved.
Columbia broke up 200,000 feet over Texas, traveling 6 times the speed of sound, scattering debris throughout the eastern part of the state to the Louisiana border. Over a wide area, says Rob Perillo of CBS TV affiliate KLFY.
A very thick area, very woodsy area, a lot of evergreens in that area, so maybe sometime before debris is completely discovered.
Officials have reported finding body parts, too. John Logsdon, director of the Space Policy Institute at George Washington University, tells CBS News.
If indeed this was a total breakup of the orbiter, there's no way you can train for that, unfortunately. So this was a crew that was as prepared as any crew could be for the things that were under their control.
On board Columbia with 6 Americans, the first Israeli astronaut. CBS's Robert Berger is in Jerusalem.
Israelis are in shock and disbelief, especially because they welcome this story as the first good news in a long time. They cheered at the launch, but now it's like a fairy tale with a bad ending.
There was stepped-up security for this mission, but U.S. officials say there were no threats, no reason to believe this is an act of terror. President Bush has been kept abreast of developments, heading back now to the White House from Camp David. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
And I'm Dan Raviv. Continuous coverage here from CBS News as we await more information from the government. President Bush, as you heard, is on his way back to the White House from Camp David, Maryland, and he's likely to speak today. U.S. officials are telling us that they don't believe terrorism was involved. They don't think this was sabotage, some sort of accident. And we also heard from our correspondent at the White House that the lead agency in the investigation will be NASA, the space agency. If this were possibly terrorism or anything like that, they'd be saying the FBI is the lead agency. And whereas the investigation certainly continues in all directions, some sort of mishap is what apparently occurred. And as for the debris that was seen just going across the sky over Dallas and Fort Worth, also seen in parts of Louisiana and Arkansas up above.
This is Mission Control.
The search
Houston.
for the debris goes on. Let's listen to Mission
NASA
Control live.
Administrator Sean O'Keefe will be available to the media for a press statement planned at 12 noon Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. That statement will be broadcast on NASA television live.
That'll be an hour and 7 minutes from now.
Central Time, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. A media statement by NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe.
Of course, we'd anticipate bringing that to you live.
Has been declared in mission control. Flight controllers continue to secure.
And again, you're listening to more from Mission Control, again restating that they do have an emergency there. You just heard moments ago the announcement that in about an hour and 7 minutes or so, we'll get a statement from NASA. As you're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM in Chicago, ongoing information about the Space Shuttle Columbia. And our local coverage continues as well as moments ago, CBS Network talking about the different astronauts on board the Space Shuttle 7. And we tell you that among those 7 on board the Space Shuttle Columbia is Laurel Clark. We are learning now she is from Racine, Wisconsin, well within our listening area here in the Chicago area. She was helping with more than 80 scientific experiments being conducted during Columbia's mission and is described as a Navy doctor. Again, the 41-year-old Clark had served as a diving medical officer on board submarines and later became a naval flight surgeon. Among her family is an 8-year-old son. She became an astronaut in 1996. Again, her first flight, and no word yet on whether or not that son is down with family members that have gathered now separate from the rest of the media contingent and the onlookers as they were expecting the Shuttle Columbia to land this morning at about 8:16 Chicago time. And that space shuttle never made its landing. Again, just to recap, we've been getting reports of debris fields in and around the southeastern portion of Dallas, Texas, all the way possibly to Louisiana, towns that have seen debris fall over them as the Space Shuttle Columbia broke up as it was going at a high rate of speed at some 200,000 feet in the air, some 12,000 miles per hour over that part of Texas when the Space Command lost touch with the shuttle. Again, that's recapping what we know at this point. Again, expect a press briefing around the top of the hour, around an hour and 6 minutes from now right now, so at about noon our time here in Chicago, when we may know more from NASA again on the apparent Space Shuttle Columbia disaster that looks like has taken the lives of the 7 astronauts on board. Let's now catch up again with CBS coverage of the events.
I mentioned that Sean O'Keefe is here for just about every shuttle launch and every shuttle landing, unlike many of the previous administrators who would come down maybe a couple of times a year for a launch or landing event. I can't remember an event that Sean O'Keefe was not here for. He generally talks to the media after every launch and gives us a really good chance to do Q&A with him after launches, and if he does a briefing after the landing as well. So I can't imagine that he's going to stop, that he won't take questions. That just does not seem to be his style. And you're right, he is a relatively new NASA administrator who just commemorated his first anniversary in office. And there are a lot of people who thought that he was not the wrong guy, who was the wrong guy for the job, because they thought that he was a money guy, but he's turned out to be one of NASA's biggest boosters right now. Dan?
Peter King reporting live from the Kennedy Space Center. John Logsdon, you're director of the Space Policy Institute at the George Washington University. I can give you one quote that's now making news wires all around the world. The Associated Press says, senior U.S. official says Space Shuttle is gone. G-O-N-E, that's the word right now. The Space Shuttle is gone. I guess that's been obvious looking up in the sky over north-central Texas and near the Louisiana border. A sense of tragedy, but what now? What can the NASA administrator explain, John?
Well, I don't think he can explain anything other than a process to get to the root of what happened in this particular mission. And I'm sure he will call for a rethinking and a recommitment to the valuable things that the space program does. I mean, this is a time where Sean will and can exercise some leadership. And you know, it's a horrible situation for anybody close to the program. But that doesn't mean the program should stop.
It actually costs more money. Sorry to bring up money at a time like this. Apparently 7 astronauts are dead today. But there is the reality that it's an expensive program. It needs funding from Congress. It needs the president's support. So after something's gone wrong, there's a money issue. You have to change the systems. You get a long delay and more expenditure.
Yes. I mean, I think the program, both in its symbolic and intangible values and intangible payoffs, has repaid the investment to the American taxpayer many times over the years. And clearly you have to say, are we getting our money's worth from this program? I believe we have been, and we will in the future.
And this particular mission that ended in this tragedy today, it didn't even link up with the International Space Station. It was for science experiments, but they shouldn't be discounted. There's great value in such research.
This was a research-dedicated mission with lots of research, variety of research aboard, research that could only be done in the space environment. Knowledge, it's very hard to put dollar values on new knowledge, but that's what this mission was about.
The O-ring was found to be the bad part when Space Shuttle Challenger blew up just after a launch 17 years ago. Is there a good chance? I know you're not a technical expert. They're probably going to find one small thing that went wrong. These complex systems just sit on every part working right.
Exactly. And, you know, it is very premature to speculate what was the proximate cause of this. But the most likely explanation is one of the many critical items that have to work right for the mission to be successful didn't work. You know, what it was and how that happened, you know, the people that prepare the shuttle for launch go to extreme measures to make sure it's safe. And there's double and triple layers of redundancy. So it's still a system, a complex system owned and operated by humans. So something obviously crept in this time.
John Logsdon, thanks very much, director of the Space Policy Institute at the George Washington University. That's in Washington, D.C. We expect to hear more from the administrator of NASA, Sean O'Keefe, who took over at the space agency quite recently. He says he'll give a press statement, so he'll speak to the news media at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida in about 1 hour. They say that'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll, of course, bring it to you live here on CBS News, on radio and television. Right now, the news wires are alive with the confirmed word Space Shuttle Columbia broke apart, all 7 astronauts dead. It's horrible news. We expect to hear from President Bush today as well. He's returning to the White House from Camp David, Maryland. I'll have a lot more coverage from CBS News. It's a few seconds now before 12 noon Eastern Time, 9 a.m. on the West Coast. Let's get the latest from CBS.
CBS News, I'm Steve Knight. The space shuttle is gone. The words from a senior U.S. official just moments ago. 7 astronauts died from a tragedy with the Columbia. It was streaking toward landing at 12,500 miles an hour when it lost communication with NASA.
The last communications with the Shuttle Columbia during its descent from orbit were at about 8 a.m. Central Time as it was descending through the atmosphere.
NASA postponed a briefing that had been scheduled to start about half an hour ago. It will start instead about an hour from now. The agency released a statement saying a space shuttle contingency has been declared. People in Texas heard and saw that something was wrong when Columbia flew overhead.
We saw like flashes of gold and silver, and then we saw what we thought were large parts, more or less, coming off of it.
Not long after that, police dispatchers received reports of human remains being found. Linda Lout from Jasper County, Texas.
We have got every possible person we can have out hunting debris. Like I said, it's scattered all over 3 counties or 4. So it's quite a job.
President Bush has been briefed on the tragedy. Let's go live to the White House and CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer.
Steve, a senior administration official says there is no evidence of terrorism or foul play in this space tragedy. As a full government investigation opens, President Bush is motorcading back to the White House from Camp David. The president has spoken with NASA Administrator O'Keefe. Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge has called officials in Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, and New Mexico to discuss the potentially dangerous debris field from the shuttle catastrophe. Live at the White House, Peter Mayer, CBS News.
When it appeared there was a tragedy in space, NASA lowered the flags at Mission Control to half staff. CBS News correspondent Peter King has watched many shuttle landings. He spoke with John Logsdon, a space policy analyst at George Washington University.
Astronauts train for a lot of different kinds of failures from launch here at the Cape. They train for various abort scenarios that would bring them back here, that would take them overseas, that would even land them at some other domestic runways should they not be able to make a safe landing at the normal sites. How much do they train for an emergency during re-entry, and what kinds of things do they go through?
Well, I'm sure that they train for every conceivable contingency that gives them some chance to escape. If indeed this was a total breakup of the orbiter, there's no way you can train for that.
This was the 28th flight for Columbia. Jacqueline Marino, who used to work at Mission Control, says landing is always risky.
Usually the fire panels are on the bottom of the shuttle, and the shuttle comes in kind of on its belly, and if it's at the wrong angle, the extreme heat can cause damage to the shuttle itself.
Shortly after Columbia lifted off on January 16th, a piece of insulating foam on an external fuel tank came off and was believed to have hit a left wing, but they didn't think it was dangerous. This is CBS News.
That's Steve Knight, and I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing CBS News coverage of a tragedy. Only a few minutes ago did a senior federal government official confirm that Space Shuttle Columbia is gone. That's the quote from this official. It's gone. He asked to remain anonymous at this point. A statement from the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, NASA, is expected from NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe at 1 p.m. Eastern, just over 55 minutes. This federal official, however, who's unnamed, says debris from the shuttle apparently spread across Texas, some other states, parts of Louisiana. In Arkansas, officials have told to be on the lookout, too. And, well, some of that debris has been positively identified as part of the shuttle. Of course, there wasn't that much mystery about that ever since the shuttle disappeared off radar screens. And even the weather radar, say in western Louisiana, picked up these trails, apparently of debris coming across the sky. People in Dallas and Fort Worth looked up. Gorgeous blue sky today, yet there were these white vapor trails, lines going across. And the debris field itself could go on really for a very large area, so a large search will begin. We'll get to that in a moment. I want to mention the names of the 7 people who died this morning. 7 people who, quite voluntarily, were taking a huge risk to be part of the space program. They'd been orbiting for 16 days aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. The mission commander, Rick Husband, an Air Force colonel from Amarillo, Texas. He'd only been in space one other time and already was named mission commander. A lot of people say that shows just how good that former test pilot was as an astronaut. He'd been selected to be part of the space program 9 years ago. It does take a long time before your chance to go up into space comes up. And he had a lifelong passion to go to space, to fly, loved singing too. Commander Rick Husband, age 45. He's apparently gone. The pilot on the mission, William McCool, also dead. There are 2 pilots on each mission, one of the 2 pilots. William McCool, 41 years old, a Navy commander, father of 3 sons. In the Naval Academy class at Annapolis, Maryland in 1983 on graduation, he graduated 2nd, number 2 in his class. Astronauts tend to be some of the best when they're taken from the U.S. military. William McCool grew up in Lubbock, Texas. Again, he was 41 years old. Payload Commander Michael Anderson. He was 43, an Air Force man, in fact, the son of an Air Force man. He grew up on military bases. Mike Anderson was from Spokane, Washington. He was a lieutenant colonel in the Air Force. He was in charge of the dozens of science experiments aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. Mike Anderson would tell interviewers he was always fascinated by science fiction shows. He loved Star Trek and Lost in Space. Apparently he lost his life today during the re-entry of Space Shuttle Columbia. Payload Commander Mike Anderson of the Air Force. He was 43. A woman named Kalpana Chawla. She was a 41-year-old engineer. She moved to the United States from her native India in the 1980s. She wanted to design aircraft. She told interviewers that she didn't think about the space program. How could she be an astronaut? But she was chosen for the space program 9 years ago after working for NASA at the Ames Research Center. They thought it would be a great idea to have her up in space with her expertise. And in fact, she was up in space in 1996. Sorry to say, Kalpana Chawla, most reports say, made some minor mistakes that sent a science satellite tumbling out of control. In that mission in 1996, 2 other astronauts had to go out on a spacewalk to capture the satellite. But Kalpana Chawla was deeply committed to her engineering work. She was working on some of the science experiments as well aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. Again, Kalpana Chawla was 41. David Brown was a Navy man, a doctor, a physician aboard. David Brown was a varsity gymnast at the College of William and Mary. And one day he got a phone call, do you want to join the circus? A lot later in life, of course, after joining the Navy, he learned he could be an astronaut. He was chosen by NASA 7 years ago. David Brown, Dr. David Brown of the Navy, this was his first space flight.
WBBM News Time, it's 11:07. You've been listening to continuing coverage from CBS on the Columbia tragedy here. We'll now switch to KRLD radio station, a CBS affiliate in Dallas-Fort Worth area. They have been talking to people who've witnessed some of the debris falling and also seeing some of the trails in the sky here. Right now they're talking to a Professor Don Seth, University of Texas Arlington professor of aerospace engineering, talking about one of the astronauts on board, Kalpana Chawla. So let's join that.
Biography on the UTA website that she was always interested in aerospace and flying, and that is why she came here, to become a qualified flight instructor. She holds a commercial pilot's license as well. All of that, all of those interests and all of that was very apparent back then.
Not the flying part. I think she got interested in that later. I don't think she was taking flying lessons or anything at that time.
Very interesting. Had you run into her after she received her master's and moved on?
Yes. When she came back for a visit after her first flight, which I think was in '97, wasn't it? Do you have that listed?
First flight was '97. That's correct.
And she came back to the campus and talked to students and faculty, and also left a plaque with pictures from her first flight.
All right. Again, we're talking about Kalpana Chawla. She is one of the 7 astronauts on board the Shuttle Columbia, which has apparently broken apart upon re-entry. Kalpana Chawla received her master's degree from the University of Texas at Arlington back in 1984. Don Seth was one of her professors there at UTA and has joined us on the KRLD Newsline. Don, thank you very much for your time.
Well, I also want to say it's quite a tragedy, and we really feel badly about this happening. I hope it doesn't impact their space program that drastically.
All right, Don, thanks very much.
Okay.
11:10 right now at KRLD, and we've got Brad Barton back with us. Brad, anything new out of there?
Well, we're watching this debris cloud get just a little bit wider. We're also monitoring the amateur radio operators who are assisting the military and the local authorities along the Texas-Louisiana border in terms of search and rescue. This is one of those contingencies that has never been played out in 42 years of U.S. space flight, any sort of a disaster upon re-entry and landing. Now, the Soviets had very difficult, very tragic experience with that prospect back in the 60s. But in the United States, we've never had a problem with landing or re-entry or splashdown. But there are contingency plans that have always been, on the shelves in police stations and county sheriff's departments and amateur radio operators and such, and they've all, they've dusted off those plans, and they are moving. The space shuttle is moving over 12,000 miles an hour, 40 miles up. This debris cloud may well be filled with particles, maybe not any larger than large ashes or flakes or things like that of delaminated material.
We had a caller earlier, in fact, who was down in Deep East Texas and was describing a piece of debris that he was looking at that he said it was like a piece of aluminum about 3 inches by 3 inches.
That may be one of the larger pieces, actually. You and I both covered some plane crashes and seen some of the pictures, and it's amazing. You don't see any massive chunks. You see little flakes, looks like little pieces of paper all over from the aluminum, let's say, on an airliner skin. Of course, it's far more exotic materials with the space shuttle. So what we're seeing is a debris cloud that is continuing on course toward. It's now reached south of Alexandria, Louisiana, and it's tending just to follow. It looks like the momentum of the space shuttle, where something went wrong right over the Dallas-Fort Worth there about 8 o'clock. Over 3 hours ago now.
Quite possibly this happened directly over the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and the momentum has carried the debris on down into Deep East Texas, and as you said, into Louisiana.
Of course, rescuers are in those areas right now, so they're actually under this falling debris. But from what I can tell on the radar, as thin and fluffy and feathery as these images appear, that these are very tiny floating pieces of debris that are floating very slowly to the ground.
And as you said, nothing like this has ever happened before. There have been fires on the launch pad in the Apollo program. Of course, the Challenger in 1986, that was about 1 minute, 13 seconds into that flight, happened over the Atlantic Ocean. But something like this.
Three hours later, we're still watching the debris.
WBBM News Time now. It's 13 minutes after the hour. You've been listening to continuing coverage of the Shuttle Columbia tragedy and its crew of 7. Again, one U.S. official saying today that the Shuttle Columbia is gone. Debris has been strewn from Louisiana and Texas, and also authorities in other parts in Arizona, maybe Oklahoma, have been put on the alert to watch for debris at this moment. We've been getting reaction from Dallas-Fort Worth, as you've heard on KRLD, and also CBS has been doing its part as well, and we're trying to get local reaction as well. Chicago's Adler Planetarium has also been tracking the shuttle mission over the last 2 weeks. WBBM's Julie Mann is with us. She spoke with the planetarium's head of its education department, and she joins us with more on that story.
Well, Freddie Atkins is with the Space Education Department. He's not actually the head at the Adler Planetarium. He has been tracking Columbia's mission, science mission, with a special gallery called Cyberspace, where they've been following every launch and landing of each space shuttle. He says there is a live feed from Mission Control where visitors to the planetarium had the chance to see the shuttle crew working on the science experiments on Columbia. Atkins says there was a sinking feeling when word came in that the shuttle communication had been lost and then debris had been spotted in Texas.
Particularly, as probably we all would say, it took me right back to 1986 and the shuttle disaster of the Challenger. And as you can see, I've been running around like crazy all morning here. It's just been nuts. We have the live NASA TV feed, and we also have the satellite feed of the local networks. And we've been jumping back and forth and also using the internet here in cyberspace to keep us updated, and we're absolutely devastated. Our visitors are coming in, and they want all the information we can give them.
He says in monitoring the mission on a daily basis, Atkins says Space watchers at the Adler Planetarium noticed nothing in the transmissions between NASA and the shuttle crew members during the course of their mission that could have predicted such a tragic end. He also believes the space program will go on, in his words, because it has to, because of the people on board the International Space Station. We also moments ago got off the phone with North Shore Republican Congressman Mark Kirk, who is on military duty at the Pentagon, weekend duty at the Pentagon. He also called the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia today devastating. He says there will be safety reviews and that basically this crash, though tragic, will not compromise the U.S. leadership role in the space program. He says, again, that program can't stop because of our commitment to the International Space Station. He also says the incident involving Columbia today reemphasizes the dangers of space travel and the heroic efforts of the space crew who command those space shuttles and work on those space shuttles. Again, those are comments from North Shore Republican Congressman Mark Kirk. Keith, back to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Julie. As far as inspections and other information that you mentioned about Columbia, it was the oldest vehicle in the shuttle fleet, the first to enter Earth's orbit back in 1981. The latest voyage was to be the 28th in orbit. It had gone through about 50 modifications, according to officials, including the addition of carbon brakes, improved steering, and enhancement of its heat protection system. This morning, NASA says it lost contact with the spaceship while it was at an altitude of about 40 miles, traveling at 6 times the speed of sound. Now let's go back with Dan Raviv in CBS News.
Of Texas, debris coming down onto Texas and apparently Louisiana. That was the story of Michael Anderson, a lieutenant colonel in the United States Air Force. He died today. We turn to the Kennedy Space Center and CBS News correspondent Peter King. When are we likely to get a lot more information from NASA, Peter?
Well, Dan, it's really hard to say how much more information we are going to get, but I can tell you that Administrator Sean O'Keefe is here, as he is for just about every shuttle landing and launch event, and he's scheduled to give a statement coming up at about 43 minutes, 1 o'clock Eastern time, and I'm going to assume that he will take questions because that is his style. He's never been one to just walk into a room, read a statement, and then get out. So we will learn what he has to say in about 43 minutes.
Sean O'Keefe has been administrator of NASA for, what, just a few months? I remember Daniel Golden as being the administrator for a long time.
Actually, Sean O'Keefe has been aboard just over a year, and there was a lot of controversy within the space community about Sean O'Keefe coming aboard because he came from the Office of Management and Budget, and NASA is an agency that many thought was definitely financially spiraling out of control with the International Space Station cost overruns, other budget problems with the shuttle program, and so on and so forth. But he's gotten pretty high marks from a lot of people for getting the agency on one accounting procedure, getting the costs back in line, streamlining a bit. He's ruffled some feathers. There have been a lot of changes in the administration, as of course that is always going to happen when you get a new guy in charge. But for the most part, he's gotten pretty high marks, and we see him here at Kennedy Space Center, Dan, more than I think we ever saw Dan Golden, who would come down a few times a year, but did not nearly have this kind of working relationship with the media and perhaps not even with the employees who are right here.
His relationship with Congress may be key now, though, Peter, because after today's disaster, another space shuttle destroyed, apparently some sort of accident or mishap, he has to make a case for continuing the space program, for funding the investigation, the correction, the repair, whatever changes have to be made to the shuttlecraft that remain.
Well, Dan, there's a pretty good reason for continuing the space program, certainly the manned program, and that is that we have been up there for more than 40 years. We have 3 astronauts who are aboard the International Space Station. There are contracts and agreements to live up not only with the Russians but with other countries. I believe 16 in all that have to be lived up to. So I don't see that this could possibly be an end to the space program, the manned program. There certainly are a lot of things that will have to be answered, though, before they launch another shuttle, and I don't even want to begin to speculate how long that could be. With Challenger, it was 2.5 years. When we had the Apollo fire back in 1967, it was 1.5 years before they flew the first Apollo spacecraft after that. I won't even start to speculate as to how long it might be.
The horrible mood reminds us of the day that Challenger blew up. in the sky after launch, January 28, 1986. And once again, it's expected that the President of the United States will speak. George W. Bush is returning to the White House from Camp David, Maryland. And U.S. officials confirm this tragedy's occurred. Columbia's lost. I'm Dan Raviv. Let's get a recap.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. Shuttle Columbia is gone. The grim description from a senior U.S. official with the 7 crew members, 6 Americans and 1 Israeli killed just a few hours ago when the shuttle broke up over Texas.
We saw something up in the sky, and it looked like it was just, there was a spark coming out the back of it.
Residents report debris from north of Dallas east to the Louisiana border, with NASA warning about toxins that could pose a danger.
The location of any possible debris should be immediately reported to local authorities, who will be in contact with NASA and Air Force search and rescue personnel.
There is shock at the Kennedy Space Center, where workers had hoped to be celebrating a successful return of the crew by now. CBS's Peter King is there.
There is a flagpole out by the countdown clock. It has the big numbers that count down to liftoff, that also count down to landing. That flag has been moved to half staff.
At the White House, CBS News correspondent Mark Knoller says President Bush has been following the fast-moving news.
The president was at Camp David when he first got word that something had gone wrong with the shuttle mission. Before returning to the White House, he spoke by phone with NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe. And the White House says that NASA has been designated the lead agency in the investigation of what happened. A senior official says there's no reason to believe terrorism was a factor.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
This is WBBM News Radio 780, Chicago.
From CBS News, on a day that's a tragic day, 7 astronauts lost aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. It was supposed to land just over 3 hours ago at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. But in the skies over Texas, it broke apart for some reason. I know in Israel this mission was closely watched because there was an Israeli astronaut on board, the first Israeli astronaut. He was an Air Force man named Ilan Ramon, an Air Force colonel. CBS News correspondent Robert Berger in Jerusalem. I even read that Ramon's father was being interviewed on Israeli TV at just the moment that this happened. And Ramon has a wife and 4 kids. They had moved to the Houston area during his NASA training. A strong personal story, but I guess for all of Israel, this is deeply felt.
Right. I think the point of the father being on TV is important. You know, everything was very normal. It's the Sabbath day here, very relaxed. There was a lot of hype and joy at the launch. There was a lot of concern at the launch, but everything had gone so smoothly that no one was really watching this that closely. Nobody expecting something like this to happen. So the father was on TV talking. In fact, his wife was on TV as well shortly before this happened, and things were sort of normal. And then suddenly came the news, and of course everyone in shock. And now the Sabbath is over, so the news is sinking in here. Everybody is starting to hear about it, gathering around TV sets, listening to the radio. Here's what one woman on the street, Salit Ruveni, had to say.
What happened is really painful to us. The loss of Ilan Ramon is a real national tragedy. He was a great personality, a special personality.
Ramon was a kind of national hero. He was in the Air Force. He bombed the Iraqi nuclear reactor 20 years ago. He put Israel on the map of international space exploration. And perhaps most important of all, Dan, he brought some good news to Israel. Now, though, this fairy tale has a bad ending.
CBS News correspondent Robert Berger live in Jerusalem. Let's turn to the mayor of Amarillo, Texas, Trent Seisman. First, thanks very much for joining us here on CBS, Mr. Seisman.
Thank you. It's Sizemore.
Sizemore, thanks so much. Now, one reason we wanted to speak to you is because the mission commander, the lead astronaut aboard Space Shuttle Columbia, Air Force Colonel Rick Husband, I understand that he's from your town. By any chance, did you know him?
Yes, I did. In fact, Commander Husband had invited my daughter and me down to be with the family at the shuttle launch, and so we were down there on January 16th, and he was planning to come to Amarillo in a celebratory time. I talked to his wife 2 or 3 times this last week, and we're very proud of Commander Husband in Amarillo. We're proud of what he did. I know it's a dangerous job, and that's all come to light, but we in this city are proud of him. Our prayers go out to his wife and his family, and I'm thankful to have known him. I'm thankful to have called him a friend.
It is a fabulous thing when there's a local hero. And in many parts of the country, people forget that going into space is extremely exciting. And the fact that you got to be at that launch 16 days ago, and here's a local hero going up, that must have been a great day.
It was a great day, and as I said, we were proud of Commander Husband. We're proud of all the astronauts and all those that have gone before him. And I'm a pilot myself, and every time you sit in the seat of an aircraft, you know that there are inherent dangers, and especially when it's a mission like a space shuttle launch. And so we know that he probably had trepidation as he went, but I do know that right before the liftoff, he gave all the glory to the Lord for the great day and the good weather. And so it's very heart-wrenching for us here in this city because he was so close to so many of the people here.
Mayor Sizemore, yes, go ahead.
I spoke with his wife's parents just a moment ago, and it's just the tragedy has really hit home, as it has with many Americans today.
Mr. Mayor, do you know whether Commander Husband and his wife had children?
We have not spoken about that, and that was something they kept private between them, and so he and I never spoke about his children, so I don't know.
And this morning, when you heard about this, I can imagine that anyone in Amarillo, Texas, especially if they knew that Commander Husband was from your city, would look up in the sky, in part because we heard that in some parts of Texas, you could actually see the tragedy unfold, but I suppose also in prayer. Did you look up?
Yes, I did. I was, in fact, this morning, while I was working out, I was praying for the shuttle crew. And I'd looked up the last few days. He's come over at 6:35 in the morning over Amarillo, so I tried to catch a glimpse of the shuttle as he went by. And so, yes, my prayers were with him throughout the mission, and I know that he was coming home, but he is home with the Lord now, and so you never know what life holds. The Bible says, "Whereas you know not what shall be on the morrow, for what's your life? It's a vapor that appeareth for a little while and then vanish away." And he definitely was a bright star in Amarillo's past, and he will continue to be remembered for many years to come in this city, and we will honor him.
Mr. Mayor, every morning when you'd look up to try to catch a glimpse of your local hero, what did that look like at 6:35 in the morning? Kind of like a star?
Yes. I mean, it's just a satellite. It looks like a satellite going by. I mean, when they're traveling at 17,000 miles an hour, it doesn't take long to cover the Texas Panhandle.
Right, and it would cross your sky like a star. And you didn't catch sight even of the last orbit this morning, did you?
I didn't.
But you looked up, as we said, out of respect, out of curiosity, and in prayer.
Yes, sir.
Trent Sizemore, the mayor of Amarillo, Texas, thanks again for joining us this morning. Our condolences to the city, indeed to the nation.
Thank you.
Just a sense, a small slice of the tragedy that people all across the country will feel. This morning, 6 Americans and 1 Israeli died. They'd been aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. They'd orbited the Earth for 16 days doing science experiments, trying to advance humankind's knowledge of everything that's all around us. These people were very committed, and they're gone. Do we have CBS News correspondent Peter King at Kennedy Space Center? I know the NASA administrator is supposed to speak in about half an hour. There's no way he's going to be able to explain the accident or the cause, Peter.
Well, no, of course, because it's very, very early, and there are literally reams and reams and reams of data to be gone through, Dan. But, I'm sure that he'll talk about what they know, what they feel they can talk about. The last thing you want is any wild speculation and anything that would just seem to be off kilter. I think that's the last thing they want right now. And you also have to remember with this horrific accident that everybody here at the Cape, at Johnson Space Center, all the other NASA centers, the friends, the families, please let's not forget the families, they're all grieving too. So that all has to be addressed.
CBS News correspondent Peter King at the Cape. Officials there and in Washington and elsewhere are ruling out sabotage or terrorism. It enters the mind in part because there was an Israeli astronaut on board. But officials are saying, for instance, this was way above the range that any surface-to-air missile could reach or anything like that. There's no way anyone could smuggle a bomb on board. The reported altitude of Space Shuttle Columbia, when it was last on the screens, was 200,000 feet. That's about 38 miles in the sky. It apparently broke up high over Texas. People in Dallas and Fort Worth looked up and saw a vapor trail. And now we do have reports from some police agencies on the border between Texas and Louisiana that debris has been found. Well, one report spoke of body parts. It's not quite confirmed, but a federal official does confirm that some of the debris is definitely linked with Space Shuttle Columbia. That is the confirmation that Columbia is gone. That was the word used by an official. President Bush has arrived back at the White House. He was at Camp David, Maryland. He's spoken with the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe. We expect to hear from O'Keefe in a public appearance in about half an hour or so. We'll bring that to you live, of course. And throughout the day, continuous live coverage from CBS News. I'm Dan Raviv. Time for a recap.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein. It's gone, says a senior government official. Space Shuttle Columbia broke up in descent over Texas. Linda Lout is in the Sheriff's Department in St. Augustine.
It's scattered all over 3 counties or 4, so it's quite a job.
Also found body parts. Correspondent Dan Rather says all 7 astronauts aboard Space Shuttle Columbia are presumed dead.
A senior U.S. official says there is no hope for either the shuttle or its crew of 7.
Larry Watley in the Dallas area saw the shuttle come down.
I could see a big fireball that came off the shuttle, and it didn't look right because I've seen that thing land 3 or 4 times.
Aboard the shuttle, the first Israeli astronaut, Colonel Ilan Ramon. Correspondent David Hawkins is in Tel Aviv.
His family, his wife and 4 children were in Texas to meet him. His father was here in Israel watching the return on television. Like many other Israelis here, Israel's in a state of shock.
Terrorism expert Alon Ben Meir of New York University has spoken with Israeli intelligence sources who say terrorism is unlikely. It would have been all but impossible, for example, to plant an explosive device aboard the shuttle.
They don't feel that any terrorist group has this type of technical and logistic capacity to penetrate and be able to plant it and get out.
President Bush is just back to the White House from Camp David. Correspondent Peter Mayer is with us live. What are you hearing, Peter?
The president will confer with his national security team now, Howard. He is expected to address the nation later today. A senior official says there's no evidence of terrorism. Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge is also here at the White House. He's called officials in Texas, Louisiana, Arizona, and New Mexico to discuss potential dangers from shuttle debris. Howard?
In about half an hour, we're going to hear from NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe. CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ahrens.
And I'm Dan Raviv with continuing coverage from CBS News. Right now it's 12:33 p.m. in the Eastern Time Zone. In the Central Time Zone, 11:33, 10:33 Mountain, 9:33 on the West Coast. On a Saturday, Americans are waking up to this shocking and terrible news. The Space Shuttle Columbia broke apart on re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. It was supposed to land this morning. It had been in orbit for 16 days. It broke apart high over Texas, an altitude of about 38 miles when the last reported when NASA lost communications. 200,000 feet is 38 miles up in the sky and over Texas. Some people in the Dallas and Fort Worth area could look up and see these vapor trails. A shocking sight. James Milford, the Milford Barber Shop in downtown Nacogdoches, Texas. He says the shuttle broke apart near his town. There's debris everywhere, he says. The first thing that happened was a loud boom.
Heard the sound go over, and I thought it was a jet. So did everybody else. Some of them went outside, and a couple of people called me and asked me what was happening, and I told them I thought it was a jet. But then one of the DPS officers called me back and told me that what it was a shuttle. And then I got a scanner in here, and I got
also it would have little.
They're just calling in everybody all over Nacogdoches County from Sharina to Douglas, finding pieces and parts of that shuttle that blew up. And
fell in backyards. They're telling you to stay away from it, don't touch it, stay 10 feet from it. A lot of people have touched it and they're having tingling in their hands and not feeling well. My mother-in-law was one of them that touched it, and I just called her and told her to go to the hospital. And that piece that she found is about a block behind the shop, which is still over there. And I called the police. They've got somebody over there holding, keeping somebody from getting around it.
James Milford, who owns a barber shop. Now, if you listen there, this could be just barber shop talk. I don't mean that anyone is fibbing. It's not that. Just on a panicky morning like today, there's word that from space, debris has come down. The space shuttle fell apart, and people report debris. And indeed, there's an official announcement: stay away from any of the debris, because some of the fuel used by the space shuttle can be dangerous. So now you get a barbershop owner saying his mother-in-law might be sick from having touched the debris. Well, that's the kind of talk going on in some of these small towns in Texas. People just want to help. They just want to do the right thing. And the word is going around to stay away from those little pieces.
WBBM News Time, 11:35. You're listening to continuing coverage of the Shuttle Columbia tragedy here. We're switching between CBS and also our affiliate KRLD Radio in Dallas-Fort Worth. We'll now try to go to them and see if there's any other information or any more word from eyewitnesses.
As well as the debris could maintain the temperature. So there is a slight danger, a remote danger of also people being burned by trying to pick up charred remains of any of the debris. So that's what Dr. Idris had to say. He also wanted to mention from NASA. NASA, this comes directly from NASA, is asking people please not touch the debris for other reasons, and that's forensic reasons. They are trying to piece together what happened. This will be an extensive investigation and will require that whatever debris is there not be disturbed. So that is the word from NASA, from Dr. Idris.
That is Peggy Pico with CBS 11. Peggy, thanks so much.
Mm-hmm.
And again, almost from the beginning, NASA has been saying that if you come across any of this debris, do not touch it. And now you're hearing why. A lot of it could, in fact, be toxic, some of those toxic fuels on board the shuttle, and there's a lot of debris coming down, too. The bigger pieces, the closer you are to the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and then as you go on towards the southeast, you get the smaller pieces, the confetti-like debris and the ash on into Louisiana. Ralph Baker joins me now in studio, and speaking of debris, Ralph, you had a chance to speak with someone who had a pretty large piece fall in their backyard. Is that right?
Yes, that is, and we lost them for just a moment. We'll get them right back, and we'll talk about them. It was a large size piece.
Where was that?
This is in Nacogdoches, and
okay.
We'll find Steve Tyndall here in just a second and come back with what he has to say.
Okay, well, that would follow along with what we're saying, because Nacogdoches is on our end, if you will, of this debris trail, and that is where the larger pieces would be falling. We've got reporters all over deep East Texas, which is where this debris has been coming down, the debris from the Shuttle Columbia. Just to recap, upon re-entry, right over the Dallas-Fort Worth area at about 8 o'clock this morning, something happened. NASA lost communication with the shuttle, declared an emergency. That's the status of things right now. In fact, we have had no confirmation from NASA that the shuttle has come apart and that lives have been lost, but it is becoming increasingly obvious that is what's happened. We're going to hear it officially from NASA in about 20 minutes, and we will have that news briefing for you live right here on KRLD. But apparently the shuttle did come apart upon re-entry over the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and at 40 miles up, about 200,000 feet up at the time, and traveling at 6 times the speed of sound. So the momentum has carried that debris deep into East Texas. The debris trail, if you will, begins around Athens. You go down to Jacksonville. There have been numerous reports of debris falling, big pieces of debris in the Lufkin-Nacogdoches area, Alto, Douglas, Rusk. And then on down into the Angelina National Forest. You get over to Toledo Bend Reservoir, debris there. Hemphill, that's in Sabine County, right on the Louisiana line. A lot of debris, and it is extending on, as Brad Barton said, almost on all the way down to Baton Rouge now. Is that right, Brad? We got Brad Barton joining us here from the KRLD Weather Center.
Yeah, we're still watching this debris cloud. Again, probably just particulate matter, suspended particulate matter, if you want to be technical about it. It's not so much caught up in the jet stream as it is, although we do have kind of a northwesterly flow aloft to some extent over part of the country. But this is based probably more just on the momentum of the space shuttle. 12,500 miles an hour, 4 miles up over the Dallas-Fort Worth area when whatever happened apparently happened. And this debris cloud, which is probably no more than powder or small, tiny particle size, is continuing to spread. Probably, it looks to me about 140 miles long, maybe no more than 15, 20 miles wide. It stretches from south of Alexandria, Louisiana, all the way back to north of Lufkin in the piney woods, and some higher reflectivity showing up in actually the upper reaches of the atmosphere. Let me show you something here, Mike, and I'll try to explain this to people I know just listening on radar. You know how the colors get brighter when you have when the radar picks up more stuff, whether it's a hailstone or a heavier rain shower, something like that. We are seeing a high level of reflectivity just to the northwest of Lufkin, around the community of
Center.
Chirina or San Augustine, right in that area, somewhere around in that, near Highway 96. That would indicate. And remember, we're watching this Lake Charles radar, so from the ground at Lake Charles all the way to way up in the altitude over Lufkin, these particles are suspended still very high in the altitude. Remember, these radars shoot out a long distance, and so it's picking something up that's still many, many thousands of feet tens of thousands of feet in the air.
Chirino is one of the communities, in fact, that was mentioned as being one of the hardest hit, if you will, in the debris field. More falling there. And that's a very, very small community, but
I would suspect that it's still falling. I mean, it'd be no more than a fluttering, some sort of fluttering particulate debris, and it's not falling very fast either.
Ash, if you will.
Could be ash, that's right.
All right, Ralph Baker is back with us now, and we do have the gentleman from Nacogdoches, you said, correct?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Mike. And Steve Tyndall, are you there? On 7? Hello, Steve?
We don't have him.
Yes.
There he is.
Oh, there he is. Hi, thank you for staying with us here for just a moment. Steve, you're in Nacogdoches, and a lot of folks know where that is, but just for those of us who don't, kind of tell me where your house is located.
Well, we're about 10 miles southeast of Nacogdoches, down toward Sam Rayburn Reservoir, about halfway between Nacogdoches and Sam Rayburn, near the Woden community.
And Steve, when did you notice, did you hear the debris hit, or when did you notice this debris there on your property?
Well, no, we didn't hear it because it's just a small piece, looks like the outer skin, maybe about a 6-inch piece. It's not, of course, it's jagged all around, but that's about the size. And it was about 9 o'clock. We did not see it in our backyard. We was making a phone call, and about 10 minutes later, we saw it. And it fell about 20 feet from the house.
Have you contacted the authorities down there?
Well, we've tried to. I don't know if we've gotten a hold of them yet. And I was going to go out and look. We live out on the farm, and I was going to go out and see if I could find some more.
Right. And, they're saying not to touch it because it may be toxic. And, of course, for forensic evidence, they also need it to be fairly pure. So try not to touch that. Do you know of any other debris that has fallen around there? You heard of any others?
I haven't seen, of course, the reports. It's all over San Augustine, quite a bit around Nacogdoches.
All right, Steve, thank you so much.
Just east of us, I've heard reports they found some.
Well, we appreciate your time here on KRLD this morning.
Mike, that was Steve Tyndall down in Nacogdoches. Nacogdoches right in the middle of the debris path. We've gotten word from Anderson County. Anderson County now, that is Palestine. Palestine's the county seat anyway. Anderson County officials are confirming to KRLD that pieces of debris are being found, a lot of it, in the small town of Pert. That is in northeastern Anderson County. I've got this map in front of me, and I do not see Pert on the map.
WBBM News Time 11:44. You're listening to continuing coverage on the Shuttle Columbia tragedy. We've been listening to KRLD, our CBS affiliate in Dallas-Fort Worth. They've been talking to people in East Texas around Dallas-Fort Worth about the debris field, which stretches quite a ways here. There was an unconfirmed report of maybe some debris in Alexandria, Louisiana. That would be in central Louisiana, about 300 miles from the Dallas-Fort Worth area where that debris came down. We'll now go back to KRLD.
Very recognizable figure in air safety circles. You often see her when air safety issues come up on any of the cable channels, the cable news channels around. She is well known in the fields of aviation safety and also in crash investigation, and she was the Inspector General of the Department of Transportation at one time. She is an outspoken voice for aviation safety and more efficient crash investigations. Ms. Schiavo, I guess you're joining us from California right now, is that correct?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. I understand you just found out about this probably no more than, what, 15, 20 minutes ago. Is that right?
That's right.
I think a lot of us have been out of pocket and we're shocked to find this out. This type of crash investigation, you've been involved in so many of these. Now, here's what we know at this time. We believe whatever happened near the Dallas-Fort Worth area because people saw debris making its own trails, fire trails, not so much condensation trails, but fireball trails, as you'd normally see the Space Shuttle re-enter, except there were separate trails, and they kept getting wider. We saw puffs of flame coming off the leading edge of that trail of smoke and fire over the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Now, 3.5 hours later, 3 hours and 45 minutes later, we're still following a debris cloud of particulate matter all the way into Alexandria, Louisiana, and we have reports of many debris strikes in farm fields and things like that southeast of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Is there any way to get your arms around the magnitude of a crash investigation like this?
Well, I think you've said the right word, magnitude. The Challenger investigation was probably the largest aviation investigation in terms of the amount of official attention, congressional hearings, and long-lasting impact, both for the agency and for the country as a whole. But in terms of lengths of investigation and time that it takes to really get to the bottom, we have had mysterious aviation accidents that have remained mysteries longer. This one is going to be very, very difficult because of the debris field, and it's going to be very important to piece that together because of the altitude at 200,000 feet. So much is going to be destroyed if at the immediate decompression of that space shuttle.
It was 12,500 miles an hour, 40 miles up over Dallas-Fort Worth when whatever happened.
That's right, and so actually looking...
It's 11:47. You've been listening to KRLD Radio, talking to Mary Schiavo, a former aviation official, federal aviation official, she's been giving her take on what the impact of maybe an investigation or how far-reaching and how comprehensive and how difficult it may be to sort of bring back some of the material from the Shuttle Columbia here and analyze it here and try to determine exactly what happened. We'll now switch back. We've been switching between the two. We'll now go back to CBS and Dan Raviv for an update on what's going on there.
First major challenge in this sad category, of course, since September 11th. A senior official here also says and reiterates and stresses no evidence of terrorism or any foul play in this space tragedy, Dan. And I think the fact that they put NASA in charge of the investigation is further proof that they don't see that aspect at all. The president rushed back here from Camp David. He and Mrs. Bush were planning to spend the weekend, but again, he is back here at the White House conferring with his national security team. He spoke with the NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe, at least once earlier today. The president was informed, as he is of any major event like this, almost instantaneously when he was up at Camp David. Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge has been on the phone with officials in Louisiana, in Texas, Arizona, New Mexico, discussing this debris field and the precautions that have to be taken.
That's really something. I mean, one of the first announcements from NASA, it must be on their prepared script, in the very unlikely event, frankly, a space shuttle should fall apart, warn the public that the fuel can be dangerous, that the chemicals on board can be dangerous. That was a very rapid warning.
It certainly was, and the White House jumped right onto it, too, with these phone calls to Governor Perry of Texas and other officials, as I said, in Louisiana, Arizona, and New Mexico. It's just amazing the extent of this debris field. There are a lot of people here at the White House who are astounded that with all of the heat and all of the distance involved, that sadly, pieces of the shuttle did somehow survive re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And I'm sure this will be one of the things that will go into the investigation here.
Is the Department of Homeland Security involved, Tom Ridge, with his new government department?
Yes, he was immediately brought into this, and he's been the point person. You know, in the past it would be FEMA, but now FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, has been folded into Homeland Security. So Secretary Ridge came to the White House immediately, and again, he's been on the phone with Governor Perry of Texas and with his counterparts in Louisiana, Arizona, and New Mexico, and they're, of course, discussing this situation with the debris field.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan. Shuttle Columbia was 16 minutes from home when disaster struck. The oldest ship in the shuttle fleet broke apart in flames 200,000 feet over Texas as people like Dave Garcia of Dallas listened and watched.
It sounded loud. I know that the floor kind of vibrated beneath me.
Debris is scattered for miles over eastern Texas to the Louisiana border. Victoria La Follette is city manager in Nacogdoches, Texas.
We've had pieces on our runway at the airstrip. We've had pieces in roadways. We've had pieces on top of buildings. We've had it on people's roofs, in yards, in fields. All sorts of sizes and shapes.
The mourning for the 7 astronauts on board believed killed extends to Israel. One of the crew members was the first Israeli space traveler.
We lost a fighter and a personality and also a scientist. It's very, very sad.
And in Houston, reporter Jonathan Chance of KPRC Radio tells us
security personnel here at JPL walked out to the flagpole, which is out in front of the main administration building here, and they lowered the flag to half-mast. Without saying a word, they returned back to their security office.
It's the first landing failure in 42 years of manned spaceflight in the U.S. Former shuttle astronaut Mike Mullane says the more violent liftoffs are always of more concern.
And re-entry, you get your heart rate up a little bit, but I always felt like the chances of something bad happening on re-entry are much less than they are on launch.
President Bush is back at the White House from Camp David, likely to make a statement about the shuttle disaster. CBS News Update. I'm Steve Kathan.
And I'm Dan Raviv, continuing coverage from CBS News. In the Eastern Time Zone, it's now 12:52. In 8 minutes, the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe is expected to have some public statement. It'll be the first time we'll see a NASA official on the record today. Off the record, of course, the space agency confirms that Space Shuttle Columbia is gone. 7 astronauts on board are dead, 4 American men, 2 American women, and 1 Israeli pilot named Ilan Ramon, who got to be Israel's first astronaut, was aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. They were in orbit for 16 days. Israeli sources say that Prime Minister Sharon of Israel has been told by the White House there's no suspicion of terrorism. And at the White House, CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer, has there been an order about lowering the flags all across the nation?
No official order in writing, but it was done fairly soon here at the White House. The beautiful setting with the flag over the White House is a somber setting today, and it's sort of a fog-shrouded scene here in D.C., and the flag came down to half-staff not long after the White House became involved, which was almost instantaneously with the notification from NASA as to what had happened to the shuttle. And there are people who are standing outside, peering into the gates, scenes that we have not seen here in a very long time. Of course, on September 11th, people were not allowed anywhere near here. They immediately cordoned it off, but it's just always an eerie scene in the 25 years or so that I've been covering the White House about how when there's a tragedy that tourists and people who live here in Washington seem to want to come to the White House. It's sort of a place of homage, and they feel closer perhaps to power, Dan, but inside, the people who are in power are presumably right now preparing a presidential speech to the nation, and they are having to summon the words here that the president will be uttering, and I'm sure he and some of his top wordsmiths are working on it right now.
tell us what happens, in fact, behind the scenes, kind of a West Wing story. The staff called in. They weren't supposed to be there today. The president motorcades in from the mountains of Maryland. And how quickly can they get a speech together? Or on a Saturday, what time would the president want to speak to the nation?
Well, first of all, he'll want to hear the tone and the explanation that NASA will give so that his speech will go along with that message in terms of what happened and what they know at this moment. And, you know, it's going to be, of course, a long time before they can get all of the telemetry, as they say in the space business, all of the information that has come back to the computers in terms of the technical explanation. But I don't think people are looking for that right now. They are looking for words of comfort and for very, very, personal language from the President of the United States. And I'm sure they're working on that. We're told that they are scouting out which room they want to use. There are a number of backdrops that could be used for the speech. They could use the Oval Office. We know that they've been looking at the Cabinet Room, which also has a backdrop of flags and other, significant settings for this kind of an event.
The first public statement we expect from NASA in about 5 minutes. Sometimes these things slip. Thanks, CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer. On CBS television, well, we've obtained videotape from a station in Dallas-Fort Worth. In the Fort Worth area, as seen, from a helicopter.
Peter Mayer.
There's actually some of the debris on the ground, white hot smoke coming up from it. So there's this blackened material, like a big, as though you might take it almost seems that you might have a swimming pool that suddenly you tipped over and you had this big splatter of charred black material, all flat. Not really debris or pieces, but all this flat material letting out white hot smoke. And it's pretty obvious, according to the station that took the video shots there in Fort Worth, Texas. That's debris from the space shuttle that came down right there at that point. My colleague Dan Rather just talked to the uncle of astronaut Laurel Clark. She's one of the 2 Navy doctors who were in the crew of 7 aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. This uncle, Doug Haviland, he says Laurel Clark was fearless.
She was accepted in the space program, became an astronaut. She was very enthused about it. This is what she wanted to do, and she was dedicated to the task, and she knew the risks that were there, but she felt that they were very safety conscious, and this is what she really wanted to do.
How proud you must be of her.
Yes, the whole family is. My sister, her mother, is in Arizona, and she had her misgivings, I think, but she was really proud of Laurel as taking this on.
Well, naturally, members of the family would have their misgivings. Did you ever hear the commander, Laurel Clark, talk about her misgivings or the danger of the flight?
But she felt that, NASA was so safety conscious that she did not live in dread or anything like that, I'm sure.
That's Doug Haviland, the uncle of Laurel Clark, a Navy doctor. She was one of the 7 astronauts aboard Space Shuttle Columbia, one of the 7 astronauts who apparently died today. At CBS radio station KNX in Los Angeles, Frank Motek is a reporter and anchor. He's been covering the space program for some time, too, because NASA has facilities there. Let's go live to Frank Motek. What do you have?
Well, of course, the Southern California space community is in absolute shock here. We just talked to Dan Beck, Communications Director for Boeing Launch and Satellite Systems here in Southern California. He told us that they're absolutely stunned by what has happened here because the space about this catastrophe.
Frank Motek of CBS radio station KNX. Just a few seconds more with you, if you can hang on, Frank. You, in 1986, were broadcasting live when Challenger went up. You have that same feeling today?
Unfortunately, a very sad reminder of that day 17 years ago when I shared the coverage duties with CBS correspondent Christopher Glenn. Absolutely stunning day, of course, flashing back to that day on January 28th, 1986. Senator Bill Nelson of Florida flew aboard the Space Shuttle Columbia, and I know that he too has made some comment about this today and is absolutely stunned by today's turn of events. And any one of us who were at the Kennedy Space Center on that day 17 years ago certainly have just a terrible feeling today.
Reporting live in Southern California, Frank Motek of CBS radio station KNX. Among the live events we'll be bringing you here on CBS, the administrator of NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Sean O'Keefe, says he'll speak to the public. He'll have some statement about the loss of Space Shuttle Columbia. That's scheduled in about 30 seconds from now, but these things tend to slip a little bit. We'll be ready for it to broadcast live as that occurs. Stations that are with us here on our continuous coverage from CBS News will be continuing with this, waiting for Sean O'Keefe's very important statement. It really will be the first official announcement from NASA that the space shuttle has been lost. At least that's what we expect. Just going to pause for 5 seconds for station identification. Our live CBS News coverage continues at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. It's 10 a.m. on the West Coast at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Peter King. O'Keefe will speak there. I guess he was there for the landing. It would have been a routine day. He'd be there anyway today, Peter.
Right, Dan. Sean O'Keefe is usually here for most shuttle landings, most shuttle launches. He's been a very, very visible administrator since taking over late, well, not last year, just over a year ago now. Had to remember where we were. And so it's no surprise that he's here and that instead of, say, a Kennedy Space Center official or somebody out of Houston, that the top man will be the man making the statement. Here at the Kennedy Space Center, we've got flags at half staff. It's been that way since shortly after it was found that Columbia disintegrated. And from Governor Jeb Bush's office, Florida Governor Jeb Bush, all flags on state property now are being flown at half staff from today until sunset Friday, this Friday, February 7th, in honor of the crew members who died aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. And Governor Bush has asked that all state and local government agencies lower their American and state flags during this week. So those flags are already flying at half staff to remember the 7 astronauts who died aboard Shuttle Columbia this morning, Dan.
In effect, that's the only official confirmation that astronauts have died.
That's right. There have been reports quoting senior government officials as saying that that's indeed what happened, but NASA officially has yet to say anything. I'm sure that's what Sean O'Keefe's statement is all about, and hopefully we expect that he will be telling us what they know so far. What they know, Dan, may not be much. We need to stress that. It's still so early in this investigation. It's so early in going through the reams of data that have been collected at the Johnson Space Center at Mission Control. So there may be a lot of speculation going on right now. There were reports earlier of the last communication from Shuttle Columbia, something about a tire pressure reading or something like that. And of course, Columbia has 3 landing gear, nose landing gear, and 1 each on the wings that it uses for landing. And that was supposedly the last communication heard. There were also talks of a piece of debris that fell off the external tank, the big fuel tank that's under the shuttle's belly during launch, that a piece of debris may have fallen off, or did fall off and strike the left wing. But flight directors didn't think that was anything important. They were pretty confident that that would not be a problem during deorbit and reentry today. So again, I mean, there are a lot of possibilities. And that's the problem with these things. Like a plane crash, like any other accident, there's bound to be a lot of speculation. We just have to wait and see what happens and what we learn, and maybe we'll learn something here in a few minutes, Dan.
Correspondent Peter King live at the Kennedy Space Center. I'm Dan Raviv. This is live coverage from CBS News. The administrator of NASA, the space agency, Sean O'Keefe, is expected any minute now to make a public statement. He may even take questions. He's at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Sean O'Keefe expected to confirm that Space Shuttle Columbia is lost. It broke apart, it seems, about 38 miles up above Texas while coming down, re-entering the atmosphere for a landing in Florida.
And stay tuned to News Radio 780, again, WBBM AM Chicago for ongoing coverage, including the news conference from Florida and President Bush's comments expected later on this hour as well.
January 28th. And Chris, weren't you struck that for quite a few hours, NASA continued to be very terse, very cautious in what kind of information it would give? It's not a very emotional agency, just the facts, Chris.
Yes, I think that we were all kind of surprised that they would be so reticent to give out information about what they knew. Of course, they didn't know very much themselves at the time, but it was some time, as I recall, before they, declared the crew to have perished on board Challenger. And other than that, we have been doing like we've been doing this morning, just listening to the announcements from Mission Control and the NASA people, and they're so far have been all the same. We hope that this news conference coming up, or the statement from the NASA administrator in a few minutes, supposedly, will shed some more additional light on the situation.
Yes, Chris, so far the word that NASA uses is a contingency, meaning they have to turn to their contingency plans. It's not as planned. Here's a NASA spokesman about, an hour and a half ago to CBS News, John Irapetti.
We've declared a contingency. The spacecraft is basically a glider when it comes back through the atmosphere. It's clear that the spacecraft is down someplace. We're seeing news reports that purport to show footage of what appears to be a breakup of a vehicle over the approximate path of where Columbia would have been. So we're greatly concerned.
Greatly concerned. That's about as emotional as NASA got today. There are always so many facts and systems and numbers to check at the Kennedy Space Center. Peter King, first you have to gather the facts. You need an incredibly thorough investigation of what did happen.
Well, absolutely, Dan. And you've got to remember one thing. Columbia and the other 3 space shuttles, or 4 if you count the Challenger, were the most complicated flying machines ever made. Literally hundreds of thousands of parts, connections, wires, everything from the biggest from the biggest components, the engines, to the smallest microchips, and everything will come under scrutiny as best as they can when they go to analyze the telemetry and just see what happened with every part, and if there's anything that gives them a clue, whether it be something from the landing gear to the wings to the electronics or anything else. I mean, it's a myriad of possibilities, Dan, and it could very well be like looking for a needle in a haystack, or it could very well turn out to be something obvious. But that's what they're doing now. They're starting to look at all that, and we don't know anything more than that.
We're expecting a statement, maybe a news conference, meaning that the official takes some questions and hopefully gives some answers. We expect that any minute from the administrator of the space agency, NASA, Sean O'Keefe. NASA said that there would be some announcement by Sean O'Keefe at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Right now it's 1:07. Christopher Glenn?
Dan Revere, just listening to Peter King talk about the possibilities here of what went wrong, and I'm just remembering that Columbia, rather, was the oldest shuttle in the fleet. This was its 28th flight, and it's been around for many, many years, and I'm sure that a lot of the speculation will center on that fact as the investigation proceeds. The fact that it was an old machine, and as Peter mentioned, probably the most complicated piece of machinery that's ever been put together by human hands, and as such, being old, things can go wrong. Unlike Challenger, where it was determined that, it was a design flaw, apparently, in that O-ring that froze up and got brittle and gave way, rather than a question of it being something that might have gone wrong because of the age of the machinery.
You know what we're seeing, guys? Chris Glenn and Peter King joining us in our live coverage as we wait for the first really public announcement by the NASA administrator, Sean O'Keefe. Shuttle Columbia has been lost. It is a tragedy, but so far NASA is behind. It intended to have this news conference or announcement at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's 1:08 right now. There are pictures coming in from parts of Texas, pretty much to the east of Dallas and places like Palestine, Nacogdoches, that kind of area, of small pieces of something that apparently look burned and seem to have come from the sky, and the police are putting yellow police tape around it because of the announcement that the material could be dangerous. Peter King, do you have any idea how dangerous? Is this over-exaggerated in some way?
Well, not necessarily over-exaggerated. It could be anything as simple as a sharp edge on a piece of the fuselage or anything else that landed. It could be something as complicated as some of the fuel that remained in the fuel tanks. And one of the things that they try to do as they re-enter is dump all the remaining fuel aboard, because at this point, the shuttle's engines are useless, and it's just a heavy glider coming back in. That's not to say that there aren't traces of, say, hydrazine fuel or liquid oxygen or anything else. The propellants are very, very, very toxic. And here in Florida, along the Space Coast, of course, they tell you if something blows up here and you see it coming back toward land, do not pick it up. As much as they're doing in Dallas and Fort Worth today, they say, do not pick it up. And please, whatever you do, call the authorities if you see something.
Thanks, Peter King, live at the Kennedy Space Center.
CBS News Update, I'm Charlotte Burke. We are awaiting word from NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe at the Kennedy Space Center about the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia. An anonymous senior U.S. official said this morning it's gone. The shuttle broke apart over north central Texas just 16 minutes before it was scheduled to land at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida this morning. All 7 astronauts aboard are presumed dead. There are reports of debris scattered across a huge area from central Texas to the Louisiana border. Victoria LaFollette is the town manager of Nacogdoches, Texas.
We've had pieces on top of buildings. We've had it on people's roofs, in yards, in fields.
Authorities are warning people not to touch the debris, in part because of the poisonous propellant used on the shuttle. Columbia was at an altitude of more than 200,000 feet, moving 12,500 miles per hour when Mission Control lost contact and telemetry with the shuttle. Terrorism expert Alon Ben-Meir of New York University explains why it's highly unlikely that terrorism was involved in the tragedy.
To plan something like this with such an accuracy, they consider to be beyond the means of any terrorist group at this point in time.
Again, we are awaiting word any minute now from NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe at the Kennedy Space Center about this morning's tragedy of the Space Shuttle Columbia. President Bush is expected to speak at the White House shortly afterward. CBS News Update, I'm Charlotte Burke.
And I'm Dan Raviv with our continuing coverage from CBS News on the tragedy that's struck the nation and certainly the space program today. Seems that the shuttle Columbia has fallen apart, was destroyed, with 7 astronauts on board this morning, 4 American men, 2 American women, and an Israel's first astronaut in space. I'm Dan Raviv, and we're joined by CBS News correspondent Peter King, who's at the Kennedy Space Center.
You're listening to coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster on News Radio 780, WBBM Chicago.
Minute now, we're told. And CBS News correspondent Christopher Glenn in our studios in New York. I know you think back to 17 years ago when Shuttle Challenger was destroyed just after launch, and again, so many questions that we have, but the information won't be quick in coming, Chris.
Yeah, I'm sure. I was just thinking, Dan, that as the search and the recovery of the debris moves forward in the case of Columbia, that it will be quite a bit different from what Challenger searchers had to go through, because the debris there was all underwater. It was at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean, a few miles offshore from the Kennedy Space Center. That's approximately where the machine blew up in 1986. But this time, all the debris field, as wide as it is all on land, so it should make the recovery of the debris a bit less taxing on the searchers, and certainly we should maybe get some answers more quickly, just because of the fact that they'll have all the stuff in hand more quickly.
We're already getting pictures from CBS television affiliates in Texas, in eastern Texas, and also in Fort Worth, showing what seems to be dark burned areas on the ground, as though something from high up had suddenly come down, splattering across an area, and white-hot smoke coming up from there. Of course, any place that a piece of something mysterious seems to have come from the sky. This morning in eastern Texas and just across the border in Louisiana, police are putting up yellow tape to keep people away because of the warning that that stuff could be dangerous, certainly if it's fuel. Correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center. What happens, do you suppose? I know there have been no announcements yet. With the families and loved ones of the 7 astronauts who died, they would have been there at the Space Center to celebrate the landing this morning.
Right, I believe they mostly were, except I believe that Ilan Ramon's family may have been back in Israel. I'm not positive about that, but what I'm sure has happened is that these families were whisked away, taken off to a private area. There are astronaut quarters here in one of the big buildings that's off limits to us journalists, unless we get escorted there for any specific reason, specifically to protect privacy as well as because of security issues. I'm sure that they are in a place like that. They, I'm sure, must be getting some kind of counseling, and generally what happens is that there are always other astronauts around. You may have seen different portrayals in the movies, of course, when a test pilot would come home, the wife of a test pilot would come home and see somebody waiting for him in the driveway, usually the wife of another pilot, or if it were an astronaut, the wife of another astronaut. That was traditionally how the news was broken if there was if it was not such a public thing, say if there were a plane crash or some kind of other accident during a non-launch or landing event. But here I'm sure that they are with people who are doing the best that they can to comfort them. And again, probably in a very secluded place right now.
What a miserable time. That's correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center, where we're waiting for the NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, to make some public statement about today's tragedy, the loss of 7 astronauts and the Space Shuttle Columbia. It was supposed to land exactly 4 hours ago at 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time. Instead, at about 9 a.m. Eastern, NASA lost contact with the Space Shuttle. Not just voice communications, not just unable to talk to Commander Rick Husband or the other astronauts, but even the telemetry, the data, as though the Space Shuttle fell apart. A few minutes later, debris was seen, some sort of vapor trails going across the clear blue skies of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. And CBS News correspondent Bob Orr, who usually covers plane crashes and other transportation issues, he says a massive investigation's about to begin.
They're going to have to, in effect, quarantine an area encompassing much of East Texas, much of Louisiana, perhaps up into Arkansas, and try to secure this, because this is right now an investigation scene. They'll have the data stream, the telemetry from the Columbia, which will give them strong clues as to how the systems were performing and what perhaps may have gone wrong, the sequence of failure, if you will. But to corroborate that, they'll need the physical evidence and try to match that with the data information to try to get to the end of the day to find out what caused this terrible accident. It's worth noting that in 1986, when Challenger exploded, it was at a lower altitude. There were very, very strong, high-resolution television pictures of that explosion, which allowed the investigators to kind of zero into that plume of fire, if you remember, which gave them a very strong idea where to look for how that shuttle came apart. This was at 203,000 feet above the Earth. Even the best pictures that we've seen today give no real hint as to what went wrong up there. So it will be a very, very difficult challenge. I'm told that NASA likely will handle the lead of the investigation, but obviously will be supported by the people from the Defense Department, the NTSB, the FAA, and all other agencies. They've been in touch all morning on the phone, and just now I think they're getting ready to launch the investigative team.
In Washington,
once again, you're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM, the ongoing coverage of the Columbia Space Shuttle disaster.
Informed about when we will see and hear President Bush. We'll have this NASA Administrator, Sean O'Keefe, any minute now. And what about the President?
Well, it's all in the realm of guessing, which we don't like to do in the journalism business, all in the form of a supposition, Dan. They have not announced, but we do know that they're scouting out locations, trying to decide which backdrop would be best for a presidential speech to the nation. So we know that it's going to come sometime later today. It's just difficult to say. We're moving up to what now, 1:20 Eastern Time. So perhaps mid to late afternoon, early evening. It's just hard to say when the White House wants to do it, what kind of pieces in this tragic puzzle they're waiting to come together. Obviously, the president does not need to address the cause. He needs to address the emotions, the national grief over what has happened. In fact, the international grief because of the involvement of the Israeli astronaut, too.
CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer at the White House, where officials say it wasn't terrorism. They do not suspect sabotage. 7 astronauts did perish. The mission commander was Rick Husband, an Air Force colonel from Amarillo, Texas, age 45. One of the pilots, William McCool, a Navy commander from Lubbock, Texas, age 41, father of 3 sons. The other pilot, also a Navy doctor, David Brown, age 46. Payload commander, Michael Anderson, the only African-American aboard, by the way. He was from Spokane, Washington, a married man, I understand. Kalpana Chawla, she was a 41-year-old engineer born in India, but a citizen of the U.S. Laurel Clark, the other woman on board, a Navy doctor, age 41, from Racine, Wisconsin. And the Israeli, Ilan Ramon, age 48, married, father of 4 children. 7 astronauts who died today aboard Space Shuttle Columbia. We're waiting for more details as to how this happened, maybe the beginnings of why it happened, though we're not likely to hear much of that today. Our coverage continues here from CBS News. I'm Dan Raviv. It's 1:20 p.m. in the East. Here's a recap.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Aronstein.
We just see an orange glow, and there was like 4 or 5 parts that flew apart.
A witness watched as Space Shuttle Columbia broke into pieces over eastern Texas. It happened about 4 hours ago. All 7 astronauts on board are dead. Federal officials are ruling out terrorism, though this flight carried the first Israeli astronaut, Colonel Ilan Ramon. The mission commander was Air Force Colonel Rick Husband from Amarillo, where Trent Sizemore is the mayor. He's been in touch with Colonel Husband's family.
I spoke with his wife's parents just a moment ago, and it's just... the tragedy has really hit home.
Doug Haviland is the uncle of one of the astronauts, Navy Commander Laurel Clark, 46 years old, on her first mission. He said she recently sent relatives this email.
Hello from above our magnificent planet Earth. The perspective is truly awe-inspiring. This is a terrific mission, and we are very busy doing science around the clock.
Aviation correspondent Bob Orr says there's a lot of work to do to try to find out what went wrong.
What this means for investigators is they're going to have to, in effect, quarantine an area encompassing much of East Texas, much of Louisiana, perhaps up into Arkansas, and try to secure this, because this is right now an investigation.
CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood has been speaking to NASA officials who have come up with an early lead.
There apparently was a loss of telemetry this morning during the entry from the left wing, from systems in the left wing.
We take you now to NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration. There is a spokeswoman here now introducing a public statement.
We will have no questions today, just a few brief remarks.
As indicated earlier, we'll make a statement today, and then at this point, and a little later this afternoon at about 3 o'clock Eastern Time, there'll be a full technical briefing conducted from the Johnson Space Center. So at this point, we're just going to give you the circumstances as we understand them leading up to this particular tragedy today. This is indeed a tragic day for the NASA family, for the families of the astronauts who flew on STS-107, and likewise tragic for the nation. Immediately upon indication of a loss of communications on STS-107, at a little after 9 a.m. this morning, we began our contingency plan to preserve all the information relative to the flight activities. I immediately advised the President and the Secretary of Homeland Security, Secretary Tom Ridge, at the point after landing was due to have occurred at 9:16. Spoke to them very briefly thereafter to advise that we had lost contact with the shuttle orbiter Columbia and STS-107 crew. They offered, the President specifically offered, full and immediate support to determine what the appropriate steps were thereafter to be taken. We then spent the next hour and a half working through the detail and information of what we have received, and Bill Reedy will walk you through the specifics of those operational and technical issues here in just a moment. Thereafter, we have met with the family members of the astronauts who were here at Kennedy Space Center and are soon to be departing back to Johnston, to Houston. The President has called and spoken to them to express our deepest national regrets. We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground. We've assembled a mishap investigation team that immediately was assembled upon the point of past the stage in which the orbiter was to have landed here at Kennedy Space Center a little after 9:30, and that team in turn is coordinating on a regular basis on all the facts that are pertaining to this from the Johnson Space Center, and a rapid response team from here at the Kennedy Space Center, as well as participants from the Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama. In addition to these internal efforts, we have also appointed a mishap investigation board, an external group of people who are independent from NASA, who will immediately be charged with the opportunity to look at all the information that was immediately locked down right after our absence of communications. Each of these individuals are safety and mission assurance related officials in other federal departments of the federal government, from the Air Force, from the Navy, from the Department of Transportation, and across the federal expanse. The investigation team will also be chaired by an individual contacted to serve who is external to the federal agencies, and we'll have the opportunity to coordinate all the information again from an external view. So we'll be conducting both the internal activity as well as an external review immediately to ascertain the causes and circumstances under which this tragedy occurred. We pulled together all the federal agencies and local governments as well. In discussion several times this morning with Secretary Tom Ridge, the effort is heavily underway to coordinate an understanding of exactly where the orbiter path had taken it from West Texas towards the Kennedy Space Center here in Florida, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can begin promptly. We would urge anyone who believes they have discovered or found any material to stay away from it and to please contact local officials. The local first responder groups for emergency services and so forth have been authorized and directed by Secretary Tom Ridge to assist in all manner. The Federal Emergency Management Agency is coordinating that effort on the part of the Department of Homeland Security. So here this morning with the families of the astronauts and their friends. It started out as a pretty happy morning, awaiting the landing of STS-107. And we had highly anticipated their return because we couldn't wait to congratulate them for their extraordinary performance and their excellent efforts on the science mission on this very important flight. They dedicated their lives to pushing the scientific challenges for all of us here on Earth. And they dedicated themselves to that objective and did it with a happy heart, willingly, and with great enthusiasm. The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy. We ask the members of the media to honor that too. To please respect their privacy and please understand the tragedy that they are going through at this time. We will help the media assure that be the case as well. We trust that the prayers of the nation will be with them and with their families. And again, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know than the families of these crew members. And an extraordinary, extraordinary group of astronauts who gave their lives and did it in a way that they knew exactly the risk, but never, ever, do we ever want to see a circumstance where something like this could ever happen. And we diligently dedicate ourselves every single day to assuring these things don't occur. And when they do, we have to act responsibly, accountably, and that's exactly what we will do. To give you more of the operational detail of what has occurred here since 9 a.m. this morning, the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, a former astronaut, retired captain of the United States Navy, former test flight pilot, Bill Reedy, who has commanded 2 separate missions previously and as an astronaut, and is now, again, our Associate Administrator for Spaceflight, and has worked with me all morning, along with all of us here at Kennedy Space Center, to work through the details of the events as we know them, and to present to you the facts that we understand them. Again, the technical details that are being worked very diligently now will be covered again at 3 p.m. this afternoon out of the Johnson Space Center. With that, let me turn it over to Captain Bill Reedy.
Listening to the news conference from Florida, News Radio 780, WBBM.
It's a truly difficult day for all of us. Many of us were standing alongside the runway waiting to celebrate their triumphant return after a 16-day science mission. I think you could tell from the downlink that they loved what they were doing, and they thought what they were doing was extremely important, pushing back those boundaries in science. At 9 o'clock, we heard that they had lost data from the spacecraft, and it appears that that was at about 200,000 feet, about Mach 18. The loss of data was somewhere over north central Texas, and at the planned landing time of 9:16, we initiated our contingency action plan called the Rescue Coordination Center and initiated a search and rescue effort. Sadly, I think from the video that's available, it does not appear that there were any survivors. We have currently impounded all the data, including all the pre-flight certification of flight readiness for STS-107. And at this point, I'd have to say it's too early to speculate about the exact cause. Obviously, we're looking at all the data that we have available. Those people that have videos, those people that have still pictures, we'll urge you to contact NASA so that we can coordinate those things that might be available. And to reiterate what the administrator said, those people that may find debris, do not touch it, do not move it. Contact your local authorities, have them impound it and secure the area so that our technical specialists will be able to piece together the puzzle so that we can resolve what happened. Our immediate focus is on the crew, families, and we spent some time with them. The president called. I'd have to say the families are bearing up with an incredible amount of dignity considering their loss. We all grieve for them. We all pray with them for the crew. But one thing came across loud and clear when visiting with them is they knew that the crew was absolutely dedicated to the mission that they were performing. And I think you could see that in the video downlink. They believed in what they were doing. And in the conversations with the crew and their families, they said that we must find what happened and fix it and move on. And we can't let their sacrifice be in vain. Today was a very stark reminder that this is a very risky endeavor, pushing back the frontiers in outer space, and after 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not. Each and every time I flew, each and every time my colleagues flew, we treated that with the respect that it deserved from a professional standpoint. And I have to say that as the one responsible for shuttle and station within the NASA, that I know that the people of NASA did everything possible preparing for this flight to make it as perfect as possible. My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on. Thank you.
Again, you're listening to the news conference from NASA headquarters down in Florida on News Radio 780 WBBM.
We'll give you that opportunity at that time. Thank you.
No questions at this NASA briefing. This is live coverage from CBS News. The last man you heard there, Captain Bill Reedy, he was wearing a flight suit. He's a former astronaut. He's the Associate Administrator for Spaceflight in NASA. He said we'll find out what went wrong and we'll move on. Before him, the Administrator of the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, Sean O'Keefe, a white-haired man with mustache. He was wearing an informal, open-collared red shirt. as though he's been working, toiling, worrying, trying to find out what happened. I'm sure all that is true. This disaster happened 4.5 hours ago, and both men made it clear there is no hope for the crew. There is a search for remains of the 7 astronauts who perished aboard Shuttle Columbia. We have several CBS News correspondents waiting with their reactions and, of course, their analysis. Let's start with CBS News correspondent Christopher Glenn. Not many answers yet, but I was impressed by that statement that the crew members were heroes, they were brave, and the space program has to move on. Chris?
Yes, and I was reminded, or rather was reminded of Challenger in what the speaker said about it's a reminder that space flight is a very, very risky endeavor, and no matter what we think, having been inured to it, coming off successfully so many times since Challenger, it is not routine. It is never routine. The crews never approach it as routine. They always hold it in the highest regard, the risk of the mission, and are determined to carry that out with all the necessary safety precautions. I was also impressed that he said that they had met with the families of the astronauts. 6 of the 7 were married and 5 of them had children, and he said they are bearing up with dignity under these very difficult early hours of tragedy and grief and loss. And I was impressed by that. I thought that was just a fine thing to do, and certainly the commander is well within his bounds in asking the media to please don't bother them now and let them have their grief period and in private and not expose it to the public view. That's a good thing.
Correspondent Christopher Glenn, who led our CBS News radio coverage of the Challenger disaster in January of 1986. Back to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Peter King. First, we have to tell our listeners there will be another briefing. There will be some more details. That's coming up in less than an hour and a half.
Well, there may be more details, we should say, because it's going to be a technical briefing, and who knows whether any of the things that come out during that are just a more complicated version of what we have heard here. Remember, this is very early on in the investigation, so there is much to be learned, and as we've said all along, Dan, it is not a time to be speculating, even though we are all wondering why this happened. I was struck by Sean O'Keefe as well, who really
referred to the contrast of what started out as a happy morning. We couldn't wait for them to get back so we could congratulate them on what a wonderful mission that they had flown. And both O'Keefe and Bill Reedy, the former astronaut, referring to how happy the crew seemed during the flight with things going so well. And what he was referring to with the downlink was, of course, some of the video, the television pictures, and the audio that we could hear from the shuttle during their flight. This was also the first time that anybody actually publicly confirmed that Columbia was indeed destroyed and that there were no survivors. And even though it's been a foregone conclusion, I think, for quite some time today, it is still a difficult thing to come out and say publicly.
Peter King covering at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Before we get a recap from CBS News, let's turn briefly to correspondent Steve Futterman. You're at another space facility, the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. Steve, what's going on there?
Well, Dan, the mood here, probably exactly the same mood that you're seeing at every NASA facility. JPL does not deal with manned flights. The missions here are unmanned missions, missions to the planets. But there's a strong emotional tie to the entire space program, including the shuttle program. And it would be an understatement to say that this is a very sad day here. Only a small percentage of the 5,000 people who work here during the week are here today. This, though, is a 24-hour facility. As some of the workers arrived this morning walking past reporters, it was easy to see emotion in their faces. And as you might expect, in front of JPL, the American flag at the entrance has been lowered to half-staff.
That's Steve Futterman. We'll hear more from him all day, CBS News correspondent at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. So on our timeline, we don't have a time yet for President Bush to address the nation. We presume that he plans to do so. He returned to the White House from Camp David, Maryland, and he heard what the NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe said and Associate Administrator Captain Bill Reedy. More coverage of that in just a few seconds. And at about 3 p.m. Eastern Time, in 1 hour and 20 minutes, another briefing from NASA expected. Time now for a recap.
CBS News Update. I'm Charlotte Burke.
We'll find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on.
A promise coming just moments ago from Associate Coordinator for NASA, Captain Bill Reedy. He made that promise to the families of the shuttle crew Columbia this morning. NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe spoke just moments ago, confirming the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia this morning.
The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over.
O'Keefe says there is no indication that terrorism played any part in this tragedy.
At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground.
7 lives lost on this mission. Columbia's crew was made up of 2 women and 5 men, all in their 40s, all passionate about their work. In Spokane, the Reverend Happy Watkins talked about his friend, Michael Anderson, the payload commander of the mission.
Just a nice, gentle person. Just like he was a member of my family, I felt.
The ship broke apart upon re-entry this morning over north-central Texas. NASA had lost contact with Columbia after receiving a garbled radio communication at about 9 a.m. Eastern. Debris from the shuttle is scattered all over an area from central Texas to the Louisiana border. We expect to hear shortly from President Bush. The next NASA briefing is scheduled for 3 p.m. CBS News Update. I'm Charlotte Burke.
And you're listening to ongoing coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster here on News Radio 780 WBBM. Let's rejoin CBS.
PM. This disaster occurred about 9 a.m. Eastern Time. And the search for debris from Shuttle Columbia has been focused on eastern Texas near the Louisiana border. CBS News reporter Rob Milford, you're out there where the search is taking place. What, Cherokee County, Texas?
Yeah, Dan, I'm just a little northeast of the town of Alto. We spoke about a half hour ago. I hooked up with the fire department here, and we've been going from site to site looking at pieces of wreckage. Dan, you and I, we've been covering space shuttles for a long time, watch them launch, watch them land, met a lot of the astronauts, and for the first time, this has really brought it home to me, because you pick up this piece of debris. It's about 5 feet long, maybe about 2 feet wide, zinc chromate paint with red fleck paint on the side I'm looking at now. As we lifted it up a minute ago to look, there are the scorched, blackened, almost like charcoal, the outside tiles of the shuttle. So there's no doubt this is a piece of the shuttle that is supposed to absorb the burn, and they're very irregular edges here. I mean, it's almost like it was just ripped apart, shredded, if you will, and it's really brought it home that 5 hours ago this piece was in outer space, and here it is in the front yard of a small house in East Texas.
I know exactly what you mean. I think of Lockerbie, Scotland, where a Pan Am jumbo jet blown up by terrorists came down in pieces. And when walking on that hillside in Scotland, seeing napkins and identifiable parts of a Pan Am plane, well, you're seeing parts that you know were from a space shuttle. There's also a public warning to keep away from those pieces. They could be dangerous. Is that being honored?
That is correct. What the fire department here in Alto is going around and putting in stakes and the traditional yellow police and fire line do not cross. They're also marking it on GPSs. The sheriff's department, all the police agencies are in on this. They're spotting pieces. We're going to be getting in the car, driving down the road another half a mile, looking at another piece. But this is the biggest piece I've seen, and it just rips your heart up, Dan. It really does, and it really has brought the tragedy home to me. We'll be back. I'm headed into the larger debris area down towards Nacogdoches and San Augustine, Texas, and we'll be with you through the afternoon. Dan?
In the eastern part of that huge state, CBS News reporter Rob Milford, thanks very much. 7 astronauts died today when Space Shuttle Columbia came apart. There were 5 men and 2 women. One of the women was an immigrant to this country. She moved here from India. Her name, Kalpana Chawla. And the CBS News reporter in India, Ranjan Gupta, is on the line now from Calcutta. I know it's very late Saturday night going into Sunday now. The people of India are aware of this woman from India who was on the crew, who's apparently died, Ranjan?
Yes, Dan. India is in a state of shock. I mean, Kalpana Chawla was the real success story. Just a couple of weeks ago, she was on the cover of one of India's leading magazines as an immigrant who had really made it good. She came from a backward part of India, the North Indian state of Haryana, a very dusty town known as Karnal. She was a trained engineer, and she had made it very good. I mean, she was really an inspiration for a lot of Indian men and women. India is in a state of shock. I mean, here is India's real success story just blowing up.
India, in fact, has a very good educational system in this sort of field. I mean, I understand that she got a degree in aeronautical engineering from Punjab Engineering College, then comes to the U.S., studies at the University of Texas. She got a Ph.D. in aerospace engineering from the University of Colorado. And unfortunately, this was the end of her life, but it must have been her life's dream going into space, Ranjan.
Was this story about successful Indian immigrants, and she was on the cover. She was really reckoned to be the most successful of them all, who in the shortest possible time really reached the top. Nobody expected that. India today is numbed with shock. I mean, nobody really expected it, and with Kalpana Chawla gone, Indians don't know what to say, what to do. It's a success story, absolutely shattered.
And it says something about that huge country, by the way, Ranjan, that emigre. She came to the U.S. She did not become a millionaire, as some Indians have, those who've moved to Britain or the U.S. It was her educational and scientific achievement, and now her courage going into space.
Yes, Dan, and and her determination to make it. You know, it's a very small town that she comes from. Karnal is on the outskirts of Delhi. It's a dusty town. It's really small. If you stand in the streets of Karnal, you really can't imagine that somebody from here would make it to a space shuttle, and she did it. It was done in less than a lifetime. It was a tremendous achievement. It was a lot of determination, and she was an inspiration figure. People wanted to be like her, and you know, she was good looking. People looked at her, they wanted to be like her, and Indians just don't know what to say. I mean, there will be a lot of official messages coming, but to the common man, it's really something like a personal tragedy. It's a sad story, Dan, very sad indeed.
CBS News reporter Ranjan Gupta in Calcutta, India. The name of that astronaut who perished today, Kalpana Chawla. She was 41 years old. She moved to the U.S. about 20 years ago. We're waiting for President Bush to speak to the nation, but that's just a sense of us waiting. The president and his staff are at the White House. They're gathering up whatever they can learn. The secretary of the new Department of Homeland Security, Tom Ridge, he's reportedly at the White House. So's Condoleezza Rice, who's in charge of national security, you know, just in case there's something suspicious going on or some national security aspect to this at the White House. CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer. There's really no suspicion of terrorism.
None whatsoever. They were very quick to put that word out. That was one of the first things that came out of the White House. We now know more about the president's deep, personal, and quick involvement in all of this. He was called shortly by NASA, shortly after the space agency lost touch with Columbia. He, of course, is very familiar with the area where pieces of the shuttle came down in his home state, including that area not far from Waco, which is close to his ranch in Crawford. The president immediately offered the full force of the government to determine, first of all, what should be done in the, if there would have been a rescue effort, now the recovery effort. He called the families to express the deepest regret to the families of the astronauts, and he has ordered Homeland Security Secretary Tom Ridge to coordinate this entire recovery effort. And what they're trying to do is to determine, first of all, how to safeguard everything that fell, make sure that there's no hazardous material involved, and to find out exactly what the orbit path was from, would have taken it, Dan, from West Texas to the Space Center, and to make sure that the material on the ground is secured so that the investigation can move on very quickly. So under Tom Ridge, the Federal Emergency Management Agency is going to be in charge of that part of the effort. Ridge actually has nominal control over local emergency services, and he's put the word out to police and fire departments to put that yellow tape up and to make sure that all of those areas are secure, Dan.
A reminder, Peter, that even though the Department of Homeland Security has been established because of 9/11/01, because of terrorism, Ridge's duties go far beyond that.
So many agencies, 22 federal agencies, and this is really, when you get down to it, Dan, this is their first big actual test. They were formed because of terrorism, but this is something else altogether.
Thanks, CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer. Part of our live and continuing coverage. We'll again be speaking in a moment with Peter King, our correspondent at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. We expect another NASA briefing at 3 p.m. Eastern. Right now it's 1:50 p.m. Eastern. Time for a recap.
CBS News Update, I'm Howard Aaronstein.
The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over.
NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe briefed just a few moments ago at the Kennedy Space Center on the loss of Space Shuttle Columbia and its crew of 7 astronauts. It broke up over eastern Texas this morning as it descended for a landing. O'Keefe says NASA has expressed its regrets to families of the astronauts.
We have assured them that we will begin the process immediately to recover their loved ones and understand the cause of this tragedy. At this time, we have no indication that the mishap was caused by anything or anyone on the ground.
Correspondent Dan Rather says it's an hour of national mourning.
While we've known for some hours that it's gone, the shuttle, and that those aboard it could not have and did not survive, there's something of finality when the director of NASA comes out and confirms what we first knew really in our hearts when we first heard that the shuttle had crashed from that tremendous height.
Reporter Rob Milford is on the ground in East Texas where body parts and pieces of the shuttle are being found.
This is a piece of the wing of the space shuttle. It's probably 4 or 5 feet across, and its widest 24, 30 inches deep. There is zinc chromate, that yellow-green color, along with some flecks of red paint on the inside. And then as we flipped it over, you can see the very much burned pieces of the shuttle's tile.
Among those on board, Colonel Ilan Ramon, the first Israeli astronaut, but officials say there's no indication of sabotage or terrorism. Instead, speculation is focusing on some sort of a mechanical failure. Colonel Mark Brown rode the Columbia, and he's been analyzing video of the breakup and saw a panel break off the shuttle.
With that panel missing and the vehicle essentially being exposed to an 1800-degree environment at 7 times the speed of sound, all the systems that have now been uncovered are exposed to that thermal load.
On board the shuttle, also Major Michael Anderson. Reverend Happy Watkins in Spokane, Washington, was a friend of his.
He was quiet. He was very kind and considerate. Just went about his business walking with authority, knew where he was going. I don't even remember him swatting a fly.
CBS News Update. I'm Howard Ehrenstein.
And you're listening to ongoing coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster on News Radio 780. Again, next up, sometime soon, they're saying the president will make his statement regarding the tragedy. Again, let's rejoin CBS News coverage.
Americans woke up today to this horrible news. Here's a preview of the words that President Bush is likely to use when he does address the nation. That may be today. We don't have a time for that at all. The president is at the White House. According to the Israeli government, he has phoned Israel's Prime Minister Sharon because one of the 7 astronauts who died was an Israeli. And Mr. Bush is quoted as telling Prime Minister Sharon, this is a tragic day for the astronaut families and for science.
And again, we are waiting for President Bush's comments in general on the crew. And stay tuned here to News Radio 780. WBBM News Time 12:53 and an ongoing coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. We're getting word today that there is actual sound of the last transmission from the Space Shuttle Columbia somewhere around 8 o'clock our time this morning that came from a Charlie Hobab at Mission Control and someone believed to be the shuttle commander, Rick Husband of Amarillo, Texas. Again, of the last known communication from the Space Shuttle Columbia to the ground to NASA.
Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
Again, the silent speaking volumes as that was the last transmission from the Space Shuttle Columbia to NASA on the ground. Again, believed to be the voice of the mission, or the commander of the mission, Rick Husband, who just made a brief Roger comment, and that was it. Nothing but static and silence after that. And again, as you heard on News Radio 780, it's our tradition to bring you the takeoffs and the landings of the space shuttles. As we tried to join coverage at that moment, we got nothing but silence as well. At about 8:16 our time, as the space shuttle was trying to land, there was no space shuttle in sight. Again, disappearing, as we've been telling you all morning, somewhere over Texas. Again, we are waiting for the comments of President Bush. We have heard the comments from NASA this morning talking that they will talk more about this, that they don't have much information now except to say some kind of catastrophic failure occurred aboard the spacecraft, which is designed to fly around 100 missions or so, and hadn't flown quite that many when suddenly it had trouble today somewhere over the skies of Texas. Once again, stay tuned to ongoing coverage here at News Radio 780, and let's now rejoin CBS.
Anything happening to him while he was flying this mission? And,
Peter King, we've just found out that the president will be addressing the nation in about 5 minutes. Let's go live to CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer.
Yes, we've just learned, Dan, that the cabinet room will be the setting. The president will be in there. Again, in just less than 5 minutes, the crews have been called in for the coverage of this. The president will be, for the first time, expressing his personal and, of course, the nation's grief over what has happened. The tone has been set by that phone call to Israeli Prime Minister Sharon. What a tragedy this is, first of all, for the families of the astronauts involved and for the two nations. The three nations, of course, India also.
That's right. India feels it so deeply, as we had in our exclusive report from Ranjan Gupta in Calcutta, because one of the astronauts, an immigrant from India, 41-year-old Kalpana Chawla. In case you just tuned in, I think you should hear what one of the associate administrators of NASA said in that Florida news conference not long ago. Captain Bill Reedy, of course, mourning the astronauts who died. But what a statement Reedy made. Let's listen.
My promise to the crew and to the crew families is that the investigation that we have just launched will find the cause, we'll fix it, and then we'll move on.
Bill Reedy speaking at the Kennedy Space Center. The next major speech, President Bush. We turn to CBS News correspondent Christopher Glenn. I think it's the president's job to lead the nation, not only in war that may happen soon, not only in the war against terrorism, but, you know, Ronald Reagan had to step up to this very important plate and just be eloquent on a horrible day for the whole country. And I guess that's what Mr. Bush needs to do.
I think that President Reagan did exactly that, and people expected that. Of course they do. At times of tragedy which touches the entire nation, the nation turns to the leader for guidance and for comfort. And I'm sure that President Bush will be able to give us all some words of solace, even as he discusses his conversations with the Israeli Prime Minister, with the families of the lost astronauts, etc. We eagerly await to hear what he has to say.
The president will be speaking to the nation, if he's on time, and in just about 3 minutes from now, we'll be bringing it to you live here on CBS News. So far today, we had the word unofficially, but so clearly and horribly from people in Texas. They looked up and saw these vapor trails across the sky, and this was just before the shuttle was supposed to land in Florida. So it was realized, NASA confirmed it lost contact with the shuttle. Does take a while for all the facts to come together, Chris.
Yeah, and I think we also ought to remember, Dan, that Captain Reedy during the briefing urged the members of the public who may have lifetime videos or photographs of the challenge of Columbia as it broke up to please share them with the officials. It may play a very big part in the investigation as it proceeds.
Again, coverage on News Radio 780 of the Space Shuttle Columbia. I want to remind you as we get near the top of the hour that we will be covering President Bush's comments from the Cabinet Room of the White House in their entirety. The president expected to speak about 1 o'clock our time, about a minute and 15 seconds from right now, about what transpired this morning between the hours of, 8 and 8:15 this morning, Chicago time, as the Space Shuttle Columbia was coming over Texas, getting ready to land at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and then NASA lost touch with his space shuttle somewhere at about 8 o'clock or 8:01 our time this morning. It was supposed to land at 8:16. The final words of the Shuttle Columbia to ground control, Charlie Habaugh, mission control, in fact, from someone believed to be the commander, Rick Husband. Those comments.
Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last. Roger.
And again, that's Charlie Habaugh standing by at Mission Control to see if he could raise the Space Shuttle Columbia any further. And, of course, they could not at that point, as at that moment, it's not sure what might have happened. But at that point, obviously, something tragically happened on board the Space Shuttle Columbia this morning, once again, about just after 8 o'clock our time. And it was scheduled to land at 8:16. Again, we are getting ready now to coverage the President's News Conference on CBS, as the President is going to be in the Cabinet Room of the White House to speak more about the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster this morning, much like Ronald Reagan had to do back in 1986, just about this time of year, when he spoke about the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster. The President hurried back from Camp David, Maryland this morning from his weekend retreat by car. He couldn't fly because of weather conditions, to get back to the White House to prepare comments that he is going to make to the nation again in a matter of moments, as he'll do it from the Cabinet Room. Tom Ridge, the National Security Advisor, the Homeland Security Advisor, has been in touch with the President and officials in Texas, where the debris field has been as well, to talk more about what he is going to say to the nation today and to get the very latest from NASA. I want to bring you up to date, too, that NASA said its next technical explanation of what might have happened will come up at just about 2 o'clock our time, or a little less than an hour, where they may attempt again to explain precisely what did happen. No word yet on any solid explanation of what did happen, and NASA may not offer that for many days to come. Also hearing locally, too, from people in Racine, Wisconsin, remembering one of their own. One of the astronauts on board from Racine, well within our listening area on News Radio 780, Laurel Clark of Racine, was helping with more than 80 scientific experiments being conducted during Columbia's mission. The 41-year-old Clark had served as a diving medical officer aboard submarines and later became a naval flight surgeon. Among her family, an 8-year-old son. She became an astronaut in 1996, but this was her first flight. No word on where her son is, though we do have word that the family has been gathered down in Florida as they were waiting to welcome their loved ones home, and were immediately taken once it was discovered there was a problem to another area. Once again, NASA saying that people in America need to pray for the families and to respect their distance as well as they begin to deal with the tragedy. We are now waiting for the President to speak, as we'll continue with our coverage here on WBBM AM Chicago, News Radio 780, with ongoing wall-to-wall coverage of this. Also, Senator Dick Durbin has called News Radio 780 and spoken to us within the last few minutes as well. He has talked to us about the tragedy of the day, about how Congress in the days ahead will have to deal with this tragedy, and about how now it's time to mourn the victims of the space shuttle and their loss, and to respect again these people as heroes. Let's again dip into CBS coverage coverage as we set up now for the news conference here on News Radio 780 from the White House.
Where was he this morning? At Camp David. He wasn't scheduled to be at the White House at all today?
That's right. He went up to Camp David because of some very inclement weather. He had to motorcade back. He was to spend some time there yesterday with visiting British Prime Minister Tony Blair to talk about Iraq, and that had to be changed to the White House. So now the president rushed back here in a very fast-moving motorcade through Maryland and back into D.C. across the Potomac River, and now he is back here. He and Mrs. Bush rushed back after this tragedy unfolded in space. And this is also the first time, Dan, I think it's worth noting that the nation has really seen and heard Sean O'Keefe, who is the NASA administrator. You could hear the grief in his voice as he spoke to the nation. He was the president's choice to head NASA, to become the 10th administrator of NASA. And unlike some of his predecessors, O'Keefe is not a scientist. He is a government veteran. He worked in the Bush budget office. And before that, he was a business professor at Syracuse University and at Johns Hopkins University. So just a little background on Sean O'Keefe, who now will become a very familiar face to Americans in this sad circumstance.
Sean O'Keefe, kind of a numbers man. I got you. And it was interesting. He didn't get into suit and tie. He very much looked like the working administrator today, wearing an open-collared, informal red shirt, a gray-haired man with a gray mustache, speaking to the nation. And he said, "We trust the prayers of the nation will be with them," meaning the astronauts who perished, "and their families, a more courageous group of people you could not have hoped to know."
And then coming up an hour or so, here's the president.
Speaking live from the White House.
My fellow Americans, this day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country. At 9 o'clock this morning, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with our Space Shuttle Columbia. A short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies above Texas. The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. On board was a crew of 7. Colonel Rick Husband, Lieutenant Colonel Michael Anderson, Commander Laurel Clark, Captain David Brown, Commander William McCool, Dr. Kulbna Shavla, and Ilan Ramon, a colonel in the Israeli Air Force. These men and women assumed great risk in the service to all humanity. In an age when space flight has come to seem almost routine, it is easy to overlook the dangers of travel by rocket and the difficulties of navigating the fierce outer atmosphere of the Earth. These astronauts knew the dangers, and they faced them willingly, knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you. And those you loved will always have the respect and gratitude of this country. The cause in which they died will continue. Mankind is led into the darkness beyond our world by the inspiration of discovery and the longing to understand. Our journey into space will go on. In the skies today, we saw destruction and tragedy. Yet farther than we can see, there's comfort and hope. In the words of the prophet Isaiah, lift your eyes and look to the heavens. Who created all these? He who brings out the starry hosts one by one and calls them each by name. Because of his great power and mighty strength, not one of them is missing. The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, yet we can pray that all are safely home. May God bless the grieving families And may God continue to bless America.
Well, a statement coming from the cabinet room of the White House is brought to you here on News Radio 780. The president not speaking long, just a matter of a few minutes, and for the second time in 16 months, I should say, and an administration just a little over 2 years old. The president making his comments about the space shuttle disaster today, but saying that those people are lost. They didn't make it safely to Earth, but hopefully they made it safely home. Short time ago, Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois spoke to News Radio 780 again, addressing the tragedy.
I've followed this like every president in the country with a sense of horror that this would occur to brave people who risk their lives in service of our country and do their very best to advance science and knowledge so that we can live in a better world. It's a reminder that these shuttles, even though they're frequent, are not routine and are very dangerous. We've got to do everything we can to find the cause of it, mourn the loss of these great Americans, and make certain that we move forward as a nation.
Again, that's Senator Dick Durbin, the senior senator of the state of Illinois, talking to News Radio 780 a short time ago before President Bush made his comments again, talking about the need to keep his space shuttle program going and to find out the answers to the tragedy. Again, as our News Radio 780 team is assembling coverage, the local perspective of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster today. And again, as we continue to search for information and more facts from the national level as well, from the Texas where the debris field spreads all the way to Washington, D.C., down to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida, where the questions are being asked right now. Once again, News Radio 780's coverage continues. Let's rejoin CBS.
51 minutes, 3 o'clock Eastern time, and at that time we will hear from Ron Dittemore. Ron Dittemore is a man those of us who cover the program are very familiar with. He is the shuttle program manager, and he is the man who basically is responsible for anything and everything. He is his name is on the bottom line, signing off on everything having to do with the shuttle, and has been for the last couple of years. We will also be hearing from Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. He is also a NASA veteran. He's been around the Horn a lot. He, if there are any two people qualified and any two people who you could say know the shuttle inside and out, it would be these two men, and we'll hear from them coming up in about 50 minutes.
And again, stay tuned to News Radio 780. Whatever information comes from NASA, of course, you'll hear here as our ongoing coverage continues on WBBM. WBBM News Time 110. Joining me live at the anchor desk now is News Radio 780's Deborah Dale. And Deborah, as we continue to look at local angles and perspectives on this tragedy today, you have spoken with someone who has worked closely with the Space Shuttle program.
Yes, Dave. Melville Ulmer is a professor of physics and astronomy at Northwestern University, and he's worked with some space shuttle missions. He was not working on this mission, but he tells me that the U.S. space program has never had a problem with re-entry. That's always been one of their strong points. He says this morning's disaster caught him completely by surprise.
I'm devastated. I feel bad for all the people involved. And I hope the space program will continue.
Professor Ulmer says he's confident the U.S. space program will proceed. He cites our nation's commitment to the International Space Station project. Live at the anchor desk, Deborah Dale, News Radio 780 WBBM.
Okay, it brings up a good point. I recall from the near disaster we had in April of 1970 with Apollo 13. One question had to be answered then is, did the explosion on board that aircraft damage the heat shield? And of course, that was answered when the astronauts re-enter the atmosphere safely. So it's something that we have not had a problem with. We had a problem with one taking off, one on the ground back in 1967, and now this today.
Professor Ulmer said he was also shocked. Earlier this morning, he heard how smoothly the re-entry was going, and he went and did some errands, and then he heard what happened, and he said he was just shocked by the contrast of everything going so smoothly, and then all of a sudden, the shuttle just gone.
Certainly more questions and answers at this point. News Radio 780's John Cody spent the morning sampling the opinion of those up on the North Shore regarding, of course, the crew in general, and more specifically, the Israeli citizen, the colonel in the Israeli Air Force who is on board that Space Shuttle Columbia today.
Up on Devon, Orthodox Jews leading Saturday services were shocked to learn of the shuttle disaster. They would not speak for recording on their Sabbath, but when asked about the death of the Israeli astronaut, said what was important was not just the Israeli astronaut, but all 7 human beings aboard. Nearby, Louis Ferrarisi sat in a Middle Eastern restaurant watching TV pictures of fragments falling over Texas.
It's a big tragedy, another blow to the United States. I saw Challenger in 1986 when I lived in Florida, literally explode in the air when I was in Clearwater. And to me, to see another shuttle go down like this, it's a wonder how things like that happen, and what NASA is really going to try to do and improve now to cause this from not happening again.
Is the shuttle program worth it? Ferrarisi said, definitely yes. John Cody, News Radio 780 WBBM.
Once again, there were 7 on board, that including a lady from Racine, Wisconsin. She was among the 7 crew members, helping with the more than 80 scientific experiments being conducted during Columbia's mission. 41-year-old astronaut had served as a diving medical officer on board submarines and later became a naval flight surgeon. Again, Laurel Clark of Racine, Wisconsin, another one of those victims on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. It was just after 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 8 o'clock our time, that the final words or garbled words of the Space Shuttle astronaut, the commander, husband, came back down to mission control at NASA as they tried to reestablish contact with the Space Shuttle as it re-entered the Earth's atmosphere. There is traditionally, according to NASA, a moment or two of a radio silence as the Space Shuttle does get back into the re-entry pattern. But again, this moment lasted some 15 or 16 minutes. The final conversation between Charlie Hallbaugh and the Space Shuttle Columbia.
Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
Again, those seconds had to stretch on like hours to those on the ground at NASA and Mission Control as they tried to reestablish what was happening on board the Space Shuttle Columbia. Well, we now know. President Bush moments ago in a speech that may have lasted 4 or 5 minutes saying that the shuttle is lost, was destroyed in some kind of disaster, be it an explosion or a breakup in the Earth's atmosphere over Texas. The debris field is wide throughout parts of north and southeastern Texas as well, and maybe beyond. Again, as investigators check in from around that part of the country, as they are now trying to assemble just what might have happened to the second space shuttle to be involved in a disaster. First, of course, in January of 1986, that the Space Shuttle Challenger, which exploded on takeoff. Again, you're listening to coverage here at News Radio 780 WBBM as we've been taking our coverage from the CBS Radio network and joining our coverage locally as well. Stay tuned to News Radio 780 at 1:15 now. Let's rejoin coverage from the CBS Radio network.
Husband, Air Force Colonel from Amarillo, Texas, age 45, a married man. One of the pilots, William McCool, a Navy commander from Lubbock, Texas, age 41. Dr. David Brown, a Navy captain, pilot, and doctor. He also perished today. Dr. Laurel Clark, age 41, a Navy doctor. The other woman aboard was Kalpana Chawla, an immigrant from India, 41 years old, and an Israeli astronaut, the only foreign citizen that we know of. I'm thinking a little bit about Dr. Chawla from India, but I do believe she was a U.S. citizen. Ilan Ramon was from Israel, an Air Force officer chosen as Israel's only astronaut, and Israel was so happy when he went up into space. But here, instead of landing safely after 16 days in orbit, he's died. All 7 astronauts are gone. CBS News correspondent Peter King, you're at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Think back to what should have been routine. Exactly 5 hours ago, 9:16 a.m. Eastern Time, should have been a landing. Doubtless friends and relatives of the 7 astronauts were there at Kennedy Space Center. What happened around then instead?
Well, Dan, what happened was we were hearing repeated calls from Mission Control. Charlie Hallbaugh, the Mission Control spacecraft communicator, the astronaut, was repeatedly trying to contact Shuttle Columbia. And we heard the words over and over and over again. Houston, Columbia on UHF. Houston, Columbia on UHF. That's secondary frequency. They got no answer, and we really, I think probably about 10 minutes before that, knew that something was really, really wrong, because generally there is no reason not to be able to track the shuttle or to be able to communicate with the shuttle once it's inside the atmosphere, once it's some 38 miles up, which it was, and all of a sudden it all stopped. So obviously our ears were to mission control. 916 came and went. By that time we were on the air here with our special coverage on CBS Radio, and with you and with everybody else. We just waited for it to unfold together, as often happens in these major events.
Yes,
we
instead of the shuttle landing. Yes,
exactly.
Instead of the shuttle landing. Horrible.
Well, we kind of knew that there wasn't going to be a landing. The question was, where did it come down and how?
Peter King, live at the Kennedy Space Center. We turn now to an uncle of one of the astronauts, Douglas Haviland. Your niece was just terrific. Dr. Laurel Clark, a Navy physician. She had done undersea work. She'd worked in submarines. Now she got to go to space. Must have been so terrific 16 days ago. I don't know how you go from the highs to the lows like this.
Well, that's what she wanted to do, certainly. And she had lived in recent years to get up into space, and she was thrilled by the possibility, and she certainly died doing what she wanted to do. And
Laurel Clark was a doctor. The family must have been so proud of her. Was she a doctor even before she went into the military, or was it the Navy that put her through medical school?
Well, the Navy helped to get her through medical school, and so she decided she would sign on with them and, serve for a time, and she was in submarine service, and then they began to open up positions for astronauts, and she was eager to try that, and so she applied and was accepted. I think 96 was the year she became an astronaut.
Isn't that something? Someone who had undersea experience, because that's like another world down there. Did you ever hear her talk about her undersea experience?
Yeah, she was quite into scuba diving and everything, and she and her husband, would go out and scuba dive, and so she was thrilled with this sort of thing. She liked to do those things.
And did any members of the family go to the launch at the Kennedy Space Center about 16 days ago?
Yeah, there was quite a contingent there, and, her brother, Dan Sullivan, helped to organize the whole event, and he actually got to go out to the launch pad and get a close-up view of the shuttle and everything. He's thrilled with that, and her mother, two of our children were down there too, cousins of hers, so it was quite an event for the launching.
And her husband and her 8-year-old son, were they there for the takeoff?
They were there, and of course she was in quarantine by that time, so we couldn't see her.
Were they in Florida this morning to greet her upon her return back to Earth?
Her husband and son were there to greet her, and her sister, next in her in age to of her siblings, and Lynn was down there for the landing as well.
Laurel Clark, a doctor, a scientist. What was she going to do on the shuttle? All sorts of interesting experiments?
Yeah, especially in the, human effects of space on the human anatomy and physiology was her major area of concern. So she was hard into the scientific work and was really enjoying it. She sent an email back just before they were landing.
You saw an email that she sent from orbit?
Yeah, they can send down emails up there. And I just picked it up on the internet last evening. So a little eerie hearing about the shuttle tragedy. And
Mr. Haviland, of course. Oh, Mr. Haviland, it's terrible having that email in hand, as you say. You just read it last night, but it probably shows, you tell me, she was doing what she really wanted to do.
Yeah. she was, she loved the sights and all that they could see. They could see the aurora, the aurora australis, I think they call it.
By any chance, Mr. Haviland, do you have the email right there by your side?
I don't have it right by my side, but it certainly was expressive of her enthusiasm, and that she was proud that she was able to serve by doing scientific work out in space.
So the same person, truly a woman of accomplishment, managed to see that undersea world that we don't, serving on a submarine, being a scuba diver. She was a doctor, treating people, helping keep people safe and healthy, and then managed to see Earth from up above. Can you just imagine?
Yeah, and that she felt very thrilled by all of that. She'd been taking pictures and so forth, and she was eager to share them with people when she returned. So.
Well, we're not going to get to enjoy that by any means, but if you can find any solace in the fact that she was doing something she really loved and found exciting, I guess
think the whole family can feel proud of her in that sense. So.
Doug Haviland, the uncle of Dr. Laurel Clark. Our condolences to the entire family, to her husband, the 8-year-old son. Well, what's his name, by the way?
Ian.
Ian. Clark, last name?
Yeah, Ian Clark, and
our best wishes to him.
Scottish name, which is part of our heritage.
Our best wishes to him and the entire family.
Well, thank you
very much, Mr. Haviland.
Appreciate your sympathy.
Again, you're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM. Again, that was the uncle of Laurel Clark of Racine, Wisconsin. Again, one of those on board the Space Shuttle Columbia today. As again, the Space Shuttle astronauts lost today in the disaster at about 8:16 our time this morning. You're listening to ongoing coverage on News Radio 780 WBBM. Mayor Daley releasing a comment this morning saying that the deaths of the 7 astronauts on board the shuttle was tragic and serves as a reminder that the public shouldn't take for granted these courageous astronauts who've done so much to make the world a better place. The mayor going on to say that I think all of our thoughts and our prayers are going with the victims' families. He said it's really hard to believe. The mayor canceling a news conference because of the disaster. You heard the news later than most people and told reporters that it made them think about those who gave their lives for science. Reminiscent of a similar comment the mayor had to make back in January of 1986. You may recall at that period of time here in Chicago, we were celebrating a Bears Super Bowl victory. The downtown celebration, and one day later, the shuttle disaster with the Challenger at that time. Now the mayor saying, you think about great astronauts. These are people that are highly skilled, highly trained, have made a difference in the world in regards to science, in regards to the environment. By the way, the mayor had originally called the news conference to publicize the low-income home energy assistance program at Roberto Clemente Community Academy on the west side. But again, he left the school without discussing the program. Short time ago, News Radio 780 also spoke with the senior senator of the state of Illinois, Dick Durbin, who talked a little bit about, yes, questions need to be answered, but there needs to be a period of mourning as well.
Well, of course, that's one of the things that crosses your mind. I'm sure NASA has a contingency that would consider that fact. And there's been a suggestion as well that we might turn to our friends in Russia, who have also worked with us on the space station. And their Soyuz spacecraft may be of assistance to us in this matter, but that gets ahead of the current tragedy. Let's mourn this loss, determine the reason for it so it's never repeated, and then make a resolution as a nation to continue our efforts in space.
Senator Dick Durbin again talking at the outset of those comments about the 3 astronauts that are still on board the space station. The astronauts on board the shuttle today had left those astronauts and headed back home to Earth. Again, to elaborate on that aspect of the story, there is a Soyuz escape, if you will, a capsule or a spacecraft attached to the space station up in space that could be used if the astronauts were stranded there for any length of time or it had to get out of there for any other reason. But again, Senator Durbin and others saying that what this means is that the space shuttle program probably cannot linger long before figuring out its problems and heading back up to rescue the astronauts that are still up in space. Once again, it's 1:26. News Radio 780 WBBM continues its ongoing coverage as now we get comments from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory from CBS.
Yeah, I mean, it's this extended family, Dan, that we heard the NASA Administrator O'Keefe talk about and here today, even though they don't deal directly with the shuttle program. They do sometimes take part in some of the experiments on board aboard the shuttles, but they don't deal directly with this shuttle program, but just a tremendous sense of loss today and just tremendous sadness. It's a skeletal crew here today. It's a 24-hour facility, but they have 5,000 people who work here during the week. Only a fraction of that number are here today. Still, when people were arriving here, we're sort of reading into their faces, but certainly looked like very emotional times for them. One woman was seen by one of my colleagues wiping a tear from her eyes. So a very tough day here today.
CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman live at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California. And as Americans woke up and heard this news, many listened to the radio, watched television, but they were getting together anyway. Folks do on Saturday, whether it's a family gathering or they plan to do a shopping trip, and I bet a lot of people stayed home instead and listened to coverage, watched coverage instead. But some people came to the White House. Outside the fence, people gathered and kind of looked at the White House as though it's a focal point. Of course, President Bush addressed the nation about 20 minutes ago. We'll be having an excerpt of that just a few minutes if you missed it. And in addition, there's a place right outside the Kennedy Space Center. It's the official astronaut memorial. And more than 500 people gathered there. This wasn't planned, much in advance, and someone said, hey, let's have a moment of silence, and that's what they did in honor of the 7 crew members of Shuttle Columbia who perished today. Former astronaut and former U.S. Senator Jake Garn of Utah has spoken with CBS Radio affiliate KSL. Ben Winslow asked former Senator Garn, former astronaut, about that critical period when the space shuttle is re-entering the atmosphere. That's when Shuttle Columbia apparently broke up.
Re-entry is very unforgiving. You're traveling at 25 times the speed of sound. You turn the orbit around backwards, fire the retro rockets for a very precise amount of time, which takes you out of orbital speed. Then you have about a 34-minute free fall. You start interfacing with the Earth's atmosphere at about 400,000 feet. Develop temperatures of 3,000 to 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the bottom of the spacecraft. You're in the middle of a giant fireball. And you're a 250,000-pound glider for 9,000 miles. You have no ability to change anything with the re-entry with power. You have to do it with what are known as slips or skids, energy management with the way you fly the shuttle. So it's a difficult, unforgiving process.
And what's going on inside the shuttle then? What's going on?
Well, the crew obviously is all strapped in, and so the only people that are doing anything other than riding are the commander and the pilot.
Okay, so everybody's just kind of hanging on.
Yes, you're just sitting there with the G-forces and experiencing the roughness initially as you start to hit the top of the atmosphere. It's like slipping a smooth stone across smooth water. You're bouncing, and you feel those pops as you go across the top of the atmosphere as you settle into this giant fireball. So it's an exciting ride, to say the least.
Jake Garn, a former U.S. Senator who, like John Glenn, had a chance to go up into space, and he re-entered the atmosphere in a shuttle, and as you heard, it was exciting. It kind of felt dangerous, and entering the atmosphere always is. Let's turn to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Peter King.
Dan, a few minutes ago, there was a moment of silence just a few minutes away from here, not at the Kennedy Space Center, but at the Visitors Complex, the Visitors Center, where the Astronaut Memorial Mirror is. There were about 500 people there, just kind of a spur-of-the-moment gathering. 17 astronauts' names are etched into the mirror that is the Astronaut Memorial there, and sadly now 7 more astronauts who have died in the line of duty that will be added to that memorial not too far from where the Columbia crew left here 16 days ago.
Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. And coming up in about half an hour, NASA promises a briefing. It's called a technical briefing. We'll have some details as to what was known at the time that the shuttle, that Columbia was coming in for a landing, and 16 minutes before it was supposed to land, it broke apart. What happened? We'll hear about the investigation as it begins, part of our continuing coverage from CBS.
CBS News Update, I'm Steve Knight. Columbia is lost. There are no survivors. The words of President Bush on the space shuttle that broke apart in flames, killing 7 astronauts.
The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth. Yet we can pray that all are safely home.
Mr. Bush spoke to the nation as NASA vowed to find what caused the tragedy.
The same creator who names the stars also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today.
NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe says investigators are already working to find what went wrong.
The loss of this valiant crew is something we will never be able to get over, and certainly the families of all of them, we have assured we will do everything we can possibly do to guarantee that they work their way through this horrific tragedy.
CBS News reporter Rob Milford, who was one of many in Texas who heard a boom from the shuttle and then saw white plumes in the sky, drove toward the Louisiana state line and found debris from the shuttle.
For the first time, this has really brought it home to me, because you pick up this piece of debris. It's about 5 feet long, maybe about 2 feet wide, zinc chromate paint with red fleck paint on the side I'm looking at now. As we lifted up a minute ago to look, there are the scorched, blackened, almost like charcoal, the outside tiles of the shuttle.
CBS News Update. I'm Steve Knight.
WBBM News Time 1:32 again. You're listening to News Radio 780, and they say they're devastated by today's loss of the shuttle. That part of the story from News Radio 780's Julie Mann.
Freddie Atkins with the Space Education Department at the Adler Planetarium had been watching Columbia's science mission through a special gallery called Cyberspace. He says there's a live feed from Mission Control where visitors to the planetarium had the chance to see the shuttle crew working on science experiments on board Columbia. Atkins says there was a sinking feeling when word came in shuttle communication had been lost and debris was spotted in Texas.
Basically, as probably we all would say, it took me right back to 1986 and the shuttle disaster of the Challenger. And as you can see, I've been running around like crazy all morning here. It's just been nuts. We have the live NASA TV feed, and we also have the satellite feed of the local networks. And we've been jumping back and forth and also using the internet here in cyberspace to keep us updated. And we're absolutely devastated. Our visitors are coming in, and they want all the information we can give them.
Monitoring the mission on a daily basis, Atkins says the space watchers at the Adler Planetarium noticed nothing in the transmissions between NASA and the shuttle crew members during the course of the mission that could have predicted such a tragic end. He also believes the space program will go on. In his words, it has to because of the people on board the International Space Station. Julie Mann, News Radio 780 WBBM.
Well, joining us on the Newsline now is News Radio 780 reporter Bob Conway, who's been at the Adler Planetarium, where, of course, there's been kind of an impromptu gathering of folks that are trying to learn more about this shuttle disaster today. And, Bob, what are the crowd saying? What are the people there saying about their feelings today in the result, or in the wake, rather, of this tragedy?
Well, Dave, I've had a chance to speak to several planetarium goers, most of whom had plans to be here this afternoon, a family excursion, what have you. And pretty much they all expressed the same thoughts and the same feelings. Sadness, regret, shock, horror, if you will, at what happened this morning. I spoke with a family who was visiting from Buffalo Grove, and Bruce, the father of that family, related to me his feelings about today's developments.
You know, it's heart-wrenching when you think about the astronauts and the families and children and, you know, the whole program and anyone related to it. I mean, it's tragic.
Well, how do you feel about the space program in general? I mean, do you think what NASA's doing is worthwhile, sending these shuttles up? There's been a remarkable safety record, with considering how many flights there have been, but then occasionally something like this, it almost seems like there's an inevitability about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite amazed that, you know, a tragedy like this hadn't happened sooner. I mean, you know, it's been so many years. We've never had anything like this happen on a landing. So, you know, these things do happen. It is risky going into space. It's a new frontier. So.
That gentleman visiting the Adler Planetarium from Buffalo Grove, along with his wife and 2 children, and a couple of people I ran into inside were unaware of the magnitude of exactly what had happened and the enormity of this tragedy. They told me that they had heard as they were leaving the house en route to the planetarium on a pre-planned visit, that all they had heard was that NASA had lost communication with the shuttle, and when I told them what the outcome had been, one woman was nearly in tears when she learned of this tragedy. So that's the scene here at the Adler Planetarium, where certainly the mood is somber, as it is in all places, people try to come to grips with and cope and deal with the events of earlier today with regard to the shuttle. Reporting live from the Adler Planetarium, Bob Conway, News Radio 780 WBBM.
All right, thank you, Bob. Again, we are getting reaction from other people around the Chicago area, naturally, our public officials. North Shore Republican Congressman Mark Kirk, one of many reacting today, saying there's sure to be an investigation and a reminder associated with the disaster. Congressman Kirk, on weekend military duty at the Pentagon, says news of the loss of another space shuttle brought him right back to the day 17 years ago when the nation watched the explosion on board the Challenger. Kirk says NASA will lead the first investigation into the cause of what may have gone wrong today in Columbia. He says the House Science Committee with jurisdiction over NASA will follow that investigation. Henry Hyde, the congressman from Illinois and the chairman of the House International Relations Committee, released a statement saying, at this time of national and international tragedy, I ask all Americans to pray for the families of the astronauts lost during the explosion of the Columbia. These brave explorers epitomized the best of mankind. They were dreamers to the end. We have many questions that need now answers, but that will take time. However, we must not let the tragedy keep us from space exploration. As a nation, we will grieve our loss, but we will return to space someday. Again, the comments of Henry Hyde, the longtime congressman. And Mayor Daley saying the deaths of the 7 astronauts on board the shuttle was tragic and serves as a reminder that the public shouldn't take for granted those courageous astronauts who have done so much to make the world a better place. He says, I think our thoughts and our prayers are going to be with the victims' families. He had canceled a news conference to make his comments today. And the shuttle Columbia disaster again turning away one from our part of the world. That's specifically Laurel Clark of Racine, Wisconsin, a 41-year-old astronaut who had an 8-year-old son. Her son and husband, at last word, were down in Florida waiting her arrival at the Kennedy Space Center. As Clark was helping with more than 80 scientific experiments being conducted during Columbia's mission. Again, she had served as a diving medical officer on board submarines and later became a naval flight surgeon. 41-year-old Laurel Clark of Racine, Wisconsin, a victim of the Space Shuttle Columbia today. Also getting word from Senator Dick Durbin, who called the News Radio 780 newsroom a short time ago, an hour ago or so, to tell us, too, that it's time to mourn the loss, but again, to make sure that to space exploration, the questions are answered, and then we move on from there. That space exploration should be part of our future. Again, saying now is the time, however, to think of nothing else but the astronauts, their loss, and their families, and what we can do to make a space shuttle flight more safe in the future. WBBM News Time 1:39. Once again, we are covering this story from the newsrooms of News Radio 780 and, of course, the CBS Radio Network as well. As now the investigation concentrates on the debris field down in Texas, we pick up that coverage now from the CBS Radio Network as the coverage of the field of debris is amazing. Goes all the way from parts of Texas near Dallas all the way down to the Louisiana border as we pick up that coverage now from Dan Raviv and the CBS Radio Network team.
That's when NASA, the space agency, plans to have what it calls a technical briefing at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. More details of just what happened at about 9 a.m. Eastern time when Shuttle Columbia disappeared. Contact was lost. It was supposed to land at 9:16 a.m. Eastern in Florida, but instead this tragedy, the loss of 7 astronauts. This is continuing coverage from CBS News. It's 2:40 p.m. Eastern time. Here comes a recap.
CBS News Update, I'm Charlotte Burke.
The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
Sad but expected confirmation from President Bush at the White House about 35 minutes ago. He offered his prayers and condolences to the families of the 7 astronauts who perished this morning as the Space Shuttle Columbia broke into pieces over Texas.
Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more.
Debris has been reported scattered across a huge area of Texas to the Louisiana border. Officials are warning people not to touch the wreckage because of possible poisoning from propellant. CBS station KRLD in Dallas reports that 27 people are being treated at Nacogdoches Memorial Hospital for injuries from exposure to the shuttle debris. 6 Americans were joined on this mission by the first Israeli astronaut, Ilan Ramon. Israeli ambassador to the UN, Dan Gillerman, talked about Ramon's importance to his countrymen.
The Israeli people, after 2 generations, have come from being slaughtered in the concentration camps to exploring outer space with their American friends. This was a statement which was larger than life, and that makes this tragedy larger than life.
Families of the Columbia crew are trying to come to terms with what's happened. Bruce Haviland, cousin of astronaut Laurel Clark, says the mood this morning was calm compared to that of the day of liftoff, January 16th.
We all felt that a collective sigh of relief as the launch was successful, never anticipating what has taken place.
This is the first time in NASA's 42 years of manned space program that there's been a loss of life during landing. CBS News Update. I'm Charlotte Burke.
And WBBM News Time, 1:41. Again, continuing coverage here from the CBS Radio Network here on News Radio 780 WBBM Chicago. Again, we are covering this from the local angle as well as using the resources, of course, of the CBS Radio Network. Are getting word now that the government has, in fact, appointed an independent board today to investigate the disaster. Experts from the Air Force and Navy, which had 5 of the 7 crew members, will join officials from the Transportation Department and other federal agencies in the review panel. That, according to NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe, who gave a briefing earlier this morning. Now, once again, NASA is planning its next technical update at about 18 minutes or so our time, about 2 o'clock our time, to talk more about what they do know and perhaps discuss this investigative effort a little bit more. What track it will take, what timing it will take is only known to the investigators, as again, this may be a little bit tougher to investigate than the Shuttle Challenger disaster in 1986, as it was high-resolution film and tape of that disaster. There's only a tape, basically, of this disaster after the fact, after it happened, as we continually see images of a comet-like streaks across the sky in Texas as that Shuttle Columbia breaks up in the atmosphere. Once again, we are hearing also about a wide debris field going from Nacogdoches, Texas, and near Dallas all the way to Louisiana. Bits of machinery, pieces of metal found strewn across a wide area of East Texas after the Shuttle Columbia broke apart. One piece even crashing through the roof of the dentist office. Police and NASA officials again warning residents, as you heard me update a moment ago, that the debris could be toxic and should not be touched. The Environmental Protection Agency prepared to coordinate a cleanup, and the Army's 1st Cavalry Division deployed a task force, including helicopters and military police, to help search for the wreckage. Again, as this shuttle was moving at quite a speed, about 12,000 miles per hour, at about 200,000 feet, when it suddenly began to break apart. Going that kind of speed, you might imagine that debris field would be wide. And so far, no reports of any large fragments. There have been some sketchy reports of some body parts taken from the scene of the disaster, again, as we continue coverage. But the investigation goes on, and reaction continues to pour in. President Bush making his comments just after the top of the hour, saying the crew is lost. Hopefully they found their way home in eternity. Let's rejoin CBS coverage of the Space Shuttle Columbia disaster. WBBM News Time, 1:44.
There clearly are indications that it may be related to the left wing, but I think we can't say anything more definite than that at this time.
Colonel Mark Brown, a former astronaut, speaking with CBS News. President George W. Bush addressed the nation, it was about 40 minutes ago. Let's turn to White House correspondent Peter Mayer. I think the speech clocked in at about 4 minutes, but it's not the length that matters. It's the tone, and I felt the president even had moist eyes. It's a miserable moment when he had to report to the nation that all the astronauts perished, Peter.
Yes, the president, Dan, spoke for actually just under 3.5 minutes. He's not a person who is really given to long oratory, and he summed it up quite briefly as he spoke of the courage and daring of the astronauts and said, "We will miss them all." He said, "It's terrible news that brings great sadness," and bluntly and poignantly said, "There are no survivors." So now Mr. Bush will await the report of the technical people. I'm sure that his own science advisor and his national security advisor are in touch with the NASA people, who will, of course, be briefing the rest of the nation here in about 15 minutes or so. But as the president leads the nation in grief, he remembers the dead space explorers for, in his words, assuming a great risk in the service to all humanity. And there's also the emergency aspect of this that's also being commanded from here at the White House by the brand new Homeland Security Secretary, Tom Ridge, telling local police and fire departments to put the police tape around any of the debris that's been found to keep people away, to try to prevent the kinds of illnesses that we're starting to hear from our Texas reporters and correspondents in the field. But the White House sees any video, any still pictures that civilians have taken of this tragedy as evidence, and it wants that evidence.
That indeed will help the investigation, and I think they'll probably in this day and age get a lot of video. It's just the nature of things. People whip out the cameras, and apparently for quite a long time up in the sky over Dallas and Fort Worth, there were these white contrails. Do you have any experience that would lead you to speculate, perhaps, Peter, how long does an investigation like this take? I suppose the Challenger disaster of 1986 could be a guide to that.
Well, I guess that's the best lesson. There was a Challenger commission that was named, and NASA Administrator Sean O'Keefe said that already they are assembling a panel of outside experts to look into what happened on this tragic event today with the Columbia. So it's going to probably take weeks, if not months. Probably a better question to be posed to someone with more technical expertise. I think the previous guest that you had on the air had some of the best analysis that we have heard over what possibly has happened. But right now there is an immediate emergency on the ground, this debris field. It is an astounding situation that so much of the debris survived the plummet through all of the heat that's involved in a re-entry into Earth's atmosphere. And, you know, a lot of people in Texas, Dan, had been told on their local radio and TV weathercast last night to keep an eye out at 8:03 a.m. You're going to see the shuttle flying over. It's going to go over Texas and Louisiana and head into Florida for a landing. So it was not an accident that so many people were out there, sadly in some cases with their children in tow to see what happened, but also with their binoculars and their video cameras, their still cameras, their tripods, their telescopes, watching shuttle come in. It could be that there were more witnesses to this thing than any similar catastrophe in recent U.S. history when you get down to it.
Oh, well, Peter, let's listen to a bit of what President Bush said, and stay with us, please.
Knowing they had a high and noble purpose in life. Because of their courage and daring and idealism, we will miss them all the more. All Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you.
The president also, what do you think, Peter? I think he was trying to lay to rest just early on, a question such as, will the space program stop? Because he said the cause in which they died will continue.
That's right. He said our journey into space will go on, and a very quick signal from the president that this is not going to interfere with the space program. Ironically, I was looking ahead yesterday to the coming week, and NASA, like so many other agencies here in Washington, was planning to hold a budget briefing on Monday to talk about its plans for the coming year, for the coming fiscal year, to talk about technology, its biological experiments, its earth science studies, education programs, and of course, sadly, space flight. Whether or not that will happen, of course, is not important at this point, but the space program will go on, and at a time like this, a president, any president, has to sort of become a clergyman, if you will, a consoler-in-chief to the entire country, and at the same time, look at the governmental aspects and the fact that space travel will continue, that the U.S. space program will not be stopped. In fact, there's a huge program that's with the space station in effect right now, and astronauts working up there as we speak.
That's CBS News White House correspondent Peter Mayer. Thanks. Mr. Bush spoke slowly. His eyes were glistening at the end of his 3.5-minute speech to the nation. I think we'll hear a bit of that probably in the recap that comes up in seconds as part of our continuing coverage from CBS News.
CBS News Update, I'm Christopher Glenn. President Bush has sought to soothe the grief of a nation with his first words on the Shuttle Columbia tragedy less than an hour ago. At one point in his remarks, he spoke directly to the families of the 7 astronauts who were lost.
Americans today are thinking as well of the families of these men and women who have been given this sudden shock and grief. You're not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you.
Pieces of debris from the fallen shuttle are spread over many miles of East Texas, many in the town of Nacogdoches. KRLD reporter Teresa Rena is there.
Here in the parking lot of the Commercial Bank of Texas is a piece of the shuttle approximately the size of a car door. The area has been roped off. It obviously is attracting a lot of attention. People are here taking pictures. Of course, it is being guarded by the military. They are watching out. But we saw one smaller piece as we were coming into Nacogdoches. is about a 3-foot square piece. It was clearly had the checkerboard pattern on the bottom, the looks of the heat shields that were on the bottom side of the shuttle. This, however, is a much larger piece. It was very fortunate that no one was hit.
Officials have been warning the public since the very first moments after the tragedy not to touch or even approach closely any debris they might find for fear it may be contaminated with toxic fluids used by the shuttle systems. And now, indeed, there's word that some 27 people in the Nacogdoches area have been taken to hospitals after exposure to debris. CBS News correspondent Peter King tells us hundreds of people have gathered to grieve at the Astronauts Memorial near the Kennedy Space Center.
There's a moment of silence just a few minutes away from here, not at the Kennedy Space Center, but at the visitors complex, the visitors center, where the Astronaut Memorial Mirror is. There were about 500 people there, just kind of a spur-of-the-moment gathering.
And as the work begins to determine what caused the disaster, we're told by CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood that Columbia's age and long flight record will certainly be considered.
Columbia is a heavy orbiter. It was the first one they ever built. Flew for the first time back on April the 12th, 1981, with just 2 people on board. It's so heavy it cannot routinely go to the space station.
And it did not on its final mission. It was a space science expedition that took the crew nowhere near the space station. CBS News Update. I'm Christopher Glenn.
WBBM News Time 1:52. Again, ongoing coverage of the Space Shuttle disaster here on News Radio 780. And we'll rejoin CBS for more in just a few minutes. Again, stay tuned. The very latest wall-to-wall coverage on this Space Shuttle disaster that took place about 8 o'clock this morning our time when NASA lost touch with the Space Shuttle Columbia. And about 8:16 again, confirming that the landing was going to be missed because 8:16 our time was the landing time at the space station in Florida at the Kennedy Space Station. But just around 8 o'clock our time this morning were the last words coming from the Space Shuttle Columbia. Again, presumably Rick Husband, the commander from Amarillo, Texas, to Charlie Hubbard at Mission Control.
Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
Again, a garbled transmission, and that is it. There was nothing after that. No word of confirmation whether or not that's exactly when the disaster may have happened, but it would track with about the speed and trajectory the spacecraft was on, headed toward Florida. Again, at that point, some 200,000 miles above the Earth and about 12,000 miles per hour. And again, this is accounting for the debris field being so wide. Again, as we sampled around the nation, President Bush making his comments a little less than an hour ago, speaking for about 3.5 minutes to express condolence. As you heard on CBS moments ago, people gathering at the Astronauts Memorial to mourn the loss down in Florida as well. And here in Chicago at the Adler Planetarium, where people are stopping by now to talk more about what this disaster means. Other people who had planned on touring the Adler Planetarium for the day, but just learning about the disaster, now just hanging around trying to see if they can learn more about this second shuttle disaster. The last one happening in 1986, of course, the Challenger, and this one today, the third, by the way, overall American space tragedy. The first one happening in 1967, ironically, the end of January 27, 67, when 3 astronauts were burned up in a test of the Apollo 1 on the launch pad. And then, of course, the Space Shuttle Challenger disaster in January of 1986. And on February 1st, year 2003, the disaster we have suffered through today. Ongoing coverage on News Radio 780 WBBM as we dip back into the CBS Radio network.
Pieces of Space Shuttle Columbia came down. We turn to CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman. You're at another NASA facility. That's the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California. But, Steve, I know, didn't you cover the first successful landing of Space Shuttle Columbia? It was just, that was a different era. Everything went fine.
Completely different era, Dan. That was April of '81 down at Edwards Air Force Base, probably around, as the bird flies, crow flies, around 60 miles from here in the desert just outside of Los Angeles. And I remember the tension. This was the first time we had had many liftoffs before, but we never had a landing quite like this before. There was lots of tension. Could they do it? And it went just perfectly. Astronauts Crippen and Young, only 2 men aboard that flight, brought the spacecraft down, brought Columbia down just perfectly on the runway. And ever since then, the landings have been so perfect. The only tragedy, of course, was Challenger in '86, and that was during a liftoff. These landings had become so routine until, of course, today.
Thanks. CBS News correspondent Steve Futterman in Pasadena, California. And now we have something new. Get ready for this. This is apparently the last communication with Space Shuttle Columbia today. It was almost exactly 6 hours ago. We're told it was at 8:58 a.m. Eastern Time, and this would be Mission Control in Houston talking to Space Shuttle Columbia. And keep in mind, they were only about 18 minutes away from their planned landing in Florida. We've just gotten this tape here at CBS News. Let's listen.
40 miles. Speed 13,200 miles per hour. Range to touchdown 1,400 miles. The shuttle in the left bank with wings angled about 57 degrees to horizontal.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
And there you were, sort of an abrupt ending. Roger, and another semi-syllable, perhaps, from the Space Shuttle. We turn to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. CBS News correspondent Peter King. That new tape gets me. What happened after that is that the NASA communicator in Houston, I guess, kept calling out. There was no answer from Shuttle.
Right. We kept hearing Houston, Columbia, and then later on they tried a different frequency, Houston, Columbia on UHF, and nothing. And there is just nothing worse. There is no worse feeling than sending out a radio call and getting no reply. But they continue doing that. I think probably, and my memory may fail me, for about 15, 20 minutes, maybe even a little bit longer than that, because that's what you do in this case. They had
Again, yes. That was exactly 6 hours ago, because right now it's 2:58 p.m. That was at 8:58 a.m. Eastern Time. And basically, the 7 astronauts aboard Shuttle Columbia were over Texas, only 16 minutes away from landing. And I guess what the radio communications was about, it all seemed totally normal. No gauges were out of whack or anything like that. It's just kind of getting ready. Make sure you're buckled up and ready to land.
There is not a lot of conversation on the way down, Dan. It's all pretty routine. It's all pretty technical. No, you never hear them say, wow, what a ride. Boy, it's hot in here. Boy, this is an amazing. I mean, you just never hear that on the way down. The shuttle pilot and the shuttle commander are busy controlling whatever they need to do to get the shuttle back on the ground. They're watching their screens in front of them and just prepping for landing. If there is conversation, there might have been conversation inside that of course we wouldn't hear because their voice buttons weren't necessarily on, and generally you only hear the commander and maybe the pilot on the way down.
CBS News correspondent Peter King at the Kennedy Space Center. As we heard, an abrupt end to the voice communication with Shuttle Columbia 6 hours ago. Minutes later, people in Dallas and Fort Worth, Texas, when they looked up in the gorgeous blue sky, there were these white lines, stuff coming in as though a meteor shower, that type of thing. Turns out to be debris from Columbia, and some of that debris is being found in eastern Texas. 27 people went to a hospital emergency room, said they didn't feel all right after coming near the debris. But we hear from CBS News Dallas that those people have gone home, so we don't know of any serious injuries at all from the debris falling over eastern Texas. A NASA briefing, it's called the technical briefing, expected in Houston any minute now. We'll bring it to you live, of course. All of this part of our continuing coverage from CBS News. Shuttle Columbia was lost today.
This is WBBM AM Chicago. It's 2 o'clock in Chicago.
3 p.m. Eastern.
Mark Knoller live at the White House.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country.
A somber President Bush addressed the American people an hour ago to confirm the worst about the latest tragedy to befall the American space program. He said that at 9 this morning Eastern Time, Mission Control in Houston lost contact with the Space Shuttle Columbia, and a short time later, debris was seen falling from the skies over Texas.
The Columbia is lost. There are no survivors.
To the families of the 7 lost astronauts, Mr. Bush said, "You are not alone. Our entire nation grieves with you." Speaking from the cabinet room, Mr. Bush said the astronauts knew the dangers of space travel and faced them willingly. And he told the nation that America's journey into space will go on. Live at the White House, I'm Mark Knoller. With more CBS News, here is Steve Knight.
The Columbia was just 16 minutes away from landing at the Kennedy Space Center when something went wrong.
No tracking reported again of Columbia since about 8 a.m. Central Time as it was descending toward Florida, toward the Kennedy Space Center above Central Texas.
The shuttle was traveling 6 times the speed of sound, 40 miles above Texas, when people heard an odd-sounding boom. This woman looked up.
It started breaking up, and then really it looked to us like it just completely dissolved.
Debris fell near the Texas-Louisiana state line. NASA warned people to stay away from it. But KRLD reporter Teresa Arena in Nacogdoches, Texas, says some couldn't resist.
We understand that as many as 20 people, possibly even more, have gone to the local hospital with burns and possible contamination.
Late word from the hospital there that doctors checked out 27 people, and they're okay. The crew of 7 astronauts included Israel's first astronaut, and also a native of Spokane, Washington, Michael Anderson. More from Stephen Kaufman in Spokane.
Anderson often returned to his hometown to speak with school kids about the space program and to share his experiences in space. He was selected for the program by NASA in December of '94, assigned to his first mission about 4 years later.
NASA vows to find what caused the tragedy. It will have a profound effect on America's space program, just as the Shuttle Challenger disaster did back in 1986. More from Steve Futterman.
This NASA facility is not directly involved in the Space Shuttle program. Here they command the unmanned missions to the planets. But there is still a tremendous sense of sadness here today. Blaine Baggett is a JPL official.
Anytime there's a loss anywhere in the NASA family, we all feel it very deeply.
The American flag at the entrance has been lowered to half-staff, and as one woman arrived here today, she was wiping tears from her eyes. Steve Futterman, CBS News at Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Pasadena, California.
And NASA has a second briefing scheduled on the disaster coming up about now. This is CBS News.
We've just learned, in fact, Steve Knight, that the briefing has slipped, as officials put it. The NASA technical briefing from the Johnson Space Center in Houston is expected in about 12 minutes from now at 2:15 p.m. Central Time. Right now in the East, it's 3:03. This is continuing live coverage from CBS News. I'm Dan Raviv. We're doing our best to keep up with all aspects of this story. A tragedy, of course. Shuttle Columbia, instead of landing this morning, broke up over the skies, way over the skies, out as it was entering the atmosphere, about 38 miles up. And some of that breakup was visible to people in Fort Worth and Dallas, Texas. A photographer in Dallas, Raymond Cervantes, shot some video of Columbia's breakup.
I'm a hobbyist that actually enjoys videotaping the shuttle as it re-enters the atmosphere. Sometimes you'll get a nice plume of the shuttle as it comes in, and over the horizon it makes it for a beautiful sight. But this one was a little different this time. I did notice that it looked like tiles or something coming off of the shuttle. My wife remarked to me, what is that? It looks like it was a chase plane or something, but at that altitude, it's 200,000 feet going 17 times the speed of sound. It only could be the shuttle, and it was very tragic. It looked like an unbelievable fireball at the end of it, and I did notice that there was a couple of explosions as it was coming in and doing the re-entry.
It was breaking apart as seen on that videotape shot by Raymond Cervantes. The breaking up, it seemed to people like an explosion, but when you enter the upper atmosphere, well, the heat can be so extreme, it can look like fire. This is something that experts will be analyzing, and why experts have already asked, NASA has already asked the public to turn in, please, to turn in all of those amateur videos, what folks over Dallas and Fort Worth, Texas were able to see. And from Dallas-Fort Worth going toward the southeast, that was pretty much the trail that the debris from Shuttle Columbia was taking, because the shuttle, after all, was going to be heading southeast toward Florida for its landing only about a quarter of an hour later. So instead, there's this large debris field that includes Nacogdoches, Texas, and the area southeast of Dallas-Fort Worth, maybe spilling across the border into Louisiana. And we'll be keeping up with reports of that. We hear that more than 24 people who went to a hospital emergency room saying they didn't feel okay. After all, they'd heard the warning that the fuel and maybe other chemicals in the debris might be dangerous. they've been sent home. Let's turn to the Kennedy Space Center. CBS News correspondent Peter King. The briefing by NASA in Houston was scheduled for 3 p.m. about 6 minutes ago. It has slipped, and do you have any idea who we're going to hear and what we might hear?
Yeah, I can't tell you what we'll hear, but I can tell you who we'll hear. Space Shuttle Program Manager Ron Dittemore, who has been in that top job now for a good couple of years. We'll also hear from Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin, who is also a NASA veteran. Those are the two gentlemen that we are going to hear from in just a little while. They're at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. And as far as what we're going to hear, Dan, your guess is as good as mine. I think they're going to do the best they can to explain what they know and tell us what they don't know. And I'm sure that we are going to hear some of the things that we have already heard, the feelings of grief and sympathy, the feeling that whatever it takes, they will find out what happened. They will fix it on the remaining 3 orbiters, and we will move on and stay in space. But I think, who knows how much is known so far. I mean, it's all trickling in, and there has been no news trickling out of NASA in terms of what they do know. Hopefully we'll find out a few things in a few minutes.
Peter, there are a lot of human stories here. The 7 astronauts who died, 4 American men, 2 American women, an Israeli Air Force pilot who was Israel's first astronaut. And perhaps you heard, as in part of our live coverage here on CBS News, we spoke with the uncle of one of the astronauts who died today, Dr. Laurel Clark of the Navy. Turns out her husband and their 8-year-old son were there at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida for the landing. They thought they would hug wife and mom and welcome back to Earth. Oh, what pain there must be behind the scenes, Peter.
Well, the families, of course, are often here to watch the shuttle come back down. If you've never seen a shuttle landing, it's a lot different from a launch, of course, because with a landing, it's tough to spot the shuttle coming out of the sky, especially because it travels so fast and it drops so quickly. And this was a particularly long mission for shuttle missions, Dan. Usually they last from about 8 to 11 days, but Columbia was the long-duration orbiter. It was outfitted with tanks, oxygen, that sort of thing, so it could stay up in orbit for as long as 20 or 21 days. So the families who were here, well, the last time they saw the 7 astronauts, really more than 2 weeks ago, some 16 days ago, and probably longer than that since they were in quarantine for the days before the flight. And of course, it's a horrible tragedy. It's an unspeakable tragedy, and just horrific to think for those family members who were here that they will not see those 7 astronauts again.
CBS News correspondent Peter King with a human story, and there's a political story here too, even as we wait for the next NASA briefing. It was set for 3 o'clock Eastern Time, but it's been rescheduled now for 3:15 Eastern Time. That's 6 minutes from now. The political side, well, we've just gotten this announcement from the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. He's a congressman from Illinois, and most people would agree he's kind of a quiet Speaker of the House. But he is very much in charge of things like how high a priority it'll be to get the space program back underway and finance the investigation and all that. Well, for now, he says, I extend my deepest sympathies to the families of those brave astronauts who've perished in this great tragedy. Space exploration is a dangerous endeavor, and each space flight is fraught with risk. But the knowledge that we gain from these missions is invaluable. All who participate in these dangerous missions do so to serve all of humanity and future generations. We should not rush to any conclusions until we find out all the facts and do a complete investigation. Those words from the Speaker of the House, Dennis Hastert. We'll be hearing from NASA in about 5 minutes if they keep up with the news schedule, and a lot more in this recap at 3:10 p.m. Eastern.
CBS News Update, I'm Charlotte Burke. NASA is to begin another news conference in about 5 minutes on the loss of the Space Shuttle Columbia today. This is the last that NASA heard from the ship, a garbled message that came in at 8:58 a.m. Eastern.
And Columbia, Houston, we see your tire pressure messages, and we did not copy your last.
Roger.
All communication then abruptly cut out. People across central Texas reported hearing a loud boom and seeing pieces of Columbia falling to earth. In East Dallas, Larry Watley was watching the shuttle landing.
I got my binoculars and went out in the park right across the street from me, and it comes the same way every time when it's going to land, so I knew which way it'd be coming. And when it just about got overhead, I could see a big fireball.
Authorities are continuing to warn people not to handle any of the debris. Victoria LaFollette is the town manager of Nacogdoches, Texas.
We are very concerned about people touching any of the debris. We have told them do not touch it, leave it alone.
27 people have been treated and released after being exposed to the debris. They are all reported to be okay. Associate NASA Administrator Captain Bill Reedy commented on how people nowadays consider shuttle landings commonplace.
After 113 flights, unfortunately, people have a tendency to look at it as something that is more or less routine. Well, I can assure you it is not.
President Bush says the astronauts will be remembered for accepting the risks of space travel to help serve humanity. President Bush spoke to the families of the astronauts before he talked at the White House, offering the nation's deepest regrets.
This day has brought terrible news and great sadness to our country.
Again, a NASA briefing is scheduled to begin in about 3 minutes. CBS News Update. I'm Charlotte Burke.
You're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM, continued live coverage of the Space Shuttle disaster.
CBS News of this tragedy in which 7 astronauts died. CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood has terrific sources. Bill Harwood is at the Kennedy Space Center. He's been asking around what could have caused this tragedy.
Clearly, they're focusing on a structural failure of some sort. I mean, that much sources are unanimous on. You have to understand, though, you could have multiple things that could lead to that. You could have flight computer issues that made the wing flaps not perform properly. The shuttle was in a left-hand bank, a 63-degree bank at the moment they lost contact. That roll maneuver, they call it, used to slow down a little bit as you set up for landing, started at 8:59 a.m., right before the loss of contact. If you did anything that causes the shuttle to rapidly or depart from that trajectory, structural breakup could occur, no question about it. But it's not clear what caused it. Could be a hydraulic problem, could be a failure of the wing itself. All of these things are possible. We don't have any hard numbers yet or any data from NASA, but clearly they're focusing on the left wing area of the spacecraft.
Well, that's Bill Harwood at the Kennedy Space Center, our excellent consultant. And correspondent Peter King, he speaks about a structural failure, which makes you think again about how old Shuttle Columbia was.
Yeah, Shuttle Columbia, Dan, was, well, it had its first flight in April of 1981, which makes it that actually a little bit older than that. They started building Columbia, of course, during the 70s. But the thing you need to remember about these, along with the age, when they built the shuttles, all of them, they were meant to last. I mean, not just 10 years, not just 15 years. They were meant to last some 100 flights each, and none of the shuttles is even close to that. Columbia was in its 28th flight when it broke up this morning, and that's not to say that there may not have been a structural problem, because anything is entirely possible. We've seen problems with some of the insides. There were cracks in the shuttle fuel liners, as a matter of fact, discovered in Columbia. And a couple of the other orbiters that grounded the shuttles for a time this past summer, and they all had to be replaced. But yeah,
that's interesting, by the way. Just this past summer, for a while, the whole shuttle program was grounded, but Columbia was one of the spacecraft that had a problem.
Yeah. And, you know, this is part of the wear and tear. This is part of the age. I mean, you got to remember, along with the fact that they are built to last and withstand a lot, they do withstand a lot. I mean, the rigors of launch and the rigors of coming back through reentry are not to be laughed at. And it's very stressful for a spacecraft.
Well, built to last, how many shuttles were built? 5 were built. Challenger blew up after launch 17 years ago.
You're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM. We're coming up on 2:15, and NASA is expected to hold a press conference momentarily. We are going to bring you that in its entirety as soon as that gets started. Again, you're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM, live coverage, live CBS coverage of today's Space Shuttle shuttle disaster, the space shuttle breaking up in the air, and now let's go to NASA.
2 Americans. Ken Bowersox is the commander, and
getting ready for that news conference.
Donald Pettit is the...
And we'll bring you that news conference as soon as it becomes available at NASA. They're apparently taking a little bit of time here. We'll take you back to CBS News.
Also, the commander of the Russian Soyuz lifeboat, the spacecraft that remains attached to the International Space Station, they have been up there since early December, and they're supposed to be up there for another couple months. They're around the midway point of their mission, and they're supposed to come back.
And Peter, even if the shuttles are grounded, well, would they be stuck up there? Or they can get down with the Russian Soyuz.
They need to. They can come down with a Soyuz, and that really presents an interesting question, because crew rotation is supposed to be in another couple of months. Do you send another crew up in another Soyuz if there is a Soyuz available to do that, or do you let these guys stay up there for a while till they figure out what they're going to do about the shuttle? And that is a very legitimate, that is a very real issue. And Dan, let me move from this train of thought just for a second, because we have another postponement on the NASA briefing that will now be held at 2:20 Central, 3:20 Eastern instead of right now. So we're about 3 minutes or so away from that briefing with Shuttle Program Manager Ron Dittemore and Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin.
If NASA is able to keep to this schedule, a briefing scheduled 3 minutes from now.
You need to remember that these guys are busy trying to figure out what's going on, and while they know that we need to know, that we want to know, and that the world is waiting, chances are the reason they're delayed is because they're trying to figure out what they have to tell us.
I don't mean to criticize in any way. It's a horrible day for the agency, and very difficult to get information confirmed to a sufficient degree to bring it to all of us.
Sure.
A former astronaut who spoke with CBS News today, Colonel Mike Mullen, he's been looking, at some of the videotape of it coming in and in pieces apparently over Texas, and he said an interesting thing, that the launch from Florida, that can be scary, that can shake you up, but the landing, he hadn't been worried about. Let's listen to that.
I always felt like the chances of something bad happening on reentry are much less than they are on launch. I mean, on launch, it's a controlled explosion. I mean, you're converting 4 million pounds of propellant in just 8.5 minutes to a speed of 18,000 miles an hour and an altitude of 100 miles or so. That's a huge energy exchange, and obviously a lot of bad things can happen on launch. And so I was much more apprehensive on my launches than I ever was on my reentry. The reentry is very, it just doesn't have that dynamic about it. Not the noise and the shaking and the violence that you have on liftoff and on orbit insertion launch.
On the other hand, it has some shaking and some violence, right, Peter King? Not like the launch, but Jake Gorin, that former senator who also got to fly into space, he said the reentry, with the heat shield, getting all the heat from the atmosphere, he thought that was pretty dramatic too, Peter.
Dan, I'm sorry, I was distracted and I missed your comments.
I totally understand. That former astronaut was telling CBS News that the landing is, that phase of re-entering the atmosphere is kind of a piece of cake compared with the launch jolting you the whole time. But we heard from another, one-time astronaut, the former Senator Jake Garn, that even the re-entry he thought was pretty rough stuff and could be rough on the spacecraft.
Dan, right now we have a senator who has flown in space with us. Florida Senator Bill Nelson joins us. And Senator, what we were talking about was the re-entry. You flew, of course, the flight before Challenger. What was the re-entry sequence like for you, sir?
Well, you start encountering the...
I'm sorry, I'm going to ask you to start again because we're having a problem. Go ahead, Senator.
You start encountering the Earth's atmosphere as high as 400,000 feet. And by the time you get down to where they were today, around 200,000 feet altitude, that's a hostile environment. They're hitting the Earth's atmosphere. It is heated up the underside. Out of control, you're going to burn up structures of the shuttle.
Was this a scary time? I mean, we talk about the launch phase as being the difficult phase, but was it a scary time?
Well, space flight is risky, the whole thing, but especially the ascent and the re-entry are your two dicey times. The white knuckle time is in the radio blackout. Basically, as you're coming through the Earth's atmosphere, and the radio transmissions can't get through, and it's always a wonderful relief to have our commander, when we come out of that blackout, say, "Houston, this is Columbia," and then they knew we were safe. In this case, today, Houston did not get to see, did not get to hear, "Houston, this is Columbia."
I know, having flown in space before, Senator Nelson, this has just got to be a heartbreaking day for you.
Well, it is. It is a tragedy anytime that families, heroes are taken from us. But it's a national tragedy, and in this case, it's an international tragedy.
I guess it is too early to speculate on how long an investigation might take, but you heard President Bush talk, you heard Administrator Sean O'Keefe talk a little bit about internal and external investigations. How confident are you in the process before the shuttles start flying again that they will get to the bottom of this?
Well, we'll find the problem, we'll get it fixed, we'll be flying again. Lord knows, I hope we're not down 2.5 years like we were without flying after the destruction of Challenger. And there will be a number of investigations. I have just sent word to Senator McCain, the chairman of our Commerce Committee that handles NASA, that I've asked for an investigation. The administrator of NASA announced today that they will be calling for an outside independent investigation.
Good idea?
Oh, absolutely. And this is what we did in Challenger. We had a number of investigations. We got to the bottom of it, and we fixed the problem.
All right, Senator Bill Nelson, Democrat of Florida, here to watch Columbia land today, and instead here in sorrow with everybody else who was hoping for a happy landing for the Columbia crew. Senator, thank you for joining us.
Thanks.
Dan Raviv, back to you in Washington.
Thanks. CBS News correspondent Peter King with a former astronaut, Senator Nelson of Florida. Sense of tragedy, almost a sense of disbelief. Can you imagine that senator actually flew on this same spacecraft, Shuttle Columbia, that fell apart today? 7 astronauts were killed. The word from NASA about the technical briefing at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, it's delayed a little more. It's now believed to be a couple of minutes from now, but we'll see. The shuttle mission chiefs will be briefing reporters, apparently taking questions as well. We'll bring it to you live here on CBS News. People try to figure out what might have gone wrong. We heard from CBS News space consultant Bill Harwood that some sort of structural failure is suspected. But what that could have been, not yet known. He says the focus seems to be on maybe a question about the left wing of Shuttle Columbia. But I have to say, if there was any question about any part of a shuttle craft, it doesn't go into space. Just for instance, the wiring on Shuttle Columbia was suspect in July of 1999. When there was a short circuit at launch. Now, the problem forced a backup computer to control one of the 3 main engines during liftoff. It took off okay, but they then grounded Columbia for more than a year. Let's go to the White House. CBS News correspondent Peter Mayer, what have you got?
Well, Dan, we're hearing more information from senior officials here at the White House on what's been a highly emotional day for President Bush. Those emotions, of course, are reflected in his public remarks. But behind the scenes, the president spoke in a 5-minute speakerphone conference call with the families of the dead astronauts. He was in the Oval Office. They were listening on a speakerphone at the Kennedy Space Center. As Mr. Bush said that he wanted to send his love and appreciation. An official quoted him as saying, "I wish I was there to hug and comfort all of you." He said that millions of Americans are praying for the families. Now, after speaking to them, and there were a number of staff members gathered in the Oval Office at the time of the conversation, the president looked up and said it's a tragic day for the country, and in what one official who was in the room described as a very somber moment, the president stepped out of the Oval Office and into his study just momentarily. The officials would not say that the president was trying to regain his composure or anything along those lines. He said it was just just a very somber point, and that the president then came back into the Oval Office, and no one said anything at all until Mr. Bush spoke. He has also spoken with Prime Minister Sharon of Israel, with President Putin of Russia, President Fox of Mexico, and Chirac of France. So it's been a very busy day here, a very sad day on the telephone for the President of the United States. He's back in the White House residence now. The White House is deferring any questions about the future of the space program, although the President was very definitive in his speech and said that the space program will go on. But the White House is deferring any comments on that, Dan, to the people at NASA, and also any details of a memorial service, of a blue ribbon panel, anything along those lines, all being put off. As the official said after hearing a number of similar questions about what's going to happen next from reporters, he said this is just a time of prayer for the country.
Peter Mayer live at the White House. I'm looking at the president's words from his address to the nation, which was a little bit over an hour ago. He was quoting from the Bible at one point, from the prophet Isaiah, "The same creator who names the stars," that would be the quote, "also knows the names of the 7 souls we mourn today. The crew of the Shuttle Columbia did not return safely to Earth, but we can pray they are safely home." Mr. Bush obviously thinking about heaven. And his eyes were glistening at that point. If you can just stay with us for a moment, Peter Mayer, what else happens the rest of the weekend? You said that the White House staff defers the questions about policy and space program and all. But, you know, considering the president's in touch with Iraq, and Secretary of State Powell has to go to the UN this coming Wednesday with revelations and secret intelligence and all that, he can't turn fully back to that when he's doing this.
Well, that kind of business does have to go on. The clock won't stop on Iraq. The clock won't stop on concerns about Korea. The clock won't even stop on the official issuance of the federal budget day after tomorrow. But here at the White House, it is a weekend, and the president, we're told, will remain in the residence. Of course, he'll go to church tomorrow, most likely, and that is really the mood here. It's a very, very somber mood. This is, again, a situation that the nation has not confronted since that awful day when the Challenger crashed to Earth, and now the White House is in somewhat uncharted territory, dealing still with the aftermath of 9/11 and the prospect of war on the doorstep and concerns about a very unpredictable North Korea with nuclear weapons, and now this tragedy that suddenly confronts the nation. So again, they're just saying at the moment, this is a time for prayer and reflection, but of course, behind the scenes, the official business goes on. The president's science advisors and his national security team all conferring with the people at NASA, and they can't stop repeating here enough that there was no terrorism involved as far as they can tell. I mean, at every level of the government, Homeland Security, the White House, the Defense Department, they're all saying that, but, you know, we have terrorism on the brain in this country because of 9/11.
I'm so glad you point that out, however. No suspicion of terrorism in this today.
They're just so emphatic about it, Dan, and they say that they have to admit that, you know, it was one of the first things that crossed their minds when they heard about it, they being the people right around the president, but they were very, very quickly able to come to this conclusion that there was no terrorism involved. The president, by the way, was informed of this just moments after it happened. The word went to the White House Situation Room. Situation Room calls Chief of Staff Andrew Card. Card is immediately in touch with the president. National Security Advisor Condoleezza Rice is very close to the president and Mrs. Bush. She often spends weekends at Camp David when they are there. Very unusual for a National Security Advisor to do that over the years on a regular basis. She's up there with them, taking part in watching movies and walking in the woods and all of the other facilities that Camp David provides. She came back to the White House, rushed back to the White House to get to the Situation Room to be in closer touch with her team, just in case there was something else involved. But again, they have ruled that out. A lot of diplomacy. Again, the president talking to Prime Minister Sharon of Israel. Israel, of course, had such a stake in this with its first astronaut in history. And President Putin of Russia, the U.S. and Russia, of course, worked very closely in a very, very highly cooperative way on the space station project. And he also talked to the president of Mexico. He's very close personally with President President Fox of Mexico. Looks like the NASA briefing will be starting.
News Radio
We hope so. It was delayed a couple of
WBBM
times.
Chicago. We will join this NASA briefing as soon as it begins.
Dear Mayor, this is our live and continuous coverage here on CBS News. We're expecting the space agency in Houston to tell us some technical aspects of what they could tell was happening this morning, 6.5 hours ago. And we're going to go to that briefing in Houston right now.
Space Center. I'd like to introduce the panel for this afternoon's briefing. On the dais here to my left is Ron Dittemore. He's the Space Shuttle Program Manager. And to his left is Chief Flight Director Milt Heflin. I'll have brief remarks from both gentlemen, and then we'll throw it open for questions. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ron.
I'm sure you understand how difficult a time this is for us right now. We're devastated because of the events that unfolded this morning. There's a certain amount of shock in our system because we have suffered the loss of 7 family members. And we're learning to deal with that. There's certainly a somber mood in our teams as we continue to try to understand the events that occurred. But our thoughts and our prayers go out to the families of Rick and Willie, and David and Kalpana, Michael, Laurel, and Alon. True heroes. And we are suffering for the events that have happened this morning. As difficult as this is for us to do, we wanted to meet with you and be as fair and open with you given the facts as we understand them today. We will certainly be learning more as we go through the coming hours, days, and weeks. We'll tell you as much as we know. We'll be as honest as we can with you. And certainly we'll try to fill in the blanks over the coming days and weeks. As difficult a situation as this is, we are moving forward. We have established a number of different teams. We have contingency plans for just these types of events, though we never expect to use them. We have implemented these contingency plans. We are preserving data. We are beginning thorough and complete investigations. We are mobilizing our forces, our engineers, our technicians, our safety and quality, our best experts to try and understand what went wrong. I do want to take the time right now and express my appreciation for the tremendous number of agencies that are coming to our aid from across the country, both federal, state, and local, that are assisting us in our recovery operations. I also want to express my appreciation to the public for assisting in the recovery, for notifying us of different debris, where it is located, that we might get to it as quickly as possible. It's also appropriate that we tell the public to be careful with the debris. What we fly in space is operated in many cases with toxic propellants, and some of the debris may be contaminated. So we need to be careful, and we don't wish any harm to come upon anybody that would be honestly seeking to help. At this hour, we have not positively identified any items that we have recovered, We are staging in an attempt to ensure that all recovered items are managed appropriately. But at this stage, I haven't received any real information on debris or status of crew remains. I can go back to the start of the day, filled with excitement and anticipation. Today was a great day to land in the Florida area. We had all positive indications that it was going to be like every other day where we have landed in Florida. Good weather, anxious team to welcome a fantastic crew back, families that were excited about welcoming their loved ones back, and no indications at all of any impending threats to the vehicle. The first indications of a potential problem occurred minutes before 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. The first indications were of the loss of sensors, temperature sensors, in the hydraulic systems on the left wing, both the left inboard and left outboard elevon temperature sensors. They were followed seconds and minutes later by several other problems, including loss of tire pressure indications on the left main gear, and then indications of excessive structural heating. And Mr. Heflin will talk in a minute about some further details. I have to caution you that we cannot yet say what caused the loss of Columbia. It's still very early in our investigation, and it's going to take us some time to work through the evidence, the analysis, and clearly understand what the cause was. But what we are doing is we are impounding hardware so that we can preserve evidence. We have stopped processing at the Kennedy Space Center. We are preserving hardware around the country in our different facilities. We are impounding data here that represented the last data that we received from the crew. And we will be poring over that data 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future. Again, I express our sadness to the families for their loss. And we'll do our best to answer your questions.
Okay. Thanks, Ron. Milt.
Heflin is the Chief Flight Director.
First of all, just some personal observations and comments to begin with. And then I'll review some data with you. This is a bad day. I'm glad that I work and live in a country where when we have a bad day, we go fix it. Ron said, we'll fix it. I can talk to you some about what went on in the flight control room with the entry flight control team under the guidance of Flight Director Leroy Kane. Ron said it was a good day to land. In fact, many of us, as we came in today, were marveling at the fact that Leroy Kane did the ascent as well, and probably the most difficult things that we deal with during launch attempts and entries is dealing with the weather, as you all are accustomed to. And we marveled and felt good about the fact that, launch, we didn't have any weather issues to work. In fact, any weather issues anywhere in the world that we were concerned about. And today it was a very minor thing to talk about, some fog, I believe, but nothing really hard to work. So, as Ron mentioned, this was a fantastic mission and just seemed to be coming to the right conclusion. Just some specifics for you, and bear with me, this is relatively recent, fresh information, and as you can imagine, in the next several hours and days, this will get closer to many details, I'm sure. Around 7:53 a.m. Central Time, as Ron mentioned, we saw indication of off-scale low temperature measurements on the left, the inboard and outboard hydraulic systems, and this was loss of the temperature measurement. It wasn't any indication that it was high or low. We just lost it. About 3 minutes later, around 7:56 a.m., in the left main gear, tire wheel well, brake line, and tire temperatures, there we saw an increase. Now, I need to tell you that during this time, the vehicle was performing fine. We had no indications of any problem. Around 7:58 a.m. Central Time, a couple minutes later, we have what we call bond line temperatures. These are temperature sensors that are embedded in the structure of the vehicle. We have them all over the orbiter. 3 of these temperatures on the left side of the vehicle, the left wing area. The off-scale low reading again. This was not high indication, low indication, but we lost the measurements. I don't have the seconds here. Clearly, seconds will play a part in our analysis, but I'm giving this to you at the nearest minute. Around 7:59, then Central Time, left inboard and outboard tire temperatures and pressures off-scale low. About eight measurements total during that time. One of these measurements sent on board by the computers gave the crew a message, indication that they could look at on their displays. And we think they were acknowledging that measurement that they saw. Again, the vehicle was flying with no problems at that time. And when things like this happen, when a crew gets an alert, you acknowledge it, they recognize they've seen it, and then we do what we might need to do with it. And as far as I know, that was the last transmission from the crew. I've asked a couple of people, I haven't heard the tapes myself. I'm not sure what they said at the time, but they were acknowledging, we believe, that indication that they'd seen. Then we lost all vehicle data. It looks like it was around, and I apologize, it looks like my little cheat sheet here doesn't have the last Central Time on it, and I'm not going to try to convert it to you at this point, but it's around 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Altitude was 207,135 feet, and traveling at a Mach of about 18.3. And the flight control team, during this time, we lost the data, and that's when we clearly began to know that we had a bad day. That's all I've got.
Okay, thanks. As you can imagine, we have a lot of centers around the agency that are involved today, so we're going to try to limit the questions to one. and try to get through as many as we can. I need you guys to do me a favor, and when you raise your hand, wait for a microphone.
You're listening to a press officer of NASA, Kyle Herring. This is live CBS News coverage of a NASA briefing at the Johnson Space Center in Houston. Some of the questions will come by telephone link from some other NASA centers.
And you're listening to Chicago's WBBM News Radio 780.
To add to that, some of the questions may seem very technical in nature as well.
Where will the debris be taken?
We haven't yet identified a central location. Part of the activities that are ongoing, even at this very moment, is to stage our teams into a location in northeast Texas. We are still identifying the locations for our teams to meet and gather and start this process of recovering debris. And part of their first activities is to identify the staging area, the collection point of all the debris. So that's some work that's going to be done later on today. The teams are, let's see, they're not quite in the air. They're staging right now at the different airports, and they're converging on northeast Texas. And so that's some work that's still in front of us.
Okay. Sig Christensen, San Antonio Express News. At this point, what is the status of the shuttle program, and particularly the upcoming missions are you going to have? Have you decided to put all of those missions on hold, and do you have any kind of idea how long the program will be out of service?
Of course, this thing happened just this morning, and we put in motion some stop work types of activities. As I mentioned earlier, we've minimized our processing at the Kennedy Space Center so that we don't do anything that might disturb some evidence. We are also slowing down our manufacturing processes in the Michoud facility in Louisiana, where we manufacture the external tank. We're doing that in different areas around the country for different pieces of hardware. What this slowdown means as far as the launch schedule is yet to be determined. We also will be having an investigative board outside the agency, as mentioned earlier by Mr. O'Keefe, that will come in and help resolve the situation to everybody's satisfaction so that we clearly understand what was the root cause of the problem. And once we get on the path of understanding the root cause, then we'll be better able to say whether it affects future flights. If we can put it off to the side and get it narrowed down and say, okay, we understand the root cause, here's the things we do about it or need to do about it, and then accomplish that corrective action on the other vehicle flows, then we'll be able to pick up our flight progress again. How long that's going to take, it's too early for me to tell, but I do believe that we'll continue to meet with you and keep you informed of just how this is progressing. I've talked to Mr. Bill Gerstenmaier, who is the program manager for the International Space Station program. They have scheduled they had a previously scheduled progress launch tomorrow, and that progress launch will proceed as scheduled. They have reviewed the contents that are going to be shipped to the space station, and those contents are appropriate given the fact that we may not be there for a while. They have enough consumables, supplies for the crew to go through the latter part of June without having a shuttle visit. So there's some time for us to work through this and get back on our schedule, and we're just going to have to work through that in the coming days and weeks, and we'll keep you informed on just the impact to the manifest. But right now, there is a hold on future flights until we get ourselves established and understand the root cause to this disaster. Okay.
My name is Jenny Blankenship. I'm a reporter with the CBS station in Austin.
And I was wondering if you could explain to people who are not from this area really how tight-knit of a community this is, not just here on the NASA JSC campus, but all around here, how much of an integral part of the community this is to you all.
Well, it's more than a job. This is a passion for us. Human spaceflight is a passion. It's an emotional event. And when we work together as family members. And we treat each other much that way. And whether it's the loss of a crew member or a loss of a member of our ground team or processing teams, it's a sad loss for us. And so we are a very close community. We understand the risks that are involved in human spaceflight. And we know that these risks are manageable, but we also know that they're serious and can have deadly consequences. And so we are bound together with the threat of disaster all the time, and we know we must count on each other to do what's right. We must count on the ground teams to process correctly. We must count on our suppliers to follow the procedures just like we have identified to them. And we count on the flight crew members to fly the vehicles within the specifications. So we all rely on each other to make each space flight successful. So we have a dependency. And it's a professional dependency and it's an emotional dependency. And so when we have an event like today, where we lose 7 family members, it is devastating to us. And it's more than just us in this location. There is an emotional attachment to human space flight. It piques our interest. It captures our imagination. I received a couple of phone calls this morning, immediately following when it became apparent that Columbia was no longer going to land. One phone call was from my brother in Phoenix, Arizona, not associated with the space business. I haven't talked to him yet. I just received a message, certainly extending his thoughts and prayers. Received another phone call from my son in Provo, Utah, with the same emotional outpouring of sadness. And I'm sure this is true across the country. We're seeing that from the public. We're seeing that as people that really care about the space program and understand what it means to this nation reflect their thoughts, their prayers, their caring attitude toward us. And we want them to know we appreciate it very much. As we struggle with our emotions in this difficult time, we appreciate the thoughts, the prayers, the care, and the support. Milt, you might have some thoughts also.
Well, yeah, it is. The community out here is extremely close-knit. I've been through 3 of these, and each time you see a coming together of the community here. Our landscape has changed. The spaceflight business today is not going to be, it's going to be much different than it was yesterday. It was different after the Apollo 1, it was different after Challenger. And it was different because this community, and the passion, Ron's right, the passion is here. And as Ron was talking, I was thinking about your question, and I thought, you know, sometimes it's a shame that it takes things like this for this country to pull together and care. And it shouldn't. Damn, we're good. This country's great. It shouldn't take these kind of things to cause a coming together. Okay.
A plainly emotional Milt Heflin, the chief flight director.
Milt, you mentioned about 8 sensors, and one of those which triggered some kind of notification inside the shuttle. Can you tell us which sensor that was, and whether it was an abnormal reading on whatever sensor it was, or whether it was just that the sensor was no longer functioning?
There were, in the left inboard and outboard, these are tire temperatures on the left-hand side, okay? Temps and pressures, and Ron, help me out here if I get that mixed up. And they all went what we call off-scale low. In other words, there's a bottom number 0, or maybe not 0, not necessarily 0, but there's a bottom number of the measurement. They all just went off-scale low, indicating loss of the measurement itself. You know, and I cannot tell you specifically which one of the 8. We'll find that out, but I don't have that right now. You know?
An easy way to think about that is the measurement was no longer reading. It was not giving an indication. It's as if someone just cut the wire. Okay, right over here.
Some clarification there on the failure that was detected.
You indicated that at 7:53 was the first, you first lost some sensor information, and you indicated towards the end there was an acknowledgement from the crew. During the rest of that time period, was there any dialogue, any communication with the crew during that period? And if there was there any indication from them that there was a problem that they could see on board?
Yes, at 7:53 a.m., we did have another set of 4 measurements in the hydraulic system on the left-hand side that went off-scale low. Now, this was reported by the flight controller responsible for the mechanical and hydraulic systems in the orbit, reported to the flight director. When this happens, then it's followed up by if there's any action to take, if there's anything that we see that needs to be done, that flight controller will tell the flight director and the crew, and call might go to the crew. These were measurements that did not have, we had many measurements on board. Not all of them were enunciated to the crew. They don't need to be. And we see a lot more information on the ground than they do. So they did not see this. So they had no indication. We saw nothing else to indicate any difficulty at all, because had we seen anything else, we would have taken some action. That's, you know, we work very hard. We train very hard to react in a very short amount of time to situations. But we don't, if we don't have anything that we see that we've got to do, then we don't spend the time talking about it, because we focus on the next event and so forth.
Right here next to him.
I'm Brian Sasser, KPRC TV here in Houston. We'd heard some reports that during launch there had been some concerns that some debris hit the wing. Is that true, and is that any cause of concern, and that could have caused today's problems?
It is true that right after launch, and I don't remember the time frame as far as seconds, there was a piece of foam that is used as insulation on the external tank in the area of what we call the bipod, which is the forward attach between the orbiter and the external tank. There is a piece of foam that was shed, and in our review the following day of the launch films, we saw this piece of debris drop off, and it looked to us like it impacted the orbiter on the left wing. Where on the left wing, it's very difficult for us to tell. Somewhere between the mid and outward span. Was it the leading edge? We don't know. Was it underneath the leading edge? We really don't know. To the best of our ability, that's what happened. We spent a goodly amount of time reviewing that film and then analyzing what that potential impact of debris on the wing might do, and would there be any consequences. Through analysis and through our ability to call back on our experience with tile, it was judged that that event did not represent a safety concern. And so the technical community got together and across the country looked at it and judged that to be acceptable. And so as we look at that now in hindsight, that impact was on the left wing. And certainly we have all the indications that Milt talked to you about were on the left wing. We can't discount that there might be a connection. But we have to caution you and ourselves that we can't rush to judgment on it, because there are a lot of things in this business that look like the smoking gun but turn out not even to be close. And so we really have to do some regression analysis. We've got to look at what Milt described to you, and then back up in time through analysis to see if we can piece together the events and whether or not this was a tile problem or whether it was a structural issue or some other event. We don't know yet. What will help us determine that is inspecting the debris. That will really help us. And so we're very anxious to get certain pieces back to look at, and that will determine whether or not this particular event, whether it was the debris hitting the orbiter or some other event, was the cause of this problem or this disaster today.
Okay, get the gentleman right back.
Live coverage on CBS News from Houston.
From KBUE-TV in Austin. You talked a little bit about the hardware. What goes forward now with the astronaut training? Does that continue? Does that stop? What happens?
There's going to be a period of mourning in this community. There's going to be a period where we're just going to get together and support each other and hug each other and help us go on. But we're going to fix this problem. We're going to get back on the launch pad. We're going to launch shuttles again as soon as we're ready. The training is going to continue. The best therapy in this business is to get on with your job. The best therapy in the flight control world is to get in that control center and train for the next mission. The best therapy in the flight crew world is to continue with their training. Stay focused on the job ahead. Stay focused on what we need to accomplish, and that's what we are all going to do. There's going to be a subset of us that will be working together to resolve this problem. And we will do that, and we will do that quickly, efficiently, and we'll do it safely, and we will not fly again until we have this understood. In the meantime, life goes on, training goes on. We'll start manufacturing hardware again as soon as we know that we have preserved evidence. So in a few days, I suspect we will start pulling things back to what we understand and releasing certain activities to start up again. But in the next several days, it's going to be a period of quiet, of reflection, and where are we going to go from here as far as what we need to do to resolve this issue.
Okay, Greg, let's work on the second row. Start right here on the end.
Rashonda Tate, Fox 26 News. Did you have a device on board that is the equivalent of a black box?
No, we don't. We do not have a hardened black box data recorder or voice recorder. We do have recorders. We do have recorders of both data and voice. If they survived the entry and the impact, we will certainly look to see if there's any information there. As Milt mentioned to you on the timeline, he talked to you a little bit about these sensors that just kind of quit working. We also know that during this time frame, the vehicle was operating perfectly. It had gone into a role reversal, which is a standard maneuver where the vehicle banks left or banks right. It's a standard maneuver, and when it does so to bleed off energy, and you do a number of these roll reversals so that you land at the right speed right at the Kennedy Space Center. It had rolled itself into a roll reversal, and everything from a flight control perspective was perfect. No indications of any problems. So we have some indications that it wasn't a vehicle loss of control issue, and so we're getting some hints of where we need to go look. Whether or not these recorders survived and will be useful to us, I'm not really sure that's going to be the case.
Okay. Anybody on the next person with his hand up there?
Jake Dyer, Fort Worth Star Telegram. I have a couple of questions. Regarding that, whatever it was, the foam that apparently fell off the vehicle at takeoff, was there any consideration during the flight that perhaps an EVA would be necessary, that you guys need to go out and take a look? Secondarily, I'm wondering about, you guys talked about loss of sensor readings and sort of unusual sensor readings. Could you give us a sense about how unusual that is? I mean, does that happen with any frequency, or was that something that was alarming that you'd never seen before?
The easy answer is the sensor reading, and yes, that happens. The fact that you have a sensor that just quits working is not an alarming factor. In fact, we understand that several sensors can quit working, and they're all result of not the sensor quitting to work, they're a result of a box, an avionics box, a signal conditioner, or a multiplexer demultiplexer that happens to fail, and its signature to you and me is the fact that it looks like someone just cut the wire. And we've seen this on occasion, and we certainly train for it many, many times over, so it is not unusual for us when we see it to look at it and immediately start to understand whether it is a single sensor problem or it's an avionics box. The team today looked at it as they were trained to do and could not see any common thread between this sensor and another sensor. There's nothing common about it, and so that made it more significant. As soon as we understood it wasn't a common avionics box and that there were multiple sensors, all completely independent, and all this happened in a very short period of time, we knew that something was not right. Now you asked me something else on the phone.
The idea of the spacewalk.
Oh, the spacewalks. We do not have the capability to perform a spacewalk and do tile repair. We do not have the capability. As you know, when we go out of the spacecraft, we operate really within the confines of the payload bay door closing sequence or something like that. We can go outside and make sure the payload bay doors are closed. We have no capability to go over the side of the vehicle and go underneath the vehicle and look for an area of distress and repair of tile. We know we have no capability. If for some reason we thought we had a tile problem, the risk you take when you launch is that you may suffer a tile issue. We have no capability to repair it. All we can do is, before we launch, design robustness into the system so that a loss of some tile capability will not result in loss of crew or vehicle. Does that answer your question? We have no capability to do that today. There is no capability to inspect it. We are not able to look on the underside of the vehicle. And again, our rationale, our retention rationale, why we believe we can continue to fly safely, is that we test our tiles on the ground. They're robust, they're hard enough to withstand certain levels of impact, and then we design our environment so that we don't have these circumstances. We don't believe at this point that the impact of that ET debris on the tile was the cause of our problem. We convinced ourselves as we analyzed it 10 days ago that it was not going to represent a safety issue. Now, we had the events of this morning. We're going to go back and see if there is connection. Is that the smoking gun? It is not. We don't know enough about it. A lot more analysis and evidence needs to come to the table. So it's not fair to represent the tile damage as the source. It's just something we need to go look at.
Yeah, Brad, right there next to you. No, right here next to you.
Gina Treadgold with ABC News. There are reports from an astronomer at Caltech that the shuttle was, debris was flying off the shuttle as early as a flyover in Owens Valley in California. How does that match up with this timeline, and are you aware of those reports?
There's news in it. Well, I haven't heard that report. And sometimes as you go through entry and are in a plasma, sometimes you see plasma. It looks like debris, but it's really not debris, it's plasma. It's just the fact that you're going really fast through the atmosphere. If he saw something over Hawaii, recognize we flew a good long while before we got to the Texas area. And so it's doubtful that we had something in Hawaii that would cause us a thermal concern. At the time that we believe we lost the vehicle, as Milt explained, it was about Mach 18, or 18 times the speed of sound. We were at our peak heating. We were at 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit on the wing leading edge. And if we did have a structural problem or a thermal problem, you would expect to get it at the peak heating, not back at Hawaii when you weren't suffering any real thermal environment, extreme thermal environment. The most extreme thermal environment was right at Mach 18, and that's where we lost the vehicle.
Go ahead. Ron Dittemore of NASA speaking in this briefing.
Dittemore, Ann Gusselman with Newsweek. You mentioned in your opening comments that there was indication of excessive structural heating. When did that happen in the timeline from 7:53 and on? And secondly, at any point between 7:53 and 8 a.m., were the folks in Mission Control worried?
You're listening to Chicago's News Radio 780 WBBM.
Respond about the Mission Control. Let me talk about these bond line temps. We mentioned that, and I might have overstated it when I said excessive heating, because as I look at the notes here, the bond line temps on the left side of the vehicle were off scale low, which means it looked like the rest of the measurements, it looked like they had been cut. So I probably misspoke on that by saying excessive heating. It really is that we lost those measurements too. The mood in my area where I observe the flight control team was very upbeat, and then we started to understand a little bit about these multiple loss of sensors. We recognized there was no commonality. We lost voice with the crew. We lost tracking data. We had no TV. As we came to find out later, we saw the TV reports of debris. We did not have that at the time. And so we were very anxious because we knew we were in an area of good communication coverage. We were in an area where we should have tracking, and we had lost both. And as we started adding all these up, we were certainly most anxious.
Look at this gentleman right behind you. There you go.
Ron, Thayer Evans from the Daily Oklahoman in Oklahoma City. Can you confirm reports of debris in other states besides Texas, namely Oklahoma, and also offer your thoughts on Mike Anderson?
I can't confirm any debris in Oklahoma, and I would doubt any debris in Oklahoma because our ground track was basically just north of Dallas on a path that went through northeast Texas, Nacogdoches areas from northwest to southeast. That's going to be the ground track. That's going to be the interest of our search. Mike Anderson, I suspect you asked me because we are both from the same hometown. Mike and I, we have common backgrounds. He attended my rival high school. He graduated from Cheney High School. I graduated much earlier than he did, I'm sad to say, but from Medical Lake High School, and we were arch rivals. And he and I had a good communication going about that. He grew up on an Air Force base, Fairchild Air Force Base, Spokane, Washington. I also grew up in Fairchild Air Force Base in Spokane. He went to the same grade school I did. We had a very common early beginning, but I told him that I was his pathfinder, and so we had a good relationship. And we talked many times about how he had met his wife in Spokane. I also met my wife in Spokane. His parents lived there. My parents lived there. My wife's parents lived there. A lot of commonality. I'm going to miss Mike. I'm going to miss the closeness that we had.
Ron Dittemore of NASA speaking in this briefing taking place in Houston.
Sanjay Bhatt, Cox News Service and Palm Beach Post. We heard earlier today that this crew was very passionate about the work they were doing, the scientific experiments that they were conducting, and we heard that their loss would not be in vain. What I'm wondering is how many of the experiments aboard, in terms of the data being collected, required that the astronauts in the craft return safely to Earth? And because there were some new laboratory modules on this craft, is there anything to suggest that those could have contributed at all to what we saw?
Well, Ron, I don't have the answer to it. Maybe you do on the number of experiments that we have to have the return of. I don't have that. I'm sure we can get that for you. And I can't imagine the Space Hab being on board back in the cargo bay had anything to do with this.
Let me just say something about the science. This vehicle on orbit, we kind of pinched ourselves over the past 16 days. This vehicle performed flawlessly, absolutely flawlessly. Science was a premium. The folks on the ground were just ecstatic with the amount of science that they were reaping, and they were looking forward to getting much of that information back on the ground. Certainly some of it was downlinked to the ground prior to entry. Some of it will be their legacy. Others had to come back and be analyzed, in which that particular part of the science would be lost. But it was an amazing mission, and we were ecstatic over the results and looking forward to talking to the crew and telling them what a great job they had done. And so it is a painful experience for us to lose our friends and recognize that things were going so well and turned out so badly.
Valor Time Magazine, could you share with us the last words that came from the crew?
Well, a while ago, the last transmission that we got was, it had to do, I think a while ago I discussed that there was a measurement that gave an indication to the crew and an alert that they acknowledged. I can't tell you what they said at that time. I don't know what the word was, but it was the sort of thing that when something like that occurs, that the crew's response is fairly typical, just to let the ground know we see that. That's how the routine works, and that was the last transmission from the crew that I am aware of. And I think as we go through and peel this apart, we'll have more information like that we can share with you.
Okay, I got time for two more questions here before I need to go to the other NASA centers. Grab this gentleman and then this young lady on the next row.
This is live from NASA in Houston.
Television. A brief loss of communication, has that happened before during re-entry? And if so, when you did lose communication, was there still hope that perhaps it was just brief? And at what point did you realize that it was something more grave?
We lose communication from time to time for various reasons. We certainly lose it during the orbit phase. We've lost it sometimes for a whole revolution of 90 minutes. On entry, though, we understand that any dropouts generally are brief. And if they do occur, they occur during the peak heating time frames when the plasma around the vehicle as it is at its maximum extent. And so a brief dropout at this time period is no reason for us to be concerned. Our experience is we gain it back fairly quickly. Our concern at this time was that as we made several calls to them, they did not respond. We made several more calls to them via UHF, which is usually as reliable as anything, and they did not respond. And it became apparent to us that we were in difficult circumstances.
Okay, last question right there. Go ahead.
When you guys first got that anomalous sort of readings where you were unclear of, you know, something strange is going on, at that point, was it a situation where you guys were committed? I mean, there was nothing you could have done about it. As soon as, when you first saw those readings that you know, that things went blank or whatever, was there any corrective action whatsoever at that point that you could have done?
Nothing that we could do. Just observe and see if there was going to be any future downstream impact to the landing. In fact, if that's all we did was lose those 12-odd sensors, no impact to this flight at all. We'd have come back and repaired the sensors. They don't impact the flying qualities of the vehicle. They don't impact the insight into how we control the vehicle. All they do is provide us information on how the systems perform so that when we turn around the vehicle for the next flight, gives us indications of where we should look. Did not affect and would not affect the flight given just the sensor by itself.
Okay, let's go to the Kennedy.
That's Ron Dittemore of NASA.
Please.
Yes, this is Marcia Dunn of the Associated Press. Ron, I have a written report from earlier in this flight that there was a potential for a large damage area to the tile, and given that, I'm wondering how and why was it deemed minor by NASA? And do you have any idea how much of a damage area may have been left on the left wing and how big that piece of foam was that came off?
We have a pretty good idea how big the size of foam was. What we don't understand very well was what the actual impact did to the tile. And so we have to use our analysis and our engineering expertise to help us understand how a piece of foam of certain weight and density impacting the wing at certain velocity, what it does to the tile. And our experts gathered together, and we have people in this system that have worked on these tiles since the beginning of the program, and we understand how the tiles function, we understand the tile's ability to withstand damage, we understand the thermal characteristics of the tile both on the surface of the tile and at the base of the tile. And as we got together and reviewed this information, we were convinced technically and analytically that the tile would not, the impact of the debris on the tile would not represent a safety of flight issue. In fact, we were anxious to come back and get the handheld film that the crew takes as soon as they get to orbit of the external tank. As it's moving away, we asked them to take pictures of the external tank so we can understand exactly where the foam was shed from the tank. And we were anxious to get that piece of information because we felt that we needed to analyze it so that it would not occur on future flights. We have a flight readiness review coming up for the next flight. It was scheduled for February the 20th, and we knew we had some technical work to do to make sure that we understood why this piece of debris came off. We were not concerned with Columbia. We felt we had analyzed that, and we felt we understood it such that it was not a thermal concern to us, did not represent a control issue or a safety of flight issue. And I'm going to caution you that that is the case today. We have no information that would say that is not the case. We are going to go look at it again to see if there is a connection between what Milt talked to you about and the fact that we had a debris impact on the tile. And there's some other things we need to go look at. The tile is just one. And so We were satisfied that we did the proper work, and across the community, our safety, our quality, our crew members, our flight controllers, and the program management reviewed the technical analysis and agreed to a person that it was not an impact to this flight. So we need to go back and look at that, of course, but that's the events as they unfolded.
You're listening to a live NASA news briefing
Florida
right
today.
here on News Radio 780 WBBM.
Sorry to ask another question about the external tank, but has this happened before? Has foam come off the tank? Has it impacted the shuttle? And what were the consequences that you saw?
We had an event on STS-112 just several flights ago where a piece of debris from the same general area was shed by the tank. And this particular debris, and I can't tell you today whether it's of the same general size, but it came from the same general area, and it impacted the aft skirt on one of the boosters. Superficial damage occurred. When we got the booster back in port and looked at it, evaluated it, reviewed it technically, discussed it at the following flight readiness review, which was STS-13. We as an agency, as a shuttle program, decided that that did not represent a technical safety risk to us. We have from time to time debris. Ice can come off the tank. Frost, pieces of debris, and they impact the bottom of the vehicle. Several years ago, we had a problem where during the launch phase, we were popcorning pieces of this insulation on the tile. It would effectively reach a certain point in the ascent, and it would popcorn out and impact the bottom of the vehicle, and it would cause damage to the tile, but not damage that was a concern from a safety standpoint, damage that when we got back we had to repair or maybe replace a tile. We have subsequently fixed that problem, and as we were looking at this particular problem of debris shedding in this one bipod region on STS-112, we said, well, we've got an area that we need to fix, and we have a turnaround discussion, but not a safety of flight issue. We flew STS-113. We didn't shed any external tank debris. On STS-107, as we looked at the films on the following day, we saw the same type of debris being shed from the same location. In this case, it didn't impact the booster. It impacted the left wing. So again, 2 occurrences in the last 3 flights is certainly the signal to our team that something has changed. It did not represent, on the first occasion, an alarm from a safety point of view. It represented a turnaround processing issue. As we go forward in our investigation, we're certainly going to look in this area and determine whether or not this was a contributor to the loss of Columbia and the loss of the crew.
This is Mike Cabbage with the Orlando Sentinel. Ron, could you talk a little about who all and what all was involved in the analysis of the tile issue after launch? Did you ever give any thought to using telescopes to look for signs of damage to the orbiter? And if you had detected extensive damage to the TPS, is there anything you could have done with the angle of attack or anything else during re-entry to have reduced stress on that part of the vehicle?
The easy part of that question is there's nothing that we can do about tile damage once we get to orbit. We can't minimize the heating to the point that it would somehow not require a tile. And so once you get to orbit, you're there and you have your tile insulation, and that's all you have for protection on the way home from the extreme thermal heating during re-entry. We have experience in the past of having events that have occurred that we have assessed using other assets to maybe get a close-up look at the bottom of the orbiter. Recall a year or 2 ago we lost the drag chute door right at liftoff, it fell off, and we actually tried to take some pictures of the back end of the vehicle to see what was really there so that we can understand our thermal heating in that case. And those pictures that we received were not very useful to us. So that was part of our background. Combine that, our feeling that we didn't believe the pictures would be very useful to us, with the fact that there was not much, there was zero that we could do about it. And in this case, we elected not even to take the pictures. We believed that our technical analysis was sufficient. We couldn't do anything about it anyway. We were in the best possible position, and so we elected not to take any pictures from any other sources, and that's the way that played out.
You're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM, live coverage of a NASA news briefing.
I'm trying to understand, especially at the first event, the 753 event, specifically where those sensors are located relative to the wing structure or the main body structure. Can you describe that in a little more detail, please?
They were located at the left inboard elevon and the left outboard elevon, and recall the elevons are at the back part of the wing. They're the trailing edge of the wing. And the impact, if you were trying to relate tile damage to the elevon, the impact was, of course, on the front edge of the wing. You can't draw any conclusions from this yet. We can't. It's just data that we need to go pour over and understand. If you looked at the sequence of events, Craig, you would see that our first indication was left inboard out, left outboard, which is the trailing edge of the wing. The next indication was left main gear wheel well, which is, it's like it's moving forward toward the front of the wing. But that doesn't mean anything at this point, because how we lost the sensors was, it looks like we just cut the wires. It could be that the wires were being lost at some other location, not on the trailing edge of the wing. And so we've got to piece all this together. We can't say today that there's some significance that the indications started at the trailing edge of the wing and worked themselves forward. We can't say that. Just like we can't say that a debris impact on the front of the wing at tile is any reason to conclude that we lost the vehicle. It's just information that needs to be factored in with a lot of other evidence and analysis. Lots more work to do.
Stefan Kulidan for the New York Times and Popular Mechanics. Ron, I noticed after the disaster, a couple of hours after, that there was a large number of mission controllers standing for quite some time in the control room, and it looked like they were listening to somebody addressing them. Who was it, and what was the discussion ongoing?
I'll take that one. We are very fortunate here in the agency, and in particular here at the Johnson Space Center, to have people in our employee assistance program, specifically Jackie Reese, who runs that program. It is a program to help employees deal with situations like this. As part of our response to this, Jackie called in and made herself available. So prior to releasing the entry team, both the front room, the room that you see on TV, and the people that support in the back rooms, we had everybody gather in that room. That's what you saw. And Jackie Reese was giving them about 5 minutes of what they should do as a human being who has gone through something like this. As you leave work and you go home, giving them some assistance, and also providing her office to be available if anybody individually needed any help. So that's what you saw. I'm glad she did it, and she's available to help us, and we will need the help in the next several days and weeks.
Let me add something to that, too. Our communities and our workforce are grieving right now. They're grieving at Marshall.
in Alabama. They're grieving at the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. They're grieving here at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. They're grieving at many of our installations around the country. And this particular effort will help us get through difficult times for those that really need some extra help. And so we appreciate that service.
You're listening to
Jay
News Radio 780 WBBM.
This briefing that you had some hints where the problem may have developed. Could you share those with us?
NASA answering questions live.
I don't recall whether I said I had hints.
The questions are being answered in Houston.
Available to me today, and that is these sensors. It's interesting, they kind of work themselves forward from the trailing edge, but I remind myself that may not be the facts. I have indications of a debris impact on either the leading edge or the wing leading edge of the vehicle. I have some areas that I know I certainly want to go look at. I have some debris that I'm anxious to see if that would lead me down a particular path of investigation. It's one of several that we will investigate, and it's just too early, Jay, for me to speculate on where that's going to lead. As you know, we will be thorough, methodical. To be a pain in the neck, we will be, to make sure we understand it. And it's going to take us some time, some days, some weeks to pull it all together.
Ron Dittemore of NASA in Houston.
And sorry to meet you guys under these circumstances, but for Milt, can you give us the time? I guess you have an emission lapse time when you last lost the data, and I can do the conversion, and describe what the vehicle was like at that point. You said role reversal, you gave us the altitude and velocity. Was it under autopilot? Was husband controlling it? What would it have been going through at that point?
I feel I can probably give you part of what you asked. The MET of loss of vehicle data. Well, let's see. Thank you, Ron. We'll back up here. We had just completed role reversal number 1. It was completed at an MET of 15 days, 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 50 seconds. And he wants the altitude. Thank you, sir. It was 224,390 feet, Mach of 20.9. Again, as I mentioned earlier, we had no indication of any control problem prior to loss of data. So from a vehicle standpoint, other than what we've talked about that we saw with telemetry measurements, we had nothing to indicate the event that occurred. In hindsight, you're looking and say, well, these things will probably tie together somewhere, but we just haven't done that yet. Loss of vehicle data was at 15 days, 22 hours, 20 minutes, 22 seconds, altitude 207,135 feet at a Mach of 18.3. And I can't answer the rest of your questions yet.
This is Jim Banky of Space.com, I guess, for Ron and Milt. Can you talk about the issue of Columbia being NASA's original orbiter, the oldest orbiter, how the age issue may or may not be a factor here? And just out of curiosity, was any of the original instrumentation still on and active that may or may not help you with additional data point?
Man, Columbia was an amazing machine. It was the first space shuttle vehicle to fly into space. This was its 28th flight. It wasn't the most experienced vehicle. Discovery has 30 flights, at least 30 flights, if I remember it right. I don't think age is a factor. If you ever have the opportunity to look at any of our vehicles, you'll see that the vehicles are kept in just pristine shape. A lot of tender loving care goes into the care of our vehicles so that they look brand new.
That doesn't mean that there aren't areas of wear. There certainly are. There's certainly areas of corrosion. That's our job, to manage that corrosion and manage that wear so that we continue to fly these vehicles safely. Columbia, because it was the first vehicle, had a lot more instrumentation included in its design and in its structure than the other three vehicles. And several years ago, we elected to take out much of that instrumentation because it was no longer being used. And we reduced the weight of the vehicle almost 1,200 pounds just by removing instrumentation and the associated wiring. So there really is no extra instrumentation there that would add to our detective work. And what was there before we took it out was not being used.
Bill Horowitz, CBS News, and for both of you, we certainly appreciate you appearing here today. I know it's difficult. Could you tell me, please, Milt, if you told the station crew, I'm sure you have, what's happened, when that happened, and what Commander Bowersox and the rest of the crew might have said in response?
Referring to the three people on the International Space Station.
Bill, I'm not able to tell you when it happened, nor am I able to tell you the response. I was clearly not focused in that. I know we can get that for you.
I can give you the general time, Bill. It happened prior to 9:30 Central.
This is Irene Brown, and I also wanted to express my condolences to you and your colleagues. You mentioned, Milt, that Americans often wait for a tragedy to come together, and we saw a substantial boost in NASA funding after the Challenger accident. For Ron, I was wondering if you could say what you'd wish to come about as a result of this tragedy, and how much of a hardship would it be if you have to fly the shuttle manifest with just 3 ships?
My thoughts are not on what I hope to come out of this tragedy. My thoughts are still on what happened this morning. My thoughts are on 7 families, children, spouses, extended family. My thoughts are on their grief. My thoughts are on what we missed, what I missed to allow this to happen. It's going to be a difficult day for all of us.
You're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM with live coverage of a NASA news briefing.
Question, the first part may be a little repetition, but I want to make sure that I get it clearly. Do you have any indication at all that there was excessive heating on any part of the space shuttle, whether it was wing or tires, landing gear? And secondly, would there be a possibility that there's anything associated with the bipod that could have come off that is hard along with that foam?
The first part of the question is, no, we really don't have any information that says there was excessive heating. And so when I said that earlier today, I misspoke. All we do is have information that says the sensors quit working. And if we do have evidence of excessive heating occurring, I will get back to you and let you know. I think we're going to hold some meetings with you on a fairly regular basis over the coming days, and I will bring you up to speed on if anything that I said today was erroneous, and certainly as we get new data, I'll let you know. As far as the bipod area, we believe it was foam. We do not believe it was any metal. We don't believe there's any opportunity for any metal to be shed. And in fact, our films show that when this particular debris impacted the wing, there was a puff of debris, like when it hit, it disintegrated itself. And so I don't believe there's any chance that it was hardware. It was all the soft foam insulation.
Joey Hannafin, Time Magazine. Is there any indication from what you learned so far, Ron, in this incident, that maybe the stress, we're maybe overstressing this space plane in the role reversal process. I think at one point the left bank had up to 57 degrees.
In other words, on re-entry, is it
it's
too
not
rough?
uncommon to have that type of roll reversal and bank angle. In fact, we've seen a lot steeper banks than what you just mentioned. We'll have to go back and look to see if that is a factor. That'll be part of our gathering the debris, inspecting that debris, and seeing if there's anything there that would give us a clue as to whether this was structural in nature, structural failure, whether it was thermal related or some other. We're going to have to be some detectives and look at the debris and gather that evidence to determine what the cause was.
Phil Long, Miami Herald. If you had had a sudden break in the heat envelope or sudden heating, would that have knocked out the sensors, or would you have expected to have seen a heat measurement before they quit working?
Well, it's certainly speculative to try and understand the relationship between any thermal environment on whether that thermal environment would have translated into an area of wiring and then destroyed wiring. Hard for us to respond to that question today. I'd be glad to take that question in the coming weeks as we get some information where I can respond to it factually.
Yeah, you guys are trying to help us, and we thank you for that. I mean, you can continue to ask questions like this, but everything would be a speculation, and that's not fair. It's not accurate, and I know you want to be accurate.
Let me interject, because we also need to recognize these two gentlemen have been on duty since about midnight last night. So I want to bring up a point that we are going to try to do briefings daily, at least daily. So please try to form your question appropriately so we can get through today, and I need to get them out of here fairly soon. So I need to wrap up with KSC as quickly as possible. I've got some other NASA centers to get done also.
In other words, a lot of the questions are coming in from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and there'll be questions from Washington, too.
Hank out from WFLA Radio. If you can you tell us all how the families are holding up under the circumstances, the families of the astronauts?
See, we don't have any firsthand knowledge, and I believe earlier in the day, Mr. O'Keefe and Mr. Reedy talked a little bit about how the families reacted, both with our administrator and with the phone call from our president. So I don't have anything to add other than what was said previously.
Yes, hello, this is Philip Davis from National Public Radio. I was wondering if after the loss of communications, did you notice any deviation in the flight path of the shuttle?
When we lost communications, we also lost our ability to track the vehicle. And so we had no indications whether or not we were off the flight path. We had no indications that we had a breakup. Only later, as we reviewed the TV coverage, did we see that there was a breakup.
And in the control center, just to share with you, we have plots of the trajectory and how we're flying, and I know others stared at that for a long time because the tracking ended, over Texas, stopped, and it was, and I reflected back what I saw with Challenger.
Okay, let's go to headquarters, please. There's questions there.
This is Frank Mooring at Aviation Week. For Ron, could you give us an idea of what your investigators are going to be looking for at Michoud and when they're going to start looking?
We had already kicked off an effort, even prior to this morning, to try and determine why the debris was being shed from that bipod region of the tank. And the reason we kicked off that effort, because we knew we needed to understand it prior to the next flight. So we were already aggressively on a path that was going to try and help us understand whether or not that represented any concern to us, since since now we had it 2 times in the last 3 flights. So that was a major element in our planned flight readiness review for STS-114 that's scheduled for March. So that activity was already in place, already ongoing. What we have done today is asked our external tank project team and Lockheed Martin, which is the contractor for the tank, who builds the tank in the Michoud facility in Louisiana, to isolate certain pieces of hardware, to gather data that might be pertinent to this discussion, and to make sure that we have not put in jeopardy any piece of evidence that might be helpful to us. So we've taken those steps. Those are in place or are ongoing right now, and we'll be able to keep you aware and tell you what's happening in the coming days if there's anything that comes out of this.
Charles Saif, Science Magazine. What are the contingency plans for the International Space Station in the event of a grounding of the shuttle fleet for an extended period of time?
All I know today is that I've talked with our station program management. They have been in contact with all of the international partners. They understand what happened today in the shuttle program. They are going to proceed as planned tomorrow to resupply the station via the Progress vehicle. There is a Soyuz launch that is planned later in the spring, and we know that we have sufficient consumables on board to go through the end of June without any shuttle support. Beyond that, I have no further information. I hope that we get this situation resolved in the coming weeks so that it isn't an extended period of time, but that remains to be seen. In the near term, we know we have months of adequate supply on board the International Space Station, and we also know that we can help resupply them from our international partners' resources. So that's what I know today, and we'll see how that matures over time.
This is Laura Meckler from the Associated Press. Could you tell us any more about how you'll approach the recovery of all the debris that is spread over such a large area, and what the NTSB's role is going to be in that, or what their role is in the investigation, and also how long you think it'll be before you know more about what happened today?
We have many government agencies that are helping us respond to this tragedy. The NTSB is at our disposal. We have the FBI that is involved with us. We have local and state law enforcement. We have FEMA that is also helping us tremendously. We have been assured that we will have the assets and the efforts of our government to help us wherever we need to gather debris, get it in the right locations, identify any crew remains, get them to the right locations. All that is ongoing. It's being organized. It's a tremendous effort that has been engaged and is in the process of coming together from all different agencies in different parts of the country. I don't have much more information other than those ingredients today. As these things come together and as we start basing and we start collecting, I'll keep you informed on just how that is going and where these things are happening, and certainly we'll respond to your questions as this moves along.
You're listening to News Radio 780 WBBM.
Newspapers. Are there any satellites that NASA, the U.S. military, commercial satellites out there that might have caught what happened, and will you be looking at images from other satellites? And just about the debris as well, you mentioned earlier that you were anxious to see certain types of debris. What types are you anxious to see? And are first responders trained for the recovery of such hazardous material?
Well, we were anxious to see the pictures of the tank. As we separate from the tank, roughly 8.5 minutes after launch, we have the crew immediately get out of their seats and use some handheld, both still and motion picture video, take some shots of the tank as we're separating it from it. And we do this on a routine basis because that's our only evidence of what the tank looks like after it got to orbit. Because the tank goes about a half an orbit around the Earth and re-enters through the atmosphere and is destroyed. So we have no physical evidence other than film. And what we were anxious to see was that film, to see if it looked similar to what we had experienced on STS-12, where we shed some debris from the same area. Obviously, we're not going to get that information. So that's what we were looking for.